I know they want to park in the grassed area out back. And that's kind of a separate issue because the parking isn't something that falls under the liquor license extension. He's more or less looking to do like a beer tent out back and have kind of a little entertainment area for people to basically hang out outside and not have to be inside. That would be something that would require, because obviously the leased lot behind him is residential. It's a residential use for that lot. So now we're kind of changing the use of that newly acquired leased land in the back. So we need to now go through the process to change the use of that.
I guess I would say, looking at this, listening to you, that things just aren't all put together yet to come to us. Am I?
Well, he's asking for an extension, not a new license.
Right. But it's not, because he's outside, for one, instead of inside. Two is it's on residential land instead of commercial land. And he just got to Alex last week, so they haven't even really kind of summed that up.
If I may interject here. So we're looking at two separate things, right? So what I need to do with Alex or around planning because of my parking extension, what I'm looking to do tonight is just review what my liquor license will be, and then it gets sent up to the state, and then they come down and they tell me that it's, whether it's a go or not. So that's one thing. And then the second is the parking. I met with Alex as soon as I could last week, I believe it was, and he informed me that we have to get a plan in place for that. And I'm working on that right now. Unfortunately, I have to rely on an engineer. And as we know, right now it's just stuff moving quickly. So I'm hoping to have you review what the layout footprint may be just for the purposes of the liquor license extension, because I'm still 3, probably 4 months out from that approval. And then in the interim, be able to satisfy what Alex is looking for on the zoning type of side of things.
Okay. So I have no problem. I mean, I guess, and I could be just wrong. I have no problem with the liquor license inside. I think outside is the different thing. But I say kudos to you for trying to make things work in these nice little times that we're having too.
Thank you. And to add to that, our liquor license currently carries us outside into our existing patio area. So we are covered for the space that we already have outside. And this is just to cover the extension, which is probably 50 by 80 foot piece of grass area that'll abut the current layout that we have with the liquor license for the exterior.
But that has to be approved by the state, correct?
Correct. So this is the initial, what I have to do in this process is show you guys a sketch plan, get your opinion on it, and see if there's any feedback. Once you guys look at that and say, hey, it's okay, or we're going with this, then I can submit it to the state. The liquor license board or the inspector will come down. They'll kind of look at what we got going on down here, making sure that we're in compliance with what we filed with you, and they'll give us our final sign off, which is probably, like I said, 2 or 3 weeks out at this point. So I'm hoping to kind of just grab everything at the same time, to be able to get you guys to look at this and see what we're doing. Work with Alex, which I've already tried to get those wheels going with the engineer and get it all taken care of so we can kind of hit the mark all at one time, just to try to save time of the whole process.
Can I ask, what is the people behind? Is that their personal property, or is that go with your building, or?
No, so the property behind me is a 3-acre parcel. It has a structure that sits on the backside, and they are the at least me the additional space. And I was looking for, with COVID and everything that's going on, I'm trying to keep more people outside, especially during those summer months while we get through, the whole process. And they were willing to work with me on that level. They've been great. So we had signed a long-term lease to be able to use that space and be able to expand outside so we can keep people out.
Okay.
So that's back where the softball field used to be.
Correct. Yep. So if you were looking at that parcel, our line is behind the cafe. We have 50 feet that goes towards the structure in the back and 180 feet from side to side on the lot line. It's all grass right now. And we had planned originally to use that for all outdoor space. And then we had some changes around here with the parking. So that's where Alex came into play, and that process came into play. Is now we have to add some gravel to the ends, shorten up what we wanted to do for our outdoor entertainment to kind of meet all the needs here to try to keep people happy.
Is this extension fenced in?
It will be, yes.
Tonight, U.S. officials may be talking to Israel, but so far the president is not involved. Lester?
All right.
What was that?
Television.
So,
muted it.
yeah, I mean, going back in history, back when that was the softball field, that was,
Yeah.
that was approved back then for those uses too. So it's bringing, of course, things have changed a little bit since then, obviously, but it's bringing some of that back in there, which is not a bad thing either.
So do you need,
Go ahead.
oh, I was gonna say, so do you need like an approval, a vote from us tonight on what we see?
Yeah, essentially, I think what the state is looking for right now is just that we had talked about what we want to do, that you saw our sketch, and then that gives them the green light to be able to do their job. So they'll come down and they'll go through the process and make sure that our fencing is correct, that everything is compliant within what the law is and what they require. So this is kind of that first stepping stone. You can even talk to them and get them down here and get everything dialed in.
I guess I don't want to hold you up by no means, but I feel like I'm jumping ahead of Alex is what it is, because he's the one that would be doing, the okaying on everything and working with him. And then usually it comes that way. And I feel like if we vote yes on this, the diagram, I feel like we haven't really gotten Alex's say on it type thing.
Yeah, so I had spoke with Alex about this, and I kind of discussed my approach with him in his office, and I think that he's on board. He could speak to it, of course, but like I said, what I'm trying to do is just condense everything down. Obviously, I won't be able to get approval for the state level without having him go ahead and signing off on what we need to do. So I'm really just trying to save some time if we can. But I also understand your standpoint as well. If Alex says, hey, maybe we got to slow our roll a little bit until we can get this caught up. It's not what I want to do, but I also understand the position. So we'll work with you on any level. I'm just trying to, summer's coming quick. I have to make some quick adjustments. So I'm just trying to condense into very quickly, but also doing it correctly.
Would a
Mr. Chair, the town manager has a comment.
Would a conditional approval be the way to go, perhaps, depending upon state approval and also approval by the code enforcement officer and planner?
Fire department.
On the fire department.
And fire department too. I mean,
All right, fire inspector.
But
In order not to hold him up and in order to,
Yeah.
to say that there are additional approvals necessary here.
yeah, I mean, it appears that there's a couple layers of approvals here. I mean, there's us that are approving, we would be approving at this point for him to be able to submit to the state for their consideration. Alex still would have to approve any of the parking and things like that, because that falls under any of those ordinances. The fire inspection, you're not reconfiguring the cooking areas or anything like that. So it really is Wayne just going back in and making sure everything is still in good shape, correct?
Yes. So I met with. Sorry.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, I met with Wayne last week, and we kind of discussed, what needs to go in to get this expansion. I got a checklist with him that we're gonna, hit all those marks, and I kind of left it with him. I said, I just want to know what you need, and then when we get to the, we'll get it in place, which is pretty straightforward. We had a good discussion while I was here, and I think we'll be able to cover all the bases that he's requiring pretty easily.
Can we hear from Alex too on this?
Sure.
Alex, let me ask one very simple question. Is what he is trying to do with this extension is to stay into business while it's going through the approval process? Am I sort of correct on that?
What I have told Kyle is I've given him the verbal okay to have people park in this new grassed area. I feel like that makes the most sense because parking is very tight over there. And if we tell them they can't park there until it's approved, they're gonna just end up parking across the street. And then we're gonna have people crossing 302. So for right now, I've said parking back there without any approvals is okay. What I've said he can't do is use that space for the entertainment portion of what he's proposed. So that would include the beer tent, cornhole, stuff like that. I asked that he doesn't do any of that until he has the permits and the liquor license, obviously. So if you guys do approve it with a condition that he has to get all of the required approvals, then I think that's okay. I mean, you can look at it, you know, this does occasionally happen with large projects like, you know, if an Applebee's comes to town, occasionally what they'll do, it's a very quick process. So they want to make sure they get their liquor license before everything's complete so that they can open as soon as the business is, you know, built and ready to go. So it's kind of a similar situation. He wants to make sure he has the license to actually do this. And he's starting the process now. So I guess, I mean, if you guys do go ahead and approve the license without having the permits in place, you know, just add into the motion that, you know, it's approved based on the condition that he gets all of the required local and state approvals before he operates.
Right.
Marshall?
In the sequence of approvals, who has the final say?
I don't have any authority over the liquor license stuff.
Yes.
That's out of my hands completely. So that's you guys, but the final say, I believe, Sue, is that something that you can?
I think I can speak to that a bit, at least with the liquor license. If the selectmen say, no, we don't want this, it ends there. If you say, yes, it's okay, and it's contingent upon getting all of these, then the license stays on my desk until Wayne and Alex let me know that everything's all set and that it's sent to the state. At that point, the state would say yay or nay. So
Okay.
there are several layers of being able to say yes or no.
Trying to cut through that. So if everybody says, okay, does it come back to the select board for final approval?
No.
No.
Not unless you don't make a motion tonight, and then it would have to go through all of the other approvals and then come back before the select board.
Thank you, Sue.
So here's a scenario. So what if we have other businesses in town that would like to do the same thing? And then we've got several of them that got a bunch of permits in waiting. Is this all going to happen because everybody's trying to get in for the summer thing? Alex?
It could. It's always a possibility. I think timeline wise, he's kind of already a little bit behind here. I think if that were the case, we probably would have already seen a little bit of that because things are going to be picking up in the next couple of weeks. You know, obviously his fear is missing the entire season. If we're waiting till August, then he only has a few weeks of you know, the real busy season before things shut down. So, I mean, I think that that's always a risk. You know, you're worried about precedent in any situation where you're making kind of a unusual decision. But I mean, realistically, I mean, I don't know that it's going to be, you're not opening the floodgates, I don't think, with something like this.
I mean, you know, but if the approval is conditioned on the other approvals, if any of those fail, then the approval's not there. So.
And at that point, what I would suggest is that the select board not sign it until the other approvals are complete.
Does that meet the needs of Mr. Bancroft?
Well, I believe with my application, I will need a signature in order to file it. And then I like where you're going with the conditions. I think that we can cover these layers by just saying, hey, we're going to send this up, but a final approval won't happen here on the town level until A, B, C, and D are met. But see more information on that than I do. I'm just kind of working from.
Once that document is signed, that is approval, and there's nothing the select board can go back on.
Okay.
So,
I mean, at this point, if I could get to the point where, we get a vote on it tonight, we set the conditions, I meet those conditions and send it to the state, that would still put me in a better position than I would be any other scenario.
So if I understand this correctly, the conditions would be clearance from the fire department, clearance from planning and zoning, and clearance from the state liquor commission.
no, for your approval, it wouldn't be the state liquor commission. They need your approval before they'll even look
Fire
at
and zone, fire and well, Alex and the fire department. Which, because the state gives the approval on the liquor license at that point. What we would be approved, saying is we're approving it conditioned on meeting Alex's and Wayne's inspections and approvals, and therefore, because we've already voted it, then we can sign it, and he can then send it on to the state after, once they give their approvals.
But Sue is saying once we sign it right now,
Well, that's
we're
what I'm
saying-
saying. We wouldn't sign it until they approve, until Wayne and Alex approve it.
but Kyle just
Well,
said they need the
But then
signature.
it's just saying we don't have to come into another meeting. We're approving it conditioned upon that. And at that point, then we would go in and sign it. So he can then send it there without having to go to another select board meeting. Otherwise.
So Teresa, what he's saying is, if we could get the vote tonight and that you guys hold the paperwork and the signature that I need to get to the conditioned upon Alex's approval and the fire department's approval, you guys will keep that all together until it's whole, like we agreed about in this meeting. Once those are all met, then it could be sent and I could wait for them to call back. So essentially, it's preventing me from having to do this again in a month. It allows me to get to work on that and getting all those conditions met. So when they are met, it's as simple as getting a signature from the select board, and then I can send it off for approval with the liquor board.
Well, and I understand that, but from what you're saying, you said that you needed a signature from the select board. And then Sue is
What
saying,
he's saying is he needs a vote from the select board. We just would not sign the form until we get approval from Wayne and Alex.
all right, because then I could swear that you said that we needed at least one signature.
No, because he can't send it. He can't send it to the state until it's signed. And all we're doing is by voting voting the conditions. We're
Right.
saying that we will sign it upon the approval of Wayne and Alex.
And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with everything else. And we've done that before where we've held it based on those conditions.
Right.
But I heard that Kyle said, and maybe I misheard it too, that you needed at least one signature to do it. And Sue had said, no, once we sign it, it's technically approved. So
I might have misstated. That might have
Okay,
been a mistake on my behalf. Yeah, I might have got ahead of myself a little bit, so I apologize.
okay, then I have no problem on the conditions at all then. Yeah, because I don't want to because there is a lot of things that have to be done, but I also don't want to hold you up in the process. So you need a motion.
Can you hold on a second? Can you hold on? Tell me a little bit more about the parking issue, because I know the donut shop over there complains on occasion on parking issues.
Yeah, so
You have enough space?
We're gonna have enough space with the extended parking. So as you know, this lot is notoriously small. We had an agreement worked out with the neighbor, and
Right.
then things have different due to the volume that we're doing down here. So
Right.
in order to make up for that, that's why I had to cut the entertainment space down and add the parking over here. It's been difficult to deal with a neighbor, to say the least, for whatever the reason may be. I've been very cordial, and I get along with all these other neighbors, especially the one that just gave me a long-term lease in the rear. But for some reason, him find some common ground with the parking. So we decided to say, okay, we're going to have to expand it out back. And that's kind of what gummed this whole situation up. There wasn't gonna be any parking, and I had to kind of move on the fly to adjust to what was going on down here. And that's where the permitting and all this stuff comes in with it.
Okay, thank you.
Kyle talks the talk. You visited it, right?
Wait, can we?
May I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The term entertainment has been mentioned, and if it's going to be any kind of musical entertainment, there is a special amusement license that needs to be gotten, just for your information.
When I say entertainment, it's playing large any kind of music events.
Who's
out there.
talking?
I think Kyle's trying to.
Kyle's trying, but it's his.
No, Kyle's not. Oh, it's frozen. Oh,
Yeah,
Kyle, are you there?
or he can stare extraordinarily well.
This is a weird meeting. There you are.
There you go. Now you're.
No, he's frozen. All right. While he's frozen, we can do a motion.
So we need a motion with the conditions.
All right. So I make a motion to approve the liquor license extension, not the extension, the liquor license, based on Kyle getting all the permits, all the inspections that are needed, and everything from that ABC lined up. Yeah, Rolf's gonna change it on me, watch.
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, so moved and seconded. Discussion.
All right, Marshall, do you have discussion?
No, I thought Kyle did.
All right.
I think I covered the bases here. I unless you guys have any more questions for me, I mean, I'm pretty with where.
Okay.
So it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Seeing all hands raised, motion is carried. Thanks, Kyle.
Thank you
Next
very
item.
much. I appreciate your time.
Next item is consideration of a liquor license renewal for the Beacon.
And Pam and Robbie said due to business, they may not be able to come. This is their annual renewal. I'm not sure where Wayne is on the fire inspection, because when I was putting my agenda together, I looked back at last year, found that they should have come up in February, and they went, oh my goodness, and got their form into me. So Wayne just got it last week.
So to speak to the fire inspection, that hasn't occurred yet. They're aware of the items that they need to accomplish for the inspection. And so we're waiting to get those items done and then go in and do the inspection.
What's your timeline on that?
There's two, I don't know, right? Sitting right here at this point, I don't know. I mean, I can go in and do an inspection, and then outstanding items, I just have to wait for example, the fire alarm system report. I haven't received that yet. The hood cleaning, they were trying to schedule the hood cleaning. So give you a time frame, I don't know, but.
I have to say again, I don't want to hold anybody up, but it seems like we're giving approvals on things before we're getting all the information on the stuff.
Yeah, and in this case, their license is expiring. It's toward the end of the year, so.
I would suggest the same solution here as the last one.
Yep. And they've been real good. That should work out just fine with the fire life safety stuff.
When does the license expire, Sue?
I'm not at my desk, but I believe it expires in June.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. According to the application, it says expiration is June 2021.
Okay.
So those expire the first of the month or the end of the month?
I'm not sure. I think it depends on where the state puts them. They kind of stagger things a bit. And it does take the state about a month to deal with things. So.
It's the end of the month.
Is it?
So
Okay.
let me ask a question. Okay, so when their license expires, and they haven't got it renewed yet, but they're in the process of it, what happens with their,
The state will grant them a 30 or 60-day extension.
okay, so
And-
so in this case, we could even wait. Or do they need this, the approval there too?
Well, the sooner they, if you approve it contingent upon a favorable fire inspection or completion of all the tasks, then that just speeds up them being able to send it up when it's ready, as opposed to waiting for the June meeting, which isn't until the 15th of June. And this extension that I'm talking about is an extension of the liquor license, as opposed to Kyle's, which was an extension of the space the liquor license is covering.
All right, I'll make a motion to extend the Beacon's liquor license contingent on the inspection passing.
Second,
Discussion? All those in favor? Seeing all hands raised, motion is carried. The next item of business is consideration of a recycler's license for Raymond Service Center. Alex?
Yeah, so this one is for Raymond Service Center. They have a recycler's license. He does salvage title work, and because of that, the state requires him to have a recycler's license. So it's not like a junkyard. You guys did approve this last January, and so the way the statute's written, they have a 5-year cycle. So he needs to get approval every 5 years, but annually, you guys are required to basically sign off on it as long as nothing has changed. So I'm here to report to you that he's told me nothing has changed, and he's just looking to get his annual approval.
Questions?
I have one. Is there anything the selectmen need to sign for that, Alex, or is it just a vote?
Yeah, we need
There
to
is
sign.
something they need
Yep.
to sign. There should have been the application that I think I emailed it to you.
Was it, then I put it in the packet without
It's
reading
in
it.
the
I'm
the
sorry.
last page of the packet.
On the permit, it does show that we have to sign it. All right. All right, I make a motion to to extend another year, the recycler's license for Raymond Service Center.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Seeing all hands raised, motion is carried. Next item of business is a status update on Shaker Woods. Alex and Kathy?
Jared's not here tonight, I don't believe. As far as I know, he's working. So I'll kind of keep it short since he doesn't have the opportunity to comment. But Kathy, Wayne, and I last went down there to do an inspection on April 2nd. So we're due to go back again. We've been trying to check in every 3-4 weeks right now. Jared is back to work, so it's getting a little bit more challenging to schedule inspections with him. But the last time we went down, they had finished the new bathroom. They have remodeled the bathroom space and have completed or mostly completed that section of the house. And they have removed some of the, there's a lot of HVAC equipment that's no longer functioning in the dwelling. So they had removed some of that. And the punch list that we had given him in April was to continue to remove some of that unnecessary equipment from the dwelling. He needed to get all of the required permits for the project, which he has submitted applications for now. So we're all good there. He needs to install a bathroom exhaust fan, do some repair work to the building drain, and add some additional insulation to some of the exterior walls where there was a wood stove, I believe, and cover that insulation with sheetrock, remove some no longer functioning miscellaneous electrical wiring outside, and then continue to remove the junk from the property. He hadn't made a lot of progress with the exterior junk removal. The focus was the house, which that was what we had told him, to focus on the house to make sure that that was safe. So we're getting there, but we also want to make sure that he's continuing to remove the junk, and we told him to prioritize fuel containers. There's a lot of propane tanks and other storage containers on the site that we wanted to make sure that he cleaned those up first, especially around the house. And he was in the process of fixing a truck, which he did tell me when he came to get the permits that the truck's now fixed, which was going to allow him to start to load stuff up and move it out. So that's where we're at. And Kathy and Wayne, if you guys want to add anything, feel free.
As Alex said, they've made some improvements. Their process has really slowed down. And I think it's going to be a very big challenge for them to meet the requirements that we set forth, especially on the outside. He had made contact with a couple of folks to try to do the cleanup. He wants to make money off of it because some of the stuff is valuable, but there's so much stuff that is not valuable that I don't think reality has set in for Jared. And I think we all just have to understand that this house is never going to be fully up to code housing that we would normally see. It's always going to have some deficits. I'm okay with that because that's how they choose to live, as long as we can fix the health and safety issues, as long as the electrical, the egress from the building, that type stuff is fixed. It's never going to be a lot more than that. So I just want the select board to understand that, but they are trying to make progress.
Can I ask 2 questions?
Sure.
One, I know a fire truck could not get in there, or an ambulance couldn't get in there before. And I don't know if there's stuff on the road or was it because of the snow, but can you guys get in there if need be? Because that's a safety
I'm
issue
going
there.
to say yes. I have seen worse driveways, Teresa. It's not
Okay.
as bad now that mud season and snow is gone.
Okay.
Would be hard pressed to get a fire truck right to the house, but we could get a 4-wheel drive vehicle up there. We've been able to drive up in our 4-wheel drive vehicles. He does have the resources. I believe Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, has at least a piece of apparatus that he could drag the road and fix some of the ruts. He might have to get some fill in to do it.
Okay.
But we are able to get in as of right now, Teresa.
Okay. The second one was there was 2 tenants, I believe, in the other buildings. Are they still living on property, or?
As far as we know, in talking to Cumberland County Sheriffs and that, the back trailer, that the illegal one, is still there, but it's empty. They have moved out and they tore off part of the structure that they had put onto the house. The front trailer is occupied and that's safe to be occupied.
Okay. Okay.
Marshall?
Kathy, is it reasonable to assume that he could get this house in livable condition by September?
If he had resources, yes, do it all himself. The neighbor that was working down in the front trailer, Dana, was helping him out quite a bit over the winter, but now Dana's gone back to work. He wants to do the work himself for the most part, to be cost effective. They're getting there on the inside. The outside is not going to be done, Marshall.
Okay. His wish list is pretty long in this case. How's mother?
She seems to be doing okay. She wants to live there. She's repeatedly told us she's, to say mildly, irritated with the town of Raymond, making them do this. You know, this was the house that her husband built for her, and, you know, they have talked about in times selling it and moving to something that's better equipped for her. But I think right now their goal is to get it cleaned up and stay there for a while.
Okay, thank you.
Would it be asking too much to say we have certain goals before winter, so they're safe for the winter again, so they don't get in the same kind of bind, you know what I mean? Making sure it's safe for them inside.
I thought we had those in place already.
Okay.
Yeah, we do. Really, the deadline was March 1st. So we've been giving them basically a punch list, and we go every few weeks and say, you need to try and get this done. And there's been constant progress.
Good.
Like Kathy said, it does seem to have slowed though. Every time we go, it seems as though less and less is being done, but they're still moving forward. So we're kind of nearing the end of the minimum requirements for the garage dwelling. There's still some more stuff that needs to be done in there, but I do think it's realistic that they can at least have that to our minimum, you know, in the next few months, as long as we don't go in the wrong direction. That's our fear, is that we're going to start to go back in the wrong direction again. So that's what we need to check on. We're definitely going to probably want to schedule a time to go back out there in the next week or two to do kind of a check-in on that. And the real difficult thing is going to be cleaning up the junkyard. There's no way that that's going to be resolved by the October 1st deadline, I believe it was. So I would prepare yourselves for us to possibly have to go the enforcement route with the order on that, because I don't see that cleaned up in the amount of time that you guys gave him to do that.
Okay.
Other questions? Hey, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Next item of business, consideration of reactivating the recycling committee to study the viability of recycling. Kevin, I think I saw you there someplace. Oh, there you are. You want to speak to that, because you had expressed some interest in working on that during the budget hearings. So
yeah. Hi, can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Good. Yeah. So Kevin Oliver, obviously Raymond resident, budget finance committee member, and what I do for a career is I'm a manufacturer's representative in the power industry and work very closely with the waste to energy boilers in that industry, and have over time had conversations with the operations of those facilities that have pretty much, you know, they say, and they're pretty close to it, that there is no market really for recycling. And if there was a market for recycling, you know, he expects that recyclers and facilities would be reaching out to towns for that material. He also, I spoke with Matt Albert, who is the maintenance manager for Penobscot Energy Recovery up in Orrington, and he told me that Governor Mills signed an executive order. It was number 24 for fiscal year 1920, and went into effect March 26, 2020. In that executive order, Section 2, Article B states that recycled materials that are sent to a waste-to-energy incinerator are actually considered recycling. And the reason for this is that how we typically consider recycling, like Raymond does, you know, we separate the recyclables into a different stream. Those are picked up, brought to facilities where they're either accepted or rejected. And oftentimes at these recycling facilities, unless they're 100% clean, they're not contaminated. You know, peanut butter plastic jars don't have peanut butter in them still. Pizza boxes don't have grease on them, which is almost never the case. Boxes that we order things from Amazon that have plastic shipping tape and labels on them, that's contamination because it's plastic. It's not clean corrugated mixed paper. There are so many reasons why these items get rejected, and ultimately they get sent to the landfill when that happens most of the time. And so the alternative is sending these to the incinerator where they are burned. They are used to create energy to power the grid, which offsets other, sources like coal or other carbon-based fuels. And what's left is basically water vapor coming out the stack based on the back end technology of these boilers to clean the flue gas. And the volume that is left over is just fly ash. They separate the metals out; those get recycled, through metal channels. And the fly ash, the clean fly ash, is then used, for farmers and other uses. There is a market for that. So I think the common misconception is that residents believe that they are doing some environmental good by spending their time and energy separating these materials into a separate stream. But there's a lot of question about what actually happens when they get picked up and where do they go and how much new raw material is being offset by those. So without continuing to carry on too long, be happy to answer questions. I think it makes sense to open the door to look into that chain of custody. And are we just spending money to create a separate waste stream or recyclable stream? And does that cost equal the benefit? And we really don't know right now until we look into this a little bit further. And I think that's the genesis of this, the question here. You see my son?
Yes, right behind you.
Yeah, he's trying to peek.
So essentially what you want to do is get this group together to look at what's being done, what the options are and things like that, and then come back with some recommendations, correct?
Yeah, I kind of envision this as, based on my experience, I believe that there is really a poor market at best for recycling. And what are the alternatives? I mean, if we said from now on, all your recyclables are going to go in the waste stream, obviously people are going to not feel good about that because they're going to think, well, we were recycling and now we're just throwing it in the trash. But, if our trash is going to MWAC in Auburn and being burned, and, if that's the outcome anyway right now, but we're spending X amount of dollars thinking that it's going somewhere else, I think it makes sense to study that and come back and report back with,
Yes.
Is the cost of this recycling program really worth it? Because as Matt pointed out, sorry, I took a couple notes here, but he said, while our time and money is wasted for the benefit of the profit for waste collectors. So, like a pine tree waste or whatever, if they can separate this out and say, well, you have to pay us so much per ton for waste and then an additional so much per ton for recycling, versus just having everything in the waste, when many of the recyclables end up there anyway, I think it's worthy of looking into that cash flow balance.
Yes.
And if it comes back that it makes sense to continue recycling, then that's what it comes back as. But I don't think we have all the information right now.
How long do you think it would, realistically, how long do you think it would take to do the study?
Well, if I look back at, in my business, these plants have annual shutdowns, and oftentimes they'll wait till, 4 weeks before the shutdown to order something that's, an 8-week lead time, and then you have to scramble to shrink that 8-week lead time into 4 weeks to get it there. So I guess what I would say is, how quickly do we want it? Because if we want it, before the next fiscal year, I could probably work my tail off and get it done. But if that's not necessary, then, I'd say by the end of the summer to give myself some time to do this. But I would be leaning on you guys to tell me where that clean break is.
Well, I mean, we're already contracted for next year anyway, so.
Okay. So really, we don't need anything, right off, is what I'm hearing.
Nathan, you had a question?
Yeah, well, I just want to point out that our contract is expiring June 30th. We have negotiated and have a new contract in place. This would change that drastically. They gave me a number today, and I do believe that does need a lot of research put into this, because this was a quick grab a pen and tell me how much we're going to save. If we cut out recycling right now, we're looking at about $60,000 in savings. We talked about the ACR, which is the average commodity revenue for recycling. In February, according to Pine Tree Waste, in February, it was $39.33 a ton. Today it was $56.40 a ton. Sure that they're seeing a loss coming up. They're gonna. I don't know. So if we do go forward with this, it is a 3-year contract. So I think that's going to change things if we say we're going to investigate this recycling thing and come back next year. We would probably see a change in the contract. It's a 3-year contract. They gave it its pricing as a 3-year contract. And obviously in that contract is, on their contract is $50,000 for recycling tipping fees. So that's money out of their pocket, basically, I think. So I'm a little concerned going forward, thinking we're going to change something in a year. I don't know if we need to tell them that or renegotiate or just not say nothing and move forward and do a surprise next year.
Don?
Well, they already are aware now that we're looking at this possibility, and assuming that we vote in the affirmative to form the committee, we have a year to do the study. So I would suggest that we have a deal for this upcoming year, and that they know that we're looking at it. And it would probably make sense if we go in a different direction, particularly if we go in the direction, without recycling. We know there's competition interested in our contract, that we look at competitive bids. And so I think, we have a 1-year deal. We shouldn't expect them to, hold to their deal for 3 years that they negotiated with us. And, I think that would be unreasonable of us. And I don't think we should expect them to do that. And so they've already committed to this 1-year extension. And so I think that everything should work out fine. And if we decide that we want to continue the way we are, then we have a 3-year deal.
It's not a 1-year extension, Don. It was presented to them as a 3-year extension, a 3-year deal. That's what I'm trying to explain. I don't think there's an issue. I mean,
I don't think there's an issue either. I'm saying they're going.
I think that if you're going to go forward with this, do you explain this to him? When I was talking to him today, he asked about the contract, and I said, you write it up, we'll go forward with it. And then he said, well, if you're going to change recycling, maybe we don't do that. That's just
well. Let's go to.
Do we go forward?
Let's go to bid now. Then we have another interested party, and then let's see how that works for them.
Well, I'm not saying that, Don. I'm just saying that I need some direction on this. I think we should research the recycling. Absolutely. That's not even a question in my mind.
Well, you negotiated this deal this time, so if you want, I'll talk to them tomorrow. I'm pretty sure they'll go with that 1-year extension.
I'm pretty sure they will, but it wasn't a 1-year.
That's what I would do.
That's not a 1-year extension that was directed from you to get from them. I got a 3-year extension. So if it's going to be a 1 year, I need to explain to them that it's a 1 year, or just tell them. It's just as simple as that.
Well, I'm with you, Nathan. I think just to explain to them, they now know that we're looking at this committee.
All I was asking
to prove it, then it's going to turn out to be a 1-year extension. It may go back to 3, depending on what we discover and what we decide, right?
We're presupposing what the answer is before before we even look at it. So it obviously, if in any contract, if something changes, then you get some renegotiation that gets done, and that you have to look at that point. But right now, we don't even we know that if we do nothing, we're where we are. What we don't know is if there's things that that we're doing, because I look at it from the standpoint that if we're going to make a major change, it's not going to be a quick change anyway, because you have the side of convincing people that change makes sense, where, you know, right now they're thinking, okay, we're doing the recycling, we're doing something good, whereas they need, you know, we need to get information that says, is that really the case or not? And then people have to buy in on that too, because at the end of the day, people, you know, the vote may still be from the people that says, you know, we still want to do that. Because
Right, and
politically,
it-
that, you know,
We just go through, we just go
politically, it
forward.
looks like we're doing something, you know.
So we just go forward with, I'll explain to them it's a 1-year extension and with a possible 2-year add on it then.
I agree.
That's fine.
Simple enough.
Kevin?
Oh, sorry, Marshall, I just had a quick question. So the first one was, is the contract already signed or, you
No.
know, does it still,
No, it's
okay,
not.
so there's still room to negotiate a little bit.
Correct.
That said, I kind of sense and agree with what I'm hearing, that from a public perception perspective, if we said, you know, we're expiring June 30th or whatever the date was, and we want to make this change before then, before this next contract, it probably looks like we're rushing something through.
That
So,
doesn't happen.
And I think
yeah,
if you're gonna put it out to bid, Kevin, right now, there's a lot of moving parts to this contract. I think right now, to put it out to bid for 21, 22 going forward, I think we're a little short on that.
yeah.
But I also don't think, we've been a good customer for a long time. They don't want to lose us. I think that they will be amenable to going on a 1-year extension. I do realize, and I appreciate your 3-year negotiation. I thought you did a good job on that, Nate. But I mean, who knows?
I wasn't trying to be argumentative, Don. I don't know what to tell the guy. He asked me the question today and I didn't know what to tell him.
Oh, well, we can have a Zoom meeting with him tomorrow and talk it over. But you know, when you made the negotiation with him and came up with this deal based on, you know, our prior negotiations, we didn't know that this discussion was going to occur at the budget committee and this was going to develop. So it's a new thing, and so we haven't signed the contract. I think it can work out for both parties. I mean, they're in the waste collection business. If what we do is just collect waste and not recycling, that's still a pretty good contract. So there's opportunity for them yet. So I think we just need to talk to them.
I understand that. I was just asking what to go forward with that.
Marshall?
Kevin, what is clear glass recyclable? Or does it go to the trash?
No, you muted yourself, Kevin.
All right, there we go. I had started building a slideshow. I never really completed it, but in that I did separate out that for, okay, so give me a minute here.
Kevin, I was just curious, is it all or nothing? Or does some of it recyclable and some not?
What I've pulled off is off of like state of Maine websites and things like that. But what is considered recycled material? And that list is mixed paper, corrugated cardboard, glass, metal tin containers, and plastics number 1 through 7. No styrofoam bags or films. So glass is considered recyclable, yes.
Okay. I know there's a company in Lisbon that deals with glass, I believe, and they're pretty busy. I'm ready to make a motion that we start an exploratory commission on recycling.
Okay, so
I'm ready to second that.
yeah, well, what you want to do is you want to reactivate the recycling committee, because the recycling and the reason being that committee already, you know, that structure already existed. It hasn't been functioning in a while. So you essentially what you want to do is reactivate that.
I will move that we reactivate the existing recycling committee.
I second.
Thank you, Rolf.
Discussion? All those in favor? Oh, wait, Don?
Are we going to re-advertise for new members?
Yes.
Yeah, that was one of my questions. How many we have left?
Yeah, because now, you know, once you reactivate it, then you have to fill it. So
I don't think the original membership is around, many of them.
right. But what you're doing is just create, you know, that structure already existed. So you're reactivating that structure. Now you've got to fill the seats.
Should you go ahead and appoint Mr. Oliver to the committee?
Well,
Yeah, well, let's do the first order of business is to reactivate the committee. After that, then we, then you work on filling the committee. Nathan?
Would you do it with staff and Kevin Oliver and then maybe a selectman and do research before you went out and tried to get a committee? Just a thought. We can get the research, find out if this is something we want to explore and go forward with, or
Well, I mean, you can, the committee could exist of that structure. It's just, Kevin first.
Yeah, sorry I had a thought. So whereas I'm not familiar with the existing committee or the dormant committee, I guess, what did that consist of? How many members? What was the constituency like?
I don't remember the number of members, but the committee would have been all about trying to advocate for recycling and to educate folks on recycling and to promote the reuse of materials that had previously been discarded in the trash. It was active when I first came. That was 20 years ago plus. And Phil Hammett was the leader, and he was a very ardent recycler and did a very, very good job in that committee. And he had been active in it for a number of years when I arrived here. I remember working with him, but that was the focus. It was, as you know, at that time, that was something that was really being heavily promoted by the state. It was being promoted nationally. And so, Raymond and Nathan actually probably could tell you more about the history, but Raymond had gone through several iterations of recycling, and so that was what they were doing, was promoting and trying to get the town to do more and more comprehensive recycling is what was happening.
he actually started the program. He was the founder of the whole.
Oh, he was, okay.
He was first member and ran it from the start.
Okay.
He did a fantastic job of it.
Yeah.
But things have changed a lot since then. I haven't seen him in a long time.
Marshall?
I think there's more to this decision rather than to recycle or not. I think we need a committee to look at the focus of the committee that may be more involved. And number two, the optics of public perception, because there is training curves involved in this, I think.
Right.
I think there's a lot of different levels to this too. I think right now we're tied to a contract, and our recycling has to go to a certain spot.
Right.
Back when we were doing it in-house, we marketed it to different facilities.
Right.
Sometimes it went to MWAC, sometimes it went up to a place in Oxford. Again, times have changed, and obviously Pine Tree Waste has got a vested interest in this. They got a recycling center, and they're going to charge us up to $135 a ton to sort our recycling. So it is
good for them.
Yeah, I guess. It's a different world now. And
Don?
I like the idea of forming the committee as you would any other committee, advertising for interested people, doing a comprehensive study with all deliberate municipal speed, staffing it with, staff to local government staff here to assist as we can, so we have somebody, Nathan, probably me, we have someone to take minutes and to, have public meetings. And then, there's a report and public education. And then, depending on how the selectmen, decide on it. And then they, probably something this large should be a public vote. And see where things go. As you point out, Ralph, people may want to continue to recycle even if it costs money. I mean, I don't know. I having been actively involved in this in another town, it ebbed and flowed. There were times when we made a lot of money, and then there were times when we didn't make any money at all. There were times when it cost money, and that's kind of been the history here too. The reason I got rid of the recycling in favor of the recycling company, gave them the revenue, was I could see back then that stabilized rates were more important and better for the town than the ebb and flow of recycling revenue. Now, I didn't know it was going to fall off a cliff and be a real liability for them. And that's what it turned out to be. And now in this position where they want to charge back us for this recycling, and at the market rates. And so that's really, really bad. So I hear Kevin, and I understand it, having watched it over my entire career. So I think we want to go very deliberately and do a comprehensive study and open it up to people with different perspectives, and come up with a final report, and then let the selectmen and then maybe ultimately the people decide.
Other discussion? So, yep, Kevin?
I don't want to keep this going, but my only last comment would be, I feel like if this committee is formed, and maybe this is what's going to happen anyway, we need to have some sort of organization to it, because I think if it's, and I'm speaking complete negligence, like if it's just we're advertising and people are interested, but there's no like lead person and like focused punch list of like, what are we looking for? What is it that we're researching? You know, whether it be chain of custody, whether it be the cost, you know, I think we need to have that developed, or it's just going to be chaos.
Yeah, you'd have a chair and you'd have a mission. I think this is not the recycling committee that was kind of an open-ended, let's look at everything and anything related to trying to improve our recycling mission. I see this as a specific charge, you know, recycle or not. Let's do a study and come up with a specific report on it. And I don't agree with the notion of, you know, let's recycle this year and not next year. It took a long time to get people trained and get them to be, you know, in the mode of doing this. And so if you were to go the other way, I think that's a big decision. But I think the mission of this group would be to study this and come up with a recommendation. That's the mission. And you'd have a leader and you'd have a committee. They might have specific, you know, duties amongst the committee members as you do the study. But it would be a purpose designed committee for this one study. And then I don't know where it would go from there, but I don't think there'd be an expectation they'd go on to anything else unless they had a desire and there was something logical to do next and they wanted to do that and the selectmen wanted them to do it. That's how I see it anyway.
So I mean, you know, that's why I said, you know, to reactivate it, because then it falls under the committee rules of the town, which sets up chair and things like that, so that you have structure that exists under there. You know, it's either that or we're forming a new committee, in which case then that almost requires some other actions and whatnot. This just, because the committee did exist, by reactivating it, it now, you know, it was a town committee, therefore it operates under the town committee rules.
You may get some volunteers to do that too. Like I think we had last time. Do we have a motion on the table?
The motion, the motion on the table was to reactivate the recycling committee.
Do we have a
Is it
second?
just that, or is it to study the viability of recycling?
Well,
No, to activate.
Just to reactivate?
Reactivate it, because then when you get the people, you know, then there'll be a mission created underneath that. Once you have, you know, you've got to get people that are willing to serve on it and whatnot.
But when we advertise for this committee, I think it'd be important to outline what we're asking people to do.
Right. Which is, but if you make it, you know, we've had the discussion on what we want that to do. What we're doing right now is saying, do we want to reestablish that committee?
Yes.
We then have, what's the direction of the committee?
Okay.
Motion, is the motion on the table?
The motion is on the table.
Second.
Discussion. Yeah, the motion on the table is to reactivate the recycling committee. All those in favor? Seeing all hands raised, motion is carried. What will, you know, the next thing, you know, the next order of business on that is to find members of it. Then we, you know, then they can, you know, they can flush out how they want to go about the research.
Right.
Any other discussion on that?
So we'll proceed with advertising, and Sue and I will probably consult with Kevin and put together something that will be succinct but clear as to what we're looking for.
Yeah, because ultimately what's going to happen too is then the select board will have to appoint the, from that list, appoint the members of the committee. The committee itself then would vote its chair.
Does that sound reasonable, Kevin?
Yeah, that sounds great. Ready when you are.
Okay.
I'd like to nominate your son for the committee, Kevin.
That's a bad idea.
Hopefully it's not gonna take that long.
Got a very short attention span.
He's got a long one. He's good. Bryson's a good kid.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving right along. Next item on the agenda is any public comment. I think we have a hand raised, Mr. Levitt.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. Good, good. Thank you. Charles Levitt, East Raymond, Raymond Hill. I don't have video going, but I guess I'll just do my comments as is. Maybe I'll try this though. Excuse me 1 second. Does that do anything? Didn't seem to. Well, nope, didn't. Okay. You can still hear me though, I take it.
I think you may have something over your camera. Because we see red, we see a square of red, so.
Yeah, okay. Well, never mind. No need. My monkey and I don't have to have that kind of exposure anyway. My first observation again will be that for this calendar year, 2021, I have now officially still attended more select board meetings than Selectman Taylor. My next comment concerns the annual town meeting. It has been decided to conduct the citizen approval of the town warrant by ballot on June 8th, 2021. The warrant contains many new ordinance changes that are quite detailed and can be found in the warrant and online. Equally important are the budget articles that are of a very specific fiscal year 2021, 21-22, that are generalized in groupings and not specific as in a line item budget. That one passed by the budget committee on April 27th and the select board on April 28th, 13 days ago. Now, I know the select board and the administration strive for competency and transparency, but I am puzzled as to why 27 days before the public is to vote on this $7 million town budget plus in the use of taxpayer money, as of 6 p.m. this evening, there is no place on the Town of Raymond website to access this budget. Click on proposed 21-22 budget and you get no page found. Go to documents. Nope. Go to departments. Finance isn't even listed. Try town manager. Nada. How about the budget finance committee reports? Ah, finally. Oh, never mind. Fiscal year 2016-17. Okay, surely the select board e-packets will contain the budget. Not a chance. Now, I'm a little disappointed. Based on the all-out communication blitz the town mounted on the RSU withdrawal, which incidentally is still online, full-page ads, and in articles in the press, I expected the same effort when it came to spending $7 million of our money. I sometimes feel like there's no one in the store. Last meeting, I spoke about the budget TIF tricks and the undesignated fund balance gimmicks. And this year is no different. The real budget this year is $500,000 more than last year, despite reductions in debt service, providers, and even the big bad Cumberland County budget. But presto changeo, we'll keep your tax rate low by using money we overtaxed you last year, and don't worry about the major stuff, staff and program growth in animal control, tassel top, and parks and recreation. I can't tell you where else because you, the voter, and I can't see it. Magically disappeared. Without an open town meeting, it is nearly impossible for citizens to express their concern on Raymond's budget, unless they vote all fiscal warrants down with a no vote. Pretty drastic. I suggest people vote no on Article 7, the $75,000 Select Board Slush Fund. It's a step in the right direction and sends the message to the incoming Select Board and town staff that honesty and transparency are needed more. I was going to say are coming, but abracadabra, maybe we can get there. To further that end, I'd like to ask the 1,000 voters who voted to support withdrawal, please vote for Dana Desjardins. He is not a tax and spend Republican politician, and he does not support tricks and gimmicks.
You're
The
going
2,000 voters.
into advocating for a political position that's not allowed in public comment.
Okay, I withdraw. Then I endorse the other candidate. It's time.
You're endorsing a candidate which is not allowed in public comment.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Then why don't I say this? The 2,000 voters who saw the gimmick that was proposed by most of the members of this select board, use your voting power. There were 2,000 of you who saw through.
Confine your comments to comments, not political endorsement.
This isn't an endorsement. This is a comment about the last election.
Next item on the agenda, selectmen comments. Seeing none. Next item is town manager's report and communications.
Thank you. I'd just like to briefly give you a little report on the American Rescue Plan. Kathy Goslin and Kevin Woodbury, Bruce Tupper, Nathan, Kayla, a number of other staff members have been assisting. You know, we put together a comprehensive package of possible projects in anticipation of this funding that we received, which is around $450,000. It's now a little unclear whether any of the things that we submitted are going to be eligible. We did get some new guidance today, so we'll be having another department head meeting tomorrow. And you know, the big item, and it's because it's subject to the Board of Selectmen ultimately as to where you think we ought to go, but we're, you know, very interested, of course, in the broadband option. You know, we're hopeful that the state of Maine, the federal government, are going to be moving forward in an aggressive way towards that goal as well. And it is something that's going to be perhaps as long as 4 years before it ultimately all, you know, comes out and in terms of all the funding. But they're now telling us, I guess Kathy says today during her research, that we need to have another proposal by August. So we'll be coming back to you with that, I guess, sooner rather than later. once we figure out what it is that we can do within the eligibility guidelines. And it is, even though it's now been finalized, it's not exactly crystal clear. And so anyhow, I just want to report back to you on that, and there will be more information forthcoming. I mean, it is all good news, but the question will be what exactly we can do that will benefit our town, that will fit within the administration's goals and priorities. And as I said, I'm hoping that we can come together as a nation, as a state, as a county, as a group of communities, and that we can work together on what I think the top priority is. And I think that is the modernization of the infrastructure when it comes to electronic communications, being a broadband infrastructure network for this country. To me, it's as important as the interstate highway system was in the 1950s. It's past high time that this happens. You know, we did it for a long time, and you know, we're now hearing all the right, I guess, ideas coming from our elected officials about it. And you know, I'm just really thinking that this will be the time. And so I'm hoping that that money can be put towards that goal in our community. And if not, then of course, hopefully something else that'll be equally, if there is such a thing, meaningful for the future. So I'll keep you posted. Thank you. Now on to the more mundane, our meetings coming up. Upcoming regular meetings, June 15th and July 13th. And then we have the reminder of our upcoming holiday schedule. May 31st, Memorial Day. Reminder of upcoming election schedule, June 3rd. And so this will be the deadline to request absentee ballots. June 8th is election day. Election of municipal officers, town meeting warrant will be voted secret ballot, and our RSU 14 questions. Our polls are open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. at the Jordan Small Middle School gym. And just one comment, I see Alex is here, and we will check into the, you know, the allegation that somehow the budget's not online. I know the draft budget was online, correct, Sue? The draft budget?
I have no idea.
Well, is our new finance director here? I see his face.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, so we did put that online. I was not able to because I did not know how to do it, and Sue did go ahead and post that for me.
I put stuff up. I don't really pay that much attention.
Well, anyway, we'll make sure that's up, and certainly there isn't any concerted effort to hide the town's budget. So we'll make sure that's up and operational and easy to find. So, and if it's not already. So anyway, that's what we have, and we'll look forward to the vote. And of course, for folks at home, I mean, we'd love to have an open town meeting. That's what we do here. But the issue is public safety and being in compliance with the governor's order. And we're in a pandemic, and you know that trumps having an open town meeting this year. So hopefully we'll be back to normal business next year. Thank you.
The next item of business would be a move to go into executive session.
So moved.
Who moved it?
Sam did.
Huh?
Sam did.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second, but do you want the consideration pursuant to MRSA 1, Section 405, 6F?
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Okay, we'll go into executive session. Sue, you're going to put us into a breakout room.
Sam, don't get lost. You're still on. Oh, there you go.
We lost Marshall and
Yeah, I think I'll try closing the rooms.
now
He
we're
took
waiting,
the long flight.
we're just waiting for Sam to come back.
Yeah. I just closed the room, so he has 60 seconds to come back or he gets rejected, I think.
He must have stopped for a snack in flight.
Yeah,
There he is.
there he is. Okay. I'll take a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay. Take a motion to,
Go ahead, Marshall.
Make a motion to go forward with the suggested suggested, what is it?
Scholarships.
Scholarships, I'm sorry, scholarships as recommended.
Second.
all those in
Sorry,
favor?
that's one of my problems.
Motion is seeing all hands raised, motion is carried. Take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you
Bye,
all.
guys.
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship in any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, were store donations, rescue items went to almost zero. We relied quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through, we'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're a senior or non-senior. And they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form into me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I am a Lion. This is, the food pantry is supported as a project by the Lions, so we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in or prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
Welcome to the Wednesday, May 12th, 2021 Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I will now take roll call, starting with Ed.
Kranich here.
Greg Foster.
Kevin Woodbury.
And
Croft.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you're unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda, and we'll be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have first order of business is the introduction of our new planning board administrative assistant. Then a public hearing for the Patricia Avenue subdivision, which is also a preliminary review, I believe. And after that, we've got any planner communications and adjournments. So I guess the first up is welcome, Sandy.
Thank you. This is not something totally new to me, just I have to learn your ordinances. I was with Casco for 15 years. And before that, when I lived in New Jersey, I worked for lawyers for 20 years.
Yeah. So Alex can vouch for you then?
Yeah. I think Jim might as well, but I'm not sure.
Well, welcome.
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
As long as you don't call me Doug, Sandy, we'll be fine.
Yeah, no, don't push me to that and we'll be fine. I don't want to relive that. Thank you.
Hey.
So it looks like nobody is here for the public hearing, so I'll just open the public hearing for officially and then close the public hearing. So our public hearing is done, and we'll go right into the preliminary review for the Patricia Avenue subdivision. Jim, if you could take us through some of this, not all of us got your memo, Jim, so if you could be a little bit more detailed.
Okay. Thank you, board members. Tonight we have an application for, actually it's an amended subdivision plan for RN Willie and Sons off of Patricia Ave. It includes about 29 acres. This came to the board back a few years ago, and they carved, I believe, 3 or 4 lots off Patricia Ave and left the remainder of what was once a pit on the Raymond side. This is located right on the Raymond-Wyndham town line. RN Willie still has an active pit on the Wyndham side of this, but on the Raymond side, they had discussed way back then about coming in with kind of a hybrid open space conventional subdivision. Now they've come back. Last month they came in with kind of the same concept, maybe looking at some duplexes. They're coming back now. We have a little bit different configuration of the plan, but same number of lots. I believe we're looking at 9 lots on this property right now. This would be accessed off of Patricia Ave, coming in off of the last property they have on the northeast side of their property. The board at the last meeting had asked that we look at continuation of the right-of-way, which they have shown going through. This would actually wind up back on Pipeline Road opposite of Viola Ave. As I said, this was once a gravel pit, so there are some slope issues and maybe even some groundwater issues where it's been excavated in the past. The property behind on the western side is a resource kind of protected area, significant wetland. When they came through in, I think it was 2017, maybe 18, Dustin, you have to remind me on that one. They did avoid some of the wetlands there and put in some open space areas. They're going to continue with that in this development, but there is still a large area reserved in there for open space, which is all wet, standing water. So that's part of the concerns we have with these lots going through the preliminary checklist was the fact that these are 20,000 square foot lots. Board had asked way back when if we could possibly bring in public water due to the economic impacts. They decided that they don't want to do that. So these will be on private wells and septic systems. One of the concerns we have is given the size of the lots of 20,000 square feet, and with some of these having stormwater provisions, this is putting a lot in a sardine can shape kind of configuration here. So We will be requesting, or we suggest that the board request the hydrogeologic studies because of the nitrates and impacts on wells and the close proximity of the two. They seem to meet the 100-foot separation, but this is a gravel pit. Those plumes may be a little bit more extended than normal due to the porosity of the sands out there. That said, they have shown us a road, dead-end road with a hammerhead. We will have to discuss about these. Will need sprinklers since they are not on a hydrant system. So all the buildings in the single family will need sprinkler systems. There are some more comments that I can go through in a little bit later, but I think for now, what we should do is let Dustin finish off any presentation he wants to make, and then we can come back and get into the actual punch list.
Sounds good. Go ahead, Dustin.
All right, thank you. If you'd like, if I can get screen sharing permissions, I can kind of put something up here if you'd like, just to kind of walk through as I'm talking.
Sure. Let's see. Mary's working on it right now.
Dustin, can't you just click the share screen and she can grant you access?
I think so. I keep clicking it every few seconds just to see if
Okay.
it comes through.
She should see a pop-up somewhere on the side.
There we go. Just figure, just in case somebody's watching from home, they'd be able to see what's going on here. Since the last time we were in front of the board, we have gone back and made some not major adjustments, but some kind of tweaks to this plan that we thought would help some of the issues that we had brought up at the last meeting, and kind of clean the project up a little bit. So when we were last in front of the board, we had some relatively narrow lots down to 75 feet wide, which is what the minimum requirement is for these clustered lots in the ordinance. What we did is we went back and actually made the road a bit longer and spread these lots out a little bit and made them about 110 feet wide, which makes a big difference compared to the 75 feet when we're trying to get the wells and septics on these properties. So we think that was a helpful improvement to the project. The other thing that we did, we previously had kind of a combination of clustered and conventional lots that had some interesting configurations through those wet areas. And the reason for doing that was to try and potentially accommodate some land area for duplexes on some of those lots. We've since gone back and just simplified the project so that each of these lots is now a clustered lot with that wet area in the back, pretty much completely contained in the open space now. So the way I understand the ordinance is that these would all be now just single family lots, and that we wouldn't be looking at doing duplexes on any of the lots as proposed. The general layout orientation of the road is similar to
everyone's favorite.
Proposed previously. The other thing that we did is we kind of stretched out the stormwater management ponds on the rear side of these lots. I think we had some discussion at the last meeting about just the general layout and configuration of these two stormwater filter basins that we had on the rear of the properties. They kind of went up and took up more of the land area close to the homes, which really restricted the buildable land spot in each of those lots, and also just created some concern about just access and things like that. So what we've done is made them more linear and kind of stretched them out over the backs of the lots to just create some more buildable area on each of those lots. We've also, we've engineered those ponds as well as the one that'll be built adjacent to Patricia Avenue, which takes the runoff from the first, probably 300 feet or so of the road coming in. We do have some grading that needs to be done on the uphill lots, as Jim had indicated in his memo. We're certainly willing to provide full grading plans for each of those lots to show how those building windows would intended to be completed, and it would just show the material that will be coming out of those lots there. The ones on the downhill side are a little more conventional type layouts, a little easier to develop, and we're keeping closer to the natural grades. We certainly understand the concern about nitrates. Certainly willing to, we'll have a nitrate hydrogeologic analysis completed for each of the septic systems, just to show that we're protecting the groundwater quality. So certainly happy to do that, as well as the septic designs for each of the lots. We have had the soils looked at in a kind of a mass analysis in this area, where there's 9 lots in a relatively confined space. We did have just kind of the whole area looked at. There doesn't appear to be restrictions for wastewater in the areas that we're proposing, but we will document all of that in our application when we come back to the board with formal test pit analyses for each of these lots, as well as the hydrogeologic analysis for the leach fields. We are in the process of working with the Maine DEP on the approval of both the stormwater management design as well as the site disturbance that's within 75 feet of that large wetland of special significance that runs in the middle of the site. We have our pre-submission meeting with the DEP tomorrow. So we felt this was a good timely meeting to be able to check back in with the planning board about these modifications and preliminary plans that we've laid out, so that we'd be able to incorporate any comments or questions that you have and be able to incorporate those into our application that we'll be making to the Maine DEP following our meeting tomorrow. There was some questions just about retainage of drainage easements, just because this site does receive some runoff from some uphill areas, and we think that was a good observation, and certainly willing to incorporate those into the design. We've done an overall watershed analysis. We'll try to identify the points where water is going to be coming down through the site from some offsite areas, and to the extent we can reserve some drainage easements so that it doesn't become an issue once these lots start to get sold. We'll certainly incorporate those into the plans as well, just for some good future planning. For fire protection, we're agreeable to installing sprinkler systems in all these new proposed homes. We will sign and designate the hammerhead turnaround area as a fire lane so that it's not used for parking. We've received the information regarding just the request for turning templates and things to make sure that the hammerhead can accommodate the fire apparatus. So we'll certainly provide that information as well with our plan submission that we make next. So we have, as Jim has indicated, we've continued to show this future road connection as to how it would extend down through and connect into Pipeline Road potentially in the future. This existing portion here is currently utilized as essentially a shared driveway for the 2 residential lots on either side. It's also it's a gated access that comes into the pit area that accesses that Wyndham pit that's owned by the applicant in a separate deed. So that curb cut area is already fairly established. Not proposing any other activities that would prohibit any type of a future road connection. And we've just kind of shown that area on the plan so that it's clear going forward that, you know, to keep in mind that this is the corridor that we've been anticipating that a future road connection could go through and connect back into pipeline in the future as part of maybe another phase of development. We will need to incorporate and prepare road maintenance agreements for the roadway and as well as maintenance of the stormwater facilities and management of the open space area where this is, we've designed the road so that it could be a public road in the future. It's designed to the minor road standards with 20 feet of pavement and 5 feet shoulders on either side. So we wanted to design and construct the road so that it could be eligible for future acceptance with the understanding that it would likely only be accepted if it were extended in the future to make the connection through the pipeline. But we didn't want to build a lesser road and then have issues going forward if the road were to be extended. We wanted to build it out to that public standard, even though we understand that it would be maintained as a private road as currently designed. So we'll provide that documentation for the management of the common facilities and maintenance of the road and stormwater facilities as part of our final plan application to the board. I think, you know, again, the purpose of our application here today was certainly to get any additional feedback, if there was any from the public, and also to kind of touch base back in with the board, understanding that we do have some more information to provide you, that this was a good point to, as we submit our plans to the DEP, we just felt it was good to come back and go over the plan here one more time, hear any concerns and kind of reactions to the adjustments that we've made, and just to hear if there's any additional considerations other than what Jim has put in his memo and that we've talked about here so far that we should consider, so that when we come back, the board has all the information it needs to proceed with a decision. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the chair, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thanks, Dustin. I think we'll start with Mike. Was not he's traveling and not able to be with us tonight, but he did send in a couple of questions for you, Dustin. The first one being is lots 4 and 5 seem to be less than half an acre. So they need to be enlarged from 0.47 to 5.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the standard is 80,000, which would be is 40,000. So I don't know what the breakdown is in square feet, but I'm assuming that they probably have it right around 40,000. Is that correct, Dustin?
It's actually 20,000.
20,000, sorry.
20,000, half right.
Yeah, so it's actually just under a half acre. So 20,000 square feet is the minimum lot size, which is just under a half of an acre.
So 0.47 is it?
0.46 is 0.46 is 20,000 square feet.
Okay. And then another question is, according, Mike's got a question on the amount of open space. He believes the open space square footage must equal or exceed 3.74 acres.
Okay, I can I believe what we've done is we've basically looked at the land area that's occupying the lots and the road, and then the leftover land is made up in open space, but I can certainly double check those numbers.
Okay.
Yeah, because you've got 15.7 reserved for future development, but I don't know if any of that, I mean, a chunk of that is probably going to be open space because, as you can see, it's a lot of it's wetlands. So I don't know if you want to incorporate any of that, Dustin, into that open space.
Yep. Yeah, we certainly have plenty of additional land that we could add into the open space areas. So as Jim's indicated, a lot of this area and through here. So, but I'll go through and double check those numbers.
Okay, thank you, Dustin. And Dustin, while we're on that open space area, you know, considering that open space area is so close to those backyards, and also it's all wetlands, I'm wondering, like, if like the Cumberland Conservation Commission or one of those guys has signs that we could post there, posting it as wetlands, so it doesn't get incorporated, go into the backyard.
Yeah, and I think we're probably going to want to take it even one step further and actually delineate the buffer areas that are going to be required around the wetland. So rather than post it right at the edge of the wetland, when we go through our DEP permitting, once they've approved a development area adjacent to those wetlands, it'll be between 25 and 75 feet after we go through their permitting process. So I think Jim had brought it up in his memo, and we think it'd be a good idea to go out and actually put in capped rebars that kind of identify the limit of disturbance areas around that wetland. And we can certainly put up some signs as well, because the limits of disturbance are even going to be further beyond the wetlands than just right at the lot lines.
Yeah, Rob, if you look at that, you've obviously got a pretty good ridge of land between those two sectors of wetlands, but because of the setbacks from the significant wetlands, it almost makes those undevelopable. So I would almost engage that majority, you see, he's got that small area there that says area for development, but everything in that dashed line to the future right-of-way line is developable, but everything to the top of the page is pretty much undevelopable to the far end of the property line because of the setbacks and restrictions of wetlands. So I think even though they may not have included as open space, the land's unusable, so there is a huge chunk of land there that could be dedicated to open space or conservation easement or whatever they decide to do.
And then, not really for Dustin, but Jim or Alex, do we need to inform Wyndham that, in fact, that since it's on the town line? I know we had to do that for a project on 302.
It may be beneficial to just inform them. I know they gave us a courtesy primarily because I'm not sure, because we're accessing through Raymond and the development is not going into Wyndham, but it may be just a courtesy to inform them of the development adjacent to their town line. I know when we looked at the other side of the pit, Ron, or there was an interest in maybe a solar farm on the Wyndham side, but that would have had to access through Raymond. So again, we got a courtesy invite to see what was going on and the impacts. I do think it makes some sense just to inform them of the activity, but also they won't have any say in it because
right.
I think is a common courtesy with the town. It may be beneficial just to inform them of what's going on. And, you know, there are some, well, I think are there some abutters in Wyndham that may be impacted, or is that still Ron's property? No, I guess there's one or two.
Yeah, there's one. Yeah, this is Shizig up here and Valentin Dodge over here. So this is Wyndham property that would be an abutter. So they'd get notified through the, so we could, when we do the public notices, maybe we could just send one out to the town of Wyndham as well, just to let them, even though they're not a landowner that's in a butter, we can just notify them as well, just so that they're present.
And when you do the DEP notifications, Dustin, will those abutters be notified as well?
They will, yeah. We would not put a public inspection copy in like Wyndham Town Hall. That would be in Raymond.
Right.
But you know, again, we
I
can
think you notice though, it will say it's available in the town offices of Raymond. So if somebody from Wyndham wants to see it, they can go to the town of Raymond or pull it up on a website at DEP or something.
Okay. Wayne, I know you had a fire memo. Are you okay with what where it stands now?
The only remaining question I had for Dustin was the outside electrical disconnects on the dwellings.
Yep. Yeah, we can make that a condition of approval just so that it's, make sure that it's picked up during the building permit process.
Right.
We will also need to have the name of this connector, I guess I'll call it, approved by the E911. I think that's Kayla and the fire department, I think, that coordinate that. So we will need a name for that to make sure it passes all the musters of common names and it's exclusive. And I know Wayne gave you some information on the radiuses. A lot of that information is going to be, we hope, passed at the town meeting coming up here in June. So I think it'd be to your benefit to incorporate that now, because your final approval obviously won't happen before that.
Yep.
Jim, wouldn't the extension be the same name as the road?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
and I guess one of the things I we can get into a little bit more of the technical design is, I think too, I understand during construction, Ron may want to utilize the pit to build pieces of the road, but I think upon the road completion, we're going to want some kind of barrier across that so people do not try to cut through that as a shortcut. I think you can put some large stones or something like that in there far enough away so you can plow and push stone, but we don't want motor vehicles, public motor vehicles coming down and going through this and getting into the pit. And I don't think Ron probably wants that either. So I do think at the end of this, we're going to want some kind of barrier there for motor vehicles. If people want to walk through there and walk down to Viola, I guess that's something you'll have to figure out if you want to put that in the homeowners, that they have the right to cross through there. Because I do know that that's still an active pit, right, to an extent.
Yeah, and what we would probably do is kind of like what you see, we would put a couple of the those frost posts with the hooks on the top and run a cable with a sleeve over it so that it could be removed if somebody needed to, access through it, but that it would be not passable on a regular basis.
Yeah, as I think about that, I don't know if you even want the pedestrians going through there until the fact that he's done with the pit, because I don't know if we want pedestrians crossing through where there'll be dump trucks and loaders and things like that through there.
Right.
There are some other technical details that I don't know, Bob, how you want to go through it. I guess there's some other board members. Let's go through their comments first.
So from the board, is there anybody that has any questions or comments?
Okay.
Greg, you're okay? Kevin?
I'm okay.
Kyle? Kyle, you still there?
He got comfortable and fell asleep.
Ed?
He finally got some sleep because it was quiet.
Let's see.
I have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
It was a while ago, but when we did the site walk, I remember that where the road came out to Patricia Avenue, there was some issue with the right of way and the property lines. And I think we were told that you had to do a land swap or something. Has that been addressed?
So yeah, so what we're showing here is the road going through what is going to be a triangular easement on the neighbor's property here. So as part of our, final plan, we'll show you the easement language that's going to convey that triangle of land. So yeah, we have enough road frontage to bring the road out, but it's just it's not in a great spot. So we propose to move it over so that it hits right on the corner so that you've got decent sight distance and also avoid the utility pole that's right there. So it's in the optimum location the way we're showing it, and it will require an easement over that abutting property, which we will provide.
Okay. One other question I had on sheet 6 of 8 between lots 2 and 3. At the end of the drainage easement, it looks like there's a outlet of some kind, or the symbol is that correct, or is it just a swale that goes down there?
We've got it up here on the screen. So we've got these two swales here and here, which are going to take runoff from the road culverts and direct it down towards the filter basins. So these are swales that run basically right on the property lines in between some of the home lots.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. It just looked like there was a symbol for outlet or a head wall or something at between the two wastewater disposal fields.
Justin, while we're on that stormwater component there, I noticed you got, you know, 3 septic systems that are in close proximity. 2 of them are kind of tickling a small patch of wetlands there, so I'm not sure where the soils will be, or whether that'll be on a fill situation, or whether those will have to be tweaked to get out of those wetland areas. But my other concern is, maybe I didn't mention the memo, is how do we get access to these stormwater areas? They're behind these buildings. I don't see any location where we could get equipment, or the home association could get down in there to maintain those.
Yep. So I think the access is going to have to be down off the end of the road here. So we can include some additional easements along this part of the land here, so that we can come right down off the end of this road and then basically travel. Vehicles can, for maintenance and stuff, can come along these berm areas if they needed to get in and clean out the ponds. But yeah, the access would come off the end of the road.
So we may have to extend that stormwater treatment easement maybe to the end of lot 5, just to give them full access, or some kind of vehicular access over lot 5. And that's kind of all contingent upon how you deal with DP. The other thing too with that is, you know this as well as I do, the DP will be looking for some test pits in those treatment areas, and knowing that your water table is probably around 279, 280 seasonally, maybe, you know, that might be a little bit of a challenge, but you know, that's a little bit more down the design road with the stormwater.
Yep.
Dustin, was the change in plans from a duplex to single family, was that the developer that wanted to change those, or was it driven by our ordinances?
We wanted to keep the flexibility, but based on just kind of the strange configuration of the lots that would have resulted from trying to keep 40,000 square feet of contiguous land, it just seemed like it just was creating not the best project. So it really was just the ordinances and not being able to have a duplex on a 20,000 square foot lot. So that's why we've got them all, rather than the mix of conventional and clustered lots, we just went with all clustered lots, just to keep it simple.
Mr. Chair, too, I think the other thing with these lots too, I know they're 20,000, but you know, there's a fair amount of topography running through all these. And as I mentioned before, we got septic, we got stormwater, we've got wells and the house itself, and then some driveways. I do think that it would be beneficial for the board to see a lot grading plan, so we can see how this all comes together, because right now we've got theoretical septic systems, but those are going to have to be graded out, and they'll have an impact, and the home will have an impact. And by the time we get done, these lots are going to be pretty much consumed by various amounts of grading. So I think it'd be beneficial for the board to see what that grading plan will look like, because it's going to be tight in some spots, I think.
Yeah, and I think one of your comments was to have basically a condition of approval that would require like site-specific grading plans at the time of construction. So I think if we just do it ahead of time as part of the plan set, and every site is graded out with a driveway and a building and a septic system, and it's just done all ahead of time, it'll just make it easier than having to come in kind of lot by lot and have to do it in the end. We might as well just do it right all up front.
Well, and I think it'd be easier for your home buyers too to see how that would lay out, because as we know, if we leave it up to the homeowners, there'll be a house from setback to setback, and then it'll be even tougher to fit all these things in there to the way that, you know, the wells and the septic system have to play out, because those are probably going to be items that aren't going to be able to be too much flexibility given the lot configuration and size.
Yeah, they're pretty well dictated by the plan, so there's not going to be a lot of allowable deviation from where we show wells and septics.
With the access easement, do you have any documentation yet on that as far as right title or interest to that wedge of land that you're going to need for the access off Patricia?
We don't. It's all just been conversational up to this point, but it's at the point now where it needs to be documented and submitted. So we're gonna get the formal language all drafted up and make sure the board has that. I think that's an important piece the board would need to have just to show that, you know, we have the rights to do the project and tie into that area. So we'll make sure to get that done.
Dustin, how big are the homes planned to be? How many square feet?
Judging by the kind of the interest in the other homes that were built by this developer and through here, that they'll probably be ranches for the most part. A lot of them are, I want to say around 1,300 square feet or so. Some have garages, some don't. All depends on the price point and what people want to spend. Some people may want to add a garage later, or there may be some two-story homes, but I think it's predominantly going to be ranches, you know, in that 1,300 square foot range.
Anyone else on the board have a comment? Questions?
Yeah, I don't know where you're going as far as a motion with this, but obviously I think we've got some items here that under the preliminary requirements that we're either missing or we need more information on. I do think that the access easement, where we don't have an agreement yet, is a pretty big piece that we need to have as part of the preliminary plan. And I do think that maybe we want to get a little bit more feedback on the DEP side after following their pre-application to find out if they are going to be on board with the stormwater, because if they're not, then that could substantially change the plan as well. But it's your board, it's your decision what you guys want to do. But
I don't think we're up to a vote. Yeah, I don't think we're up to a motion yet, Jim.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
But I don't think that in the sense of dragging along here, Dustin, I would think that we probably could get it all done in the next meeting. I mean, I don't think we need two more meetings to accomplish it. I just don't think where we have really a full enough application at this point to say we have a full application to go ahead with a motion to do it. That makes sense?
Yeah, that makes sense to us. And so for us, when we make our application to the DEP and they find it complete, and at that point we'll have all the information as well that we talked about tonight here. I'm happy to submit plans back into the town at that point that would be complete, what the DEP requires, and addressing these items we talked about tonight. My question would be if the board would consider any type of a final approval before we get our DEP permits, or would the board prefer to wait?
I guess about a year and a half, 2 years ago, we kind of fell on the side of waiting until we heard from the DEP so that the board had the final decision by giving that kind of final decision of the design to the DEP. So I would guess that that'd be the same way the board would go. If anybody on the board there wanted to chime in.
Yeah, Bob, you're pretty consistent. That's the way the board's been acting in the last few years. We do want to see the DEP approvals, maybe not the final, but at least the verification that they are in the approval writing of the approval. Just in the event, like we said, in case there is a change, substantial change, we don't have to go back and amend it. I think, Dustin, what you can do is obviously we can get you through preliminary. And then hopefully we'll take you down the road far enough so that the final approval is more like a consent item where we're just kind of doing the final checkoffs. But I would like to think that in the preliminary approval state that we can get you to a document that's 95% ready.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I'm perfectly fine coming back for 2 more meetings. and we'll give you all the information that we talked about here tonight, and talk about preliminary approval at that stage. And then, like you said, final approval is mostly just, you know, we got our DEP permits, and here's the final maintenance agreement, and it's more of a just a quick meeting for the final.
Correct.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
And Dustin, on that piece there where you have with the abutter, obviously we're gonna need, you know, some form of, like you said, executed either easement or land swap or purchase or whatever you're doing. But I think at that corner too, it's very valuable for the board to see what the site distance is, because I think this road is shifted from where we looked at it last time. I think it actually helps you with the site distance on that corner. It's a safer location, but I think it is valuable to know what the site distance is and what the posted speed limit is up to there, because that is a little bit of a hairy turn right there.
It is, yeah. It's a complete S curve.
Anything else from the board?
Yeah, I have a question. Was tonight an actual public hearing? Did we meet all the requirements? Because I think it was on Jim's memo that it said this was not going to be a public hearing tonight.
Town notified it as a public hearing. The way we kind of do meetings in Raymond anyway, most of these are open for public participation. I would suggest that we probably, for the next one, because there's going to be some more information coming forward, that we just do another quick open public invite, and then we can shut it down from there. Typically, when we do subdivisions, you know, we typically want to do these at preliminary, but where this one's being tabled, we probably would extend the public hearing again, just as a protocol. We sort of, in fact, do that in Raymond anyway with all our meetings.
Well, I guess my question would be, so did tonight constitute like we met the project's obligations for a public hearing tonight, but we're gonna just continue to keep it open throughout the duration?
Yeah, where they didn't really deem it complete because they didn't vote on it for a preliminary, it's kind of open still. So even though there was no public participation this evening, I think the correct protocol would be to open up again for public comment at the next meeting. I don't know if we actually have to have a public notification because we have done that, but I would suggest that we open it up to have any public comment.
Yeah, we've met the requirements though for a public hearing.
Correct, but again, because you haven't formally voted on it, the public should have a say if there are any changes to that.
And so the other thing though, just to switch topics here, Dustin, we still need a site walk, right, for the other project that you are presenting?
The other one, yes, it's not on the agenda tonight, but we do need to schedule a site walk for that other project off of Route 85. Yeah.
You plan on bringing that to the board at the next meeting?
Yeah, we've been working on that one pretty diligently. So we can talk. I'll talk to Jim. I mean, at this point, I don't know. I mean, we didn't submit anything today, which would be the deadline for the next meeting. We have made some changes, so I'm happy to bring it back as a sketch plan, but I'll talk to Jim about it, and if he decides that it'd be worthwhile to come back as a sketch, then we will. Otherwise, we're in the same process there where we're trying to, you know, get going with DEP and work with the water district, and so.
Okay, so
we can still do the site walk.
Right.
Yeah, I was going to say, Dustin, it may be beneficial that, you know, if you're doing a preliminary, you're going to be lost a month anyway. It may be just beneficial just to put yourself back on as a sketch plan, and then we can schedule the site walk this evening as part of other business, and maybe we can knock it out before our next meeting. I don't know, when are you planning on coming back with this particular project?
With this particular project, I would say at this point, based on what we talked about tonight, I'm probably going to come back once we've submitted to DEP and they've kind of given us like our first round of comments so that we know we're like 90% the way there. That's when I would submit back to the board, I think. So, you know,
I know DEP is unpredictable, so you may be a few months there, so.
Yeah, I mean, for preliminary plan, maybe we try to come back in July. If we make the June submission deadline to come back and present in July for preliminary, And then hopefully by then we'll be at least a third the way through the DEP review process.
Okay,
So I'm just trying to trying to figure out, Bob, if we even gonna have a meeting in June at this point. So maybe rather than a meeting in June, we can do the site walk for that other one if he's gonna submit, you know, in between.
Well,
Wayne.
oh, that's Wayne. Okay. So well, we do need to advertise the sidewalk though, right? So Mary needs 30 days.
Yeah, and I guess,
Wayne, mute. There you go.
I just muted him again.
yeah, I guess, I mean, and talking about it out loud here, well, without getting into the details of it tonight, there's quite a bit that's changed with that project. I don't expect it to change again, but there was a lot of moving parts when we came in the first time. We've settled on a lot of the unknowns and we're focused in on just what the project's going to be now. So I do think it will be worthwhile for us to come in because we're not even coming off of Claire Lane at all anymore, and it's a whole different layout. So I think it would be worth coming in as a sketch plan and doing the site walk for the June meeting.
Okay, so I don't know if we have enough time now for the site.
If
Mary?
I would have to submit an ad by this Friday, and I'm not going to be in Friday because of this meeting, to have it run on the 21st is what we'd have to do. So I'd want to have a site walk, maybe the 29th at the earliest.
Well, I think we were talking about doing the site walk before the next. Are we talking about doing it before the next meeting? Just before the meeting?
Well,
or are we
I'm
talking
trying to figure out what it is you're talking about doing, guys.
You want to do it before the meeting, or do you want to do it on a Saturday?
Well, don't we need 30 days, Mary? Well, how long?
I need to be able to get it in the paper, which there's a 1 week lag from submission to publication. Plus I need to do a butter notices. So that we're talking at least 2 weeks to get this rolling ahead, 2 weeks ahead of whenever we want to have the site walk. So I need a 2 week lead time minimum.
That's why I was thinking, Bob, we could do it before the next planning board meeting.
On the 9th.
On the 9th of June.
So we're having a planning board meeting on the 9th of June?
Well, if he submits a sketch plan, we can do the sketch plan and then we can do the site walk before.
So
we really don't have a submission deadline for a sketch plan.
And I have it all done. I can bring it to you tomorrow. I mean.
So Jim, you're proposing that we go do the site walk before the meeting?
Yes, it's just a sketch plan. I mean, you'll have the plan in hand because it will be delivered to you, so we can do the site walk before the sketch plan. You've seen one rendition of the land.
No, I'm not concerned about that. I'm just concerned about the timing.
Oh, no, I just thought that, we could do it at 6 and be back for the meeting at 7, or if everybody can make it. If people can make that work. If they can't, then we'll have to do it another time. I was just, where it's daylight now, we can do these sometimes before the meeting.
My concern is also because members of the public might want to attend. For instance, Kathy Gosling has expressed interest in attending a site walk. And there may be other people who would want to as well, and they might not be able to make it at that time on a weekday. That's where my concern comes in.
How about June 5th? That's a Saturday. That gives Mary plenty of time.
Yeah, we should be able to do that.
And then we don't try to squeeze it in. If we do the sketch plan on the 9th, that's fine. If we don't, that's not a problem. We just push it to the next meeting. Or if we're not going to do it, we could do it instead of the planning board meeting. Where's Dustin? Dustin, you still there?
I'm still here. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with that. I mean, there's plenty of work for me to do just behind the scenes with Wayne and DEP and Portland Water District and everybody. And then we could have a discussion about the project and everything. So instead of doing this meeting like we're doing now on the 9th as a sketch plan, we could basically do a site walk and look at, and I'll bring the plan and we'll have it all staked out and you could look at our updated plan at that time.
So how about, for the board, how about 6:30, half hour earlier on the 9th instead of our meeting? Would that work for everybody? Ed?
Does
Works for me.
Works for me.
Kevin? I'm sure it'll be okay with Mike. So Greg, did you answer? You okay?
yes, I'm okay with it.
All right. Dustin, does that work for you?
Yep, that'd be great. I appreciate everybody working with us on this.
Okay, Mary, so we'll do 6:30 on June 9th, and there'll be no planning board meeting on that night.
Okay, so site walk is 6:30 on June 9th.
Right. Jim, that work for you?
For me.
Okay,
Okay, I'll put it out.
perfect. Thanks, Dustin.
All right, thank you. I think we're all set on both projects, I guess.
You got a 2-for-1. There you go.
Yeah, I appreciate the multitasking.
You're gainfully employed, Dustin.
Jim, do we have any memo, planner communications?
I'm not aware of anything else. I know Alex has had some conversations, but I don't think anything was submitted, so I don't think we have anything else at this time. Alex?
Yeah, no, you're right. I don't have anything that's close.
Okay.
I do think, let me see, when's the town meeting that's coming up? So those new ordinances will be, hopefully our new amendments will be getting kicked in here soon.
Kyle, I didn't actually catch you. Are you okay with with the sidewalk on the 9th?
Yep, that works for me.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Anybody got anything else they want to talk about? Get a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks, guys.
And it's still light out.
Yes. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship in any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. Their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, our store donations, rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through, we'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're senior or non-senior. And they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form in to me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I am a Lion. This is the food pantry supported as a project by the Lions, so we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
Appeals meeting of the Town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I'm now going to do a roll call and ask the members to state their name. Let's start with Pat. Oh, you're muted, Pat. You're muted. Yeah.
Unmute. Patricia
There you go.
Beaton.
David Murch.
Thank you, David.
Tom Hennessy.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. I thought your name was Marcia, but I see it's you. Okay.
I use her computer. That's what I do.
I know. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. Introduction of a new administrative assistant recording secretary, Sandy Fredericks. Interview of applicant for member of the board, Greg Dean. Then we'll go on to new business, a public hearing for Robert Guy requesting a setback reduction, and applicant Jessica Bates looking for a conditional use and variance provisions for non-conforming use. Excuse me. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Generally speaking, appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual right to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to, because we're on Zoom, just state their name and address and your affiliation with the application, whether you're for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall address all remarks or questions to the chairman. The meeting is not over until the board has formally adjourned. Any discussion not included on the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until after adjournment or conducted outside the meeting room. Alex, you're muted. You're muted out. Okay, there you go. Alex, are you going to introduce Sandy? Or I guess he can't.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
So Sandy's not here tonight. She's actually she had a commitment with the town she lives in prior to accepting her position.
So she couldn't make the meeting, but this will be the last meeting that Mary oversees, and she'll be transitioning in after this. Sandy basically did this exact position in Casco for 15 years. So she comes with tons of experience for planning board and ZBA, and that's going to be her focus. She'll just be doing planning board and ZBA, and Mary's going to be just doing code enforcement. So we got too much going on for Mary to juggle it all. So we're splitting it up. So she'll be at the next meeting. I'm sure. I think you've probably already seen some emails from her. And I think you'll find that she's going to pick up right where Mary's left off.
Well, she's got big shoes to fill, and we're really going to miss Mary. The next item on the agenda is an interview of applicant for membership of the board, and his name is Greg Dean. I had a chance to meet Greg on the last couple of site walks, and I think he'll be a good fit. But Greg, would you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm originally from Augusta, and my family moved after spending some time on the West Coast. My family moved to Raymond this last fall. We used to come back for the summers and go fishing and whatnot. So I have family kind of all in the area, and the zoning board of appeals kind of appealed to me after going through the process of buying my house, and I got a chance to talk to Alex about some interesting zoning questions, and just kind of have a background in engineering, so it kind of scratches that itch for me, and watched a few meetings and saw there was an opening. So yeah, it seems like I'm pretty excited to learn, and a lot of experience on the existing members. So excited to kind of participate and be involved in the community.
Well, thanks for thinking of the town. I just have a couple of basic standard questions that we more or less ask everyone. I noticed on your application that you said you have participated in numerous volunteer organizations / causes on and off. Could you just tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. So I've been involved in, kind of informally involved in a couple different organizations. One for battered women. From my wife's from India, and there was a organization that represents a group of women from India that I've helped participate and fundraise for. Some homeless shelters. I spent some time in San Francisco, so there was spent some time in homeless shelters and whatnot. So then, kind of as I was younger, I did a kind of more traditional volunteering. When you don't have a job, it's the way in. So and kind of outside of that, been on multiple private boards of private companies. Yeah.
Thank you. Does your schedule allow you to attend the meetings and all of the site walks, which are normally 2 weeks before the actual meeting?
Yeah. So fortunately, my schedule is pretty flexible now. The company that I work for has transitioned to a fully remote, highly flexible setup. So feel pretty confident that, with that flexibility, they wouldn't.
Do you have any friends or personal or professional on the board?
No.
Okay.
Sounds so cold to say that, but no.
It's okay. You understand that the ZBA makes difficult decisions in which, in some cases, or maybe in all cases, one party will be unhappy. Sometimes that's hard to deal with. Are you okay with that?
I am, yes.
I'm going to ask the board members if they have any questions for you. David, do you have any questions?
I do not. No.
Patricia?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Welcome. How about you, Tom?
Just what's your degree in engineering?
Computer engineering.
Oh, super. Okay.
Okay, I would like to make a motion that we vote on to accept Tom to the ZBA and have him continue on with Suluk and the next steps.
That's Greg. He said Tom. He said
Oh,
Tom.
well, I want to make sure he didn't quit. But anyways, I'm sorry, Greg. But anyways, can we take a vote? All those in favor?
Did you want a second on that, Len?
I want a second.
I will second that.
Thank you. All those in favor, raise their hand. All right, Greg, I'm sure that Sandy and Suluk will be in contact with you for the next steps.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you for volunteering, Greg.
You're welcome.
Appreciated.
We hope to see you on the board soon. Okay. The next business is the application of Robert E. Guy for a setback reduction. Mary, did we open the phone lines? Did you hear me, Mary?
Yeah, I'm,
Okay.
are the phone lines open? I'm not getting a response from them. Sean?
It is up.
Okay, thank you. The number's up. Thank you, Sean.
Okay, we'll get started here. On 5/15, the Board of Appeals conducted a site walk at 367 Webb's Mills Road. In attendance were Len Sorelli, Tom Hennessy. Absent was David Murch and Patricia Beaton. Greg Dean, an observer, was in attendance, and Troy Peavy, a neighbor, also was there. The owners of the property or any of the owner's agents were not at the site walk. The area for the setback reduction was staked off. However, we had no one to ask, so some points went unanswered. What we will ask them tonight. The home appeared to need a major facelift, but was being worked on, judging by the construction material on the property. Neighbor Tom Peavy was opposed to the setback and indicated he would take part in the Zoom meeting. The home is located on a dirt road and is set back from Route 85. The property appears to be isolated in the woods. No neighboring homes appeared to be close to the property that I could see. We did locate a well, and there was another small shed on the property. It's the sidewalk. Robert and Rita, your application indicates that you want a setback reduction, and you're requesting a setback reduction to add 12 feet to the east end of your current structure. Should your application be approved, your structure would be 13.1 feet from the property line. From the nearest property line, the nearest property is about 600 feet to the nearest structure. There is an existing shed on the property. And before we get into questions and the criteria that you have to meet, Robert, would you like to tell us a little bit about the property and yourself and so on? You can speak.
I don't think there is an awful lot to tell. The way, with the width of the building, I'm a builder, I have been for 40 years. It's unfortunate that I wasn't at the site walk. We were misinformed as to when it was going to take place. I would have been more than happy to take you to the inside, which is nearly complete. But with the width of the building, it's extraordinarily difficult to put a staircase to the second floor in the building and have it meet all the components of building code. That's the primary reason that we would like the building longer, to give us room for a legal staircase. I don't know how much more I can offer.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. What we'll do now is each of the board members will have questions for you, and you can answer them and take as much time as you need. We'll go over each criteria that's needed to approve your application, and then we will vote on it. Okay?
Yeah.
So I have some questions. I'll go first. Do you plan to reside there?
Yes,
Okay. Do you own your current home?
yes,
So the proposed structure will be used for your family. You will live there. You just said that. Okay.
yes.
We observed a well on the property. Is this well still operational?
If it is the well tile that you identified,
Mm-hmm.
then yes, it's operational. It's actually a drilled well, and they put a well tile, the previous owner put a well tile around it. If you slide the top over, it's a drilled well, and it absolutely is operational. I've been using it.
Thank you. Could you tell the board a little bit about the upgrade that you're doing to the existing structure?
Thus far, we have on the interior taken everything down to the frame and had it mold remediated, and then rebuilt from the inside. We re-insulated, rewired, replumbed, changed some of the partitions on the interior, and have installed the sheetrock. It's all hung and taped. All the bathroom fixtures are in place. The floors are tiled. We're ready to install the hardwood flooring. We did the inside first just because of weather. It's just a lot easier to manage the inside than the outside. I did start some of the outside on the west end. And, whoever did the site walk could at least get a sense of what the structure might look like when it's complete. We also planned an 8-foot deep porch on the north side and a deck on the south side. I've got a staircase in it that is legal in every regard except for headroom at the very top. That was the best I could do.
Do you have any plans to upgrade the existing driveway?
Yes, that's good. If also whoever did the sidewalk could tell you there's an excavator sitting there. I'm going
Oh, yes, we saw that.
Yeah, I'm going to take care of the driveway, and I'm going to create a parking area also on the north side.
Great. What's your move-in date? Do you have one yet?
No, not firm. Certainly by next fall.
Have you had any objections from your abutters?
There was an incident where my masons, that's another thing I neglected. We put in a brand new 2-flue chimney with one side for a wood stove, all proper hearth that has been inspected by the fire department. And we've also installed a forced salt water system with a brand new furnace in the basement, and that's located in the other flue. The flues themselves are zero clearance. They technically don't even have to have a chimney around them, but there is one around them. And during the course of the construction of the chimney, my masons didn't realize where the property lines were, nor did I really, but they had taken excess mortar, maybe a gallon at a time when they were finished, and taken it out in the woods and dumped it on the ground. It was on the neighbor's property, and it was brought to my attention, and it was cleaned up immediately, and I told the masons not to do that anymore. And so that was a little bit of an incident with an abutter. And it was taken care of right away.
Okay. Now we're going to ask members of the board to, if they have any questions to ask you, and again, take as much time as you need to answer. Some of this might seem redundant. However, we must be sure we are in strict compliance with the ordinances, so bear with us. David, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do have a few. Can you confirm for me, please, the need for the addition? Like what, you have the existing structure. So why is this addition needed?
The building is only 20 feet wide, and it's a high post cape, so it has what most people would call walls on the second floor, which means that the second floor walls on the outside are only about 4 feet high, and with only 20 feet to work with the current rise and run codes, you cannot fit a legal set of stairs in the building. You can, but it's very, very difficult. It would be much more livable if I were to have enough run to run the stairs and keep them down low enough underneath the second floor knee walls to make the turn with enough headroom to meet code. The stairs in the existing building were not even stairs really. It went up to a certain height, and then they just set a box on the landing and stepped on the box up to the floor. Was not even close. And I did everything I could. I installed a set of winder stairs for the time being, and it meets code in every respect except the headroom at the very top of the stairs, and that's all you can do. I just need some more room to run the stairs longer.
Would you be able to meet this need with an addition which is of a smaller width? Right now it's set for 12 feet. Could it be done in a smaller, less width?
Possibly.
And could the staircase be placed perhaps in the back or in the front? Could that addition be shifted to a different side of the building?
You cannot put the addition on, you cannot put the stairs on either side of the building. They won't fit they won't, without, the stairs would have to go in front of the entry doors.
Okay, so it's not feasible.
No, if you try to run them up, anytime you get to a stair height that's tall enough to step onto the second floor, you no longer meet headroom code because of the knee wall on the second floor. So that the top of the stairs have to be something like 7 feet to the inside of the building, and the building's only 20 feet wide. You can't even run them on the gable end. It's just not wide enough.
Okay.
And you really can't add, it's possible to add width to the building, but on the back, there's a septic system, and that would have to be relocated in order to move the building that way. And on the front is, the septic tank is kind of an infringement, and it's just very difficult to move it that way. Also, the way that the roof is configured makes making it wider very tricky too.
And just to confirm, this will be your future residence, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So no intent then to do any rental with it or anything?
No.
Okay. And just to confirm again, you have a fall move-in date? Or is that sort of tentative?
Tentative,
fall.
that would be a good word.
Okay. That's it for my questions at the moment, Lynn.
Thanks, David. Robert, in the room where the staircase is going, is there room in there for anything else other than the staircase?
Staircase is currently in what would be the living room, and underneath the staircase is the staircase to the cellar.
Okay.
The staircase is immediately, well, you go around the corner and then it goes up nearly over the entryway.
I got it. Thank you. Patricia, do you have any questions?
No, Alex, you concur with everything that was said?
Yeah, I've been in there a couple of times. We talked about it and looked at the different options, and it makes sense that it's kind of a unique situation where it would be easiest to go that direction. It would be the easiest option. He said, you could go the other way, but just the ridge line of the roof, it's going to be a lot of work to go the other direction, and then you have to move components of the septic system, and so yeah, it makes sense. And the headroom right now is very low, not even close to what he would need. So we would like to see, that headroom at least meet the minimum for egress. So it makes sense.
All right, I'm good.
Thank you. Okay, Tom. Got any questions?
Yeah, I guess for both the owner and Alex, is there no possibility of just adding a dormer to bump up the headroom in the area of the stairs rather than infringe on the setbacks?
This is a post and beam structure. And when you start to cut into those types of timbers, there's a tremendous amount of engineering that would need to go into it.
Okay. And I guess my other question is, and having reviewed the ordinance, there's a section in there that states that the only way we can grant a variance is that this has to be a single dwelling and has to be the primary residence of the person that's applying. And that doesn't seem to be the case at the moment.
Well, he hasn't moved in yet. So isn't that a little premature?
Well, I guess my question is that the wording says a variance under this subsection may be permitted only from the setback requirements for a single family dwelling that is the primary year-round residence of the applicant. Does that mean he has to be the current permanent resident?
In my opinion, no, but Alex, am I right?
I mean, it's a really good question, because I think if you're, strict interpretation of the ordinance, yeah, I think that's what it's saying. But there could be a possibility. I mean, if he's planning on making this his primary year-round residence, I don't know if that could be something that gets added to the approval. Just saying that it needs to be used as their primary year-round residence once they get a CO, because technically right now they don't have a CO, so it legally can't be anyone's residence because they don't have a certificate of occupancy. So but he can't do that until the project's done, and he doesn't want to finish it just to open it back up to do this, because then it would require changing things drastically in order to get that headroom to get the CO. So he's kind of in a dog chasing the tail situation with that.
Okay.
No, and keep in mind that the board can add any additions to the, should we approve it, we can add conditions to it.
Okay, the second line in that same paragraph says, a variance under this subsection may not exceed 20% of a setback requirement and may not be granted if the variance would cause the combined area of the dwelling and any other structures to exceed the maximum permissible lot coverage.
Excuse me, I don't mean to overspeak, Len. Tom, we have to go through every aspect of this and go point by point, and Len would lead that off. So questions directed aren't regarding the ordinances right now.
I guess I was just trying to save some time and find out if this is even a permissible thing to do. So.
Yeah, and that's what Len will lead us, and we'll go ahead and go point by point. But thank you. Yes, that would be how we're gonna proceed.
Okay.
Thanks, Pat. We will go through every point by point. I'm sure there will be a lot of questions. Is there anybody on the phone, Mary, or that either is opposed or in favor?
Not a peep. There's nothing's popped up on the screen.
Okay. I'm kind of surprised Mr. Peavy indicated he would be on the phone line, but he could still come in if he wants. Well, I guess at this point, we should go over each point by point and decide if it meets the criteria or if it doesn't meet the criteria. Bear with me a second.
I'm going to step away for 1 second, turn a light on.
Okay, good. Because I can't find what I'm looking for.
Oh, geez.
You all set, David?
I am. Thank you, Lynn. Sorry about that.
Okay. Point number 1, setback reduction appeals may only be granted and are only available for lots with a residential building as the principal structure. Do we all agree on that?
Lynn, can you confirm for me what part of the ordinance that you're looking at? I just want to match up to what I have in front of me.
I'm looking at Article 6 on the Board of Appeals.
Okay, and section B, subsection C, that's what I have in front of me. I just want to confirm that's what you're looking at. I just want to make sure I'm looking at the same thing.
I'm looking at D. Under Board of Appeals, Section B, reductions from minimum setbacks.
Okay. Yes, I think we'll also need to. I think we will also need to review the items under subsection or section B as well. But I agree. Reductions for minimum setbacks, definitely a good place to start.
Board of Appeals may grant a setback reduction appeal if the board finds that granting the setback reduction will not result in unreasonable interference with the privacy interest of abutting landowners. It appears we don't have anybody in objection. So can we all agree that he's met that? Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Great.
In granting a setback reduction, the Board of Appeals may attach reasonable conditions which it must deem necessary, may deem necessary to serve the purpose of this ordinances. So what we were talking about a little earlier, Tom, if we need to add a condition that he has to live in the house, we can do that, or we can add any other conditions that we choose. So at this point, should it be approved, we can add the condition that he must be living there. Does everyone agree with that? Please raise your hand so I can see. Okay. A setback reduction appeal shall not be granted to enable construction or renovation that will create additional dwelling units. I don't think that applies here.
No.
A setback reduction appeal will be granted to enable construction or removal or renovation rather that will result in more than one garage on the lot that is the subject of the appeal. Doesn't apply. No setback reduction appeal may be granted that will result in impervious surface lot coverage of greater than 15%. I don't think that applies either. If you don't agree, board, please tell me. Setback reduction appeals may only be granted the minimum extent necessary to accomplish the purpose of the appeal. Setbacks may not be reduced by setback reduction appeal to less than the following minimum setbacks. Front yard 12, oh, I'm sorry, wrong zone. Front yard 20 feet, side yard 10 feet, and rear yard 10 feet. Any questions on that? I believe he fits in there okay. Now, David, you said something about you want to go to section B.
Yeah, there are, scrolling up here, but section B, under powers and duties, the Board of Appeals shall have the following authority. And then going to subsection C, to grant setback variance for a single family dwelling only when strict application of the land use ordinance to the applicant and applicant's property would cause undue hardship. So there are some criteria here that we need to review.
What page are you on?
The page itself is 24. So Article 6, Section B, powers and duty.
Are we talking about a variance or a setback reduction variance?
Well, this is to grant a setback variance.
Setback reduction, okay. Because the variance for hardship is a whole different animal and very tough.
Yeah, this is, I understand there's undue hardship specific to certainly change of use, things like that. But then here it specifically says to grant a setback variance for a single family dwelling. There's undue hardship criteria that need to be satisfied. I believe this was a section Tom was looking at as well.
Well, in my opinion, the undue hardship in this case, the applicant would have to prove that the land can't be used for anything else.
No, there's a separate type of criteria specific to the setback. So in this case, it's not a request for, showing that it will provide reasonable return. First item actually is the need for the variance is due to the unique circumstances of the property and not to the general conditions of the neighborhood. So these are 5 criteria specific to a setback.
And David, you're correct. This is the paragraph I was referring to. It's the section underneath bullet 5. So.
Okay, we can go through those. No problem. Number 1, the need for a variance is due to the unique circumstances of the property and not to the general conditions of the neighborhood. David, you want to comment on that?
If we choose to include the dwelling as part of the property, then I would say, yeah, it's a unique circumstance there. If the property doesn't include the dwelling, then I'm not sure that this would apply. I don't know how to interpret property.
Do you have an opinion, Patricia?
Well, he can't use, he has to have a proper stairwell and he can't have the property useful without it. And it does not affect the neighborhood with him doing such.
I agree. Tom?
If Alex agrees with this is the only possible solution, because there's 4.5 acres there to develop. So I'm okay with going forward, I guess.
I'd like to add, and Tom, you were there at the site walk, where this addition is going is really in the forest. I just can't imagine what else you could use that piece of land for.
Yeah,
Just
and I am also, yeah, kind of perturbed by the neighbor who's objected at the sidewalk but didn't voice his opinion here. So
the granting of the variance will not alter the essential character of the locality. In my opinion, I just don't think it will. Remember, this house is very isolated. David?
No, I would agree. Granting would not alter it. So I believe we're good there.
Yep, I would agree.
It's in the woods. So,
Okay. The hardship is not the result of action taken by the applicant or a prior owner. This is a tough one. You know, it could be said that the applicant bought the home knowing that, you know, there really wasn't enough room to do what he wanted to do with the staircase, etc. So it could be said that he created his own hardship. You want to comment, David?
Actually, if I could ask a question of Alex.
Go ahead.
Alex, was that this current situation for this home, was it ever code correct, you know? As you see.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I assume, I don't know this one was started before I came to Raymond. He had the project well underway, so I'd never been in there before he did any of the demo work. I would assume it was a finished living space, second story, which would lead me to believe that at one point in time, they got a permit and a CO, and it met the requirements of whenever it was built. But that is all assumption. I got nothing to back that up.
Right.
So it is an older home. I don't know, Bob, if you want to tell us if you have any information on the history of it. I do know it is older. And, you know, as far as I can tell, it was legal at one point in time.
Well, I'm actually a little confused as to what I should say to put my best foot forward here. So I'm simply going to tell you the truth and hope it goes my way. There is indications that the home was constructed about 30 years ago. There was literally a box for the top step. I've been a carpenter. I go, maybe some of you might be familiar with a guy named Tim Pomelo. He was a selectman there many years ago, but I started with him in Raymond, and I can tell you that even then, that staircase was not even remotely legal, both from headroom and rise. It had a 9-inch rise. That's never been legal since I've been a carpenter. And certainly a step, a box for the top step, because the top rise was about 18 inches. It's certainly never been legal. And the headroom, the staircase is where it was when I bought it. So it never met headroom requirements. If they ever got a CO, I have no idea how. I would assume they just moved into it without the CO. And 30 years ago, things were much less formal, and they just moved into it and lived there, and nobody questioned them on it. But it was never a legal staircase. Now, I don't know if that helps me or hurts me, but that's the truth. Some of the window casings that I pulled out had dates on, delivery dates on them, which indicate the house about 30 years old.
I would say honesty is never going to hurt you. So I appreciate that. I have the hardest time with thinking this was ever okay if there had to be a box to step on to get up. So I do think there was an action of a prior owner, but I don't see how this could ever been legal. So I can't take in, I don't see how I can penalize the new owner, even though I do believe that perhaps this is the result of the previous owner. I don't ever believe it was legal. So I can't penalize something for something that was never right to begin with.
Can I interject? I've been into many houses in Raymond. There are so many older homes that as far as today's codes go, they would not fly.
Right.
So, I mean, the staircases, I've been in homes that the staircases, I mean, doorways are off. I mean, you have to, there's like with this box in the step, the older homes, seriously, anybody moving in today would definitely need to make changes for it to be proper. And it's, sometimes they'll need a variance to do so. I mean, a setback to do so, or a variance. But I would definitely agree that the homeowner did not cause their own issue. So
Robert, am I correct that the home was foreclosed on?
That's correct.
Okay. And you purchased it at the auction?
That's correct.
So that the reason I mention that is it gives you an idea, how run down the place was for what it's worth. What else have we got? The granting of the variance will not substantially reduce or impair the use. Oh, I lost my place. Oh, my computer just died. Would you finish that one, David?
Certainly. The granting of the variance will not substantially reduce or impair the use of abutting property.
I don't see how it, I was there, Tom, you were there. We could see, other dwellings, but they're at least 600 feet away. And I probably should mention that Mr. Was it Peavy that had the objection? I didn't want to ask him too much about it at the site walk, but he did say that he objected to, I think I can quote him, someone new coming into the neighborhood and wanting to change things. That was the reasoning he explained to me, which I don't think means much at this point.
I was born and raised in Raymond. Mr. Peavy is the newcomer. I grew up on Turtle Cove in Raymond.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear what you said about Mr. Peavy.
He's the new. I would wager with relative to me, he is the newcomer.
Okay.
I think Len, I think his major objection, as Bob mentioned, was waste being thrown on his property. Now it looks like the property lines are well defined with all kinds of iron pipes. So hopefully keep all the contractors on your side of the property, and there'll be peace in Raymond again, I guess.
Absolutely. I took then and take now full responsibility. I cleaned it up under the supervision of a forest ranger. The total amount of the mortar that they deposited would not fill a 5-gallon pail, but I cleaned every bit of it up along with a lot of leaves and everything, and right under the nose of the forest ranger. And I apologize that it happened. I had no knowledge of it, and I can assure you it won't happen again.
My computer died over here with the ordinances on it. What's the next one?
The fifth and final undue hardship is the granting of a variance is based upon demonstrated need, not convenience, and no other feasible alternative is available.
Have we covered that?
I think so.
I think so.
Yeah, and Len, the paragraph under number 5 is the one I was citing about has to be, a primary year-round residence. And you want me to read it?
No, well, he already said that, that he will be living there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's two aspects to that. And I think, you know, let me just, do you mind if I go ahead and just read them straight from the ordinance?
No, go ahead.
Says a variance under this subsection may be permitted only from the setback requirements of a single family dwelling that is a primary year-round residence of the applicant. Secondly, a variance under this subsection may not exceed 20% of a setback requirement and may not be granted if the variance would cause the combined area of the dwelling and any other structures to exceed the maximum permissible lot coverage. So the way I see it, looking at this, is really three things to look at, one of which I think we should probably discuss just a little more of the primary year-round residence aspect. Then secondarily, not to exceed 20% of a setback requirement, which I'm guessing Tom probably has seen that the request does exceed that. And then finally, reviewing, does the combined area of the dwelling and other structures exceed the maximum permissible lot coverage? So did you want to, I would like to discuss the primary year-round residence a little bit more.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a hard time with this one. I mean, this backtracks to what the state of Maine has as well, and it clearly states that it is, I mean, is interpreting to me as currently a primary year-round residence. So I'm having a hard time getting past that one because it is not at this point.
Well, again, if we choose to approve this, we can put a condition on it that he has to be a year-round resident. We can put a date on it or however you want to handle it. I think it, you know, he's obviously doing the construction and he's obviously, I think he's telling the truth when he says he wants to live there. You have no plans to flip it, do you?
No, my wife works in Portland, and we sold a home in Casco, and now I have a home that's really a summer home in Otisfield, and we're hoping to move into this place in Raymond and cut her commute to something reasonable.
Mm-hmm. I really don't think that's an objection in this case. That's my opinion. How about you, Tom?
I think if you put some condition on it that it has to function as primary residence by a certain date, then if that's a way to get around it, that's fine.
Well, just on a personal note, I'm building a house right now, and this is year 2. You know, I thought I'd be there long before now. So, you know, it happens, but we will put a condition on it. We'll have to figure out how to word it. Everyone agree?
Agreed, because it's difficult right now. I mean, I've been waiting on cabinets for 4 months.
Yeah, right.
Yes,
You're lucky if you can get them.
yeah, so.
Yeah, I think I'm going to officially disagree. I'm stuck on the fact that this, in my opinion, is intended to be for something that's already is currently being resided in. So I'm going to officially say no to that.
That's okay.
Do you want me to read the second section?
No,
you got it
my
up?
page back. So
Okay.
go ahead. It's the one that to hear and grant or deny, that one?
It says the variance under the subsection may not exceed 20% of a setback requirement.
Right.
So, Tom, you kind of brought this up originally. Did you want to put your comments to that? You're on mute there, Tom.
All right. The setback requirement is different in each zone, right? So if it's currently whatever 25 feet, we're roughly cutting it in half. But Alex can correct me on which zone we're in and whether it's the side setback or the back setback, but it certainly seems like it's more than 20%.
I mean, I'm showing, based on my research, in residential, the side setback is 20 feet.
Right.
Correct.
And my calculations, at 25.1 feet out, that gives us 5.1. That really doesn't need to be included in the setback request. That gets us down to 20 feet. Then we would need an additional 6.9 that would take us to the 13.1. And 20% of 20 feet is 4 feet. So we really got 2.9 feet that we can't allow, which was kind of why I had that question of whether or not this proposed addition could be of a smaller width.
I thought, excuse me, I thought that was 20%. The setback of the addition couldn't be more than 20% of the whole dwelling.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah. We're not, I didn't know.
So one of the things that's interesting about this too, if you go to the setback reduction, minimum setbacks section, which is D, at the bottom of that D8, it actually gives an absolute minimum setback, and the side and rear is 10 feet, which is way more than 20%. That would be 50%, right?
Of the 20. Right.
Yeah, it's saying you guys, you can reduce it down to 10.
Yeah. I think it's the interpretation of the thing, but I think it's not to exceed with regards to the whole dwelling.
Well,
Do you agree with that, Alex?
Yeah, that is, hold on, I just left it and I'm headed back to it. It says setback reduction appeals may only be granted to the minimum extent necessary to accomplish the purpose of the appeal. Setbacks may not be reduced by setback reduction appeal to less than the following absolute minimum setbacks. And then for the rural zone, it gives side and rear of 10 feet as the absolute minimum setback.
So 12 is logical.
Within the allowed.
Right.
Yeah.
So Patricia, can you tell me again how you're reading this, the 20% of a setback requirement?
Well, I don't think that they take that 20, would you say 20 feet, and then cut it up into 20%.
How do you interpret it?
Len, we've done this like so many times with the 20%.
I agree with you, Patricia. When I was, going over his application and looking at everything, I thought, I agree with you. I thought it meant of the whole structure. So I think we're okay.
It's 20% of a setback requirement. Requirement's 20 feet.
And the minimum is 10.
Right, but just because we have a minimum doesn't mean we don't apply the 20%. I mean, you're gonna have to blame the ordinances, you have to think about whatever is stricter. Yeah, but if there's in our ordinance itself, it says if there is a conflict within the ordinance, you have to go with the most restrictive. So again, I feel that this fails this requirement as well.
Or we need a clarification.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys decide that it's too messy, we could always, you can table and I can get a legal opinion for the next meeting if you'd like. Personally, I might ask anyways, because it does seem to be something that we might need to fix, because it is confusing.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm fine with getting further input on this.
I disagree with David on this, but I'll go along with getting another opinion. How about you, Tom?
If you're gonna get the legal opinion, I guess we ought to throw in primary residence and the same opinion.
No,
You're getting ahead of the cart here.
yeah.
We got to get the legal answer first.
I think that might be what Tom is saying, just a legal interpretation of primary year-round residence.
Alex, how long will it take you to get the answer?
I would say within 48 hours, typically.
And how should we proceed then? Should we table this?
Yeah,
For
if you're
how
looking
long?
for additional information, a legal opinion, you would want to table till the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
Everyone in agreement?
Agree.
Yep.
Agreed.
And
I'll
you'd want to
make
do that as a motion.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'll make a motion that we table this until the next meeting, until Alex can clarify the 20% rule and also the person has to live there. Can I get a second on that?
Second.
Okay, the motion passes.
I think we got a vote on it, Len. We got the second, but no vote. So I'll vote to approve it.
Yeah, I think, okay.
That's to be official.
Well, Robert, unfortunately, we've run into this question that we can't seem to agree on, so we're gonna have to postpone it until the next meeting.
Well, I
Alex.
understand. I'd like to say it's been a pleasure to meet the board. And I thank you very much for your time and attention to it. It's been very thorough. And we'll hope for the best with Alex's investigation.
Thank you. Alex, is this something that when you get the answer that we can notify Robert of it? Not whether we agree
Yeah.
or
What we'll do, I'll actually have Sandy kind of take this over tomorrow, and
Okay.
she'll send you guys something out and make sure to include him on it.
thank you. Robert, thank you for your time.
Okay, one clarification.
Go ahead.
The information for the site walk was sent to our previous address in Casco. Any material that you need to send to us should be to my Otisfield address.
We have since, I went through the Casco assessor's office and found that address and assigned it to, gave it to our assessor. So that should be corrected in our records now. We just didn't have notification of that address change.
So
So
you have the new address now, or?
yes, I gave it to the assessor. So they will have updated it by now.
Okay.
I'll look right now.
Okay. Alex is gone.
Yes, Otisfield is the address in this assessor's database now. So any lists run from that will have your current address.
All right, well, once again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll pop in. It's how I could throw a rock from this property up to the town office, so it's pretty easy for me to drop in. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you
Thank you for
very
your
much.
patience.
Give me a second. Okay, the next piece of business is an application from Jessica Bates. Jessica's looking for a conditional use permit for Takeout Cafe in the LRR2 zone and a variance provision for non-conforming use. And my notes from the site walk. On 5/15, we did a site walk of the property In attendance were Len Sorelli, Tom Hennessy, Jessica Bates, the owner, Greg Dean, the observer. Your next door neighbors, I didn't get their name. You're muted.
Yeah, my neighbors Bethany and Jeff Perkins. I believe they share the same last name. Bethany and Jeff, Bethany Perkins.
Okay, well, they expressed that they were in favor of your idea. Property is located at the intersection of Cape Road and Hawthorne Road, across the road from the Hawthorne House. There is parking for 6 to 7 vehicles, with more accessible if needed. Jessica and her partner, who is a chef, want to open a takeout and delivery sandwich business in a small part of the barn that's attached to their home. Jessica plans to promote their business on social media. No signage will be used except on the property. Jessica is still waiting for the bank to approve their loan to build a commercial kitchen. There will be no eating inside or outside the property. Delivery will be available. Next door neighbors had no objection. The Hawthorne Historical Association had no objection. There is a small library across the street, which can have up to 6 or more cars parking in front of the library. The Hawthorne House is sometimes rented out for functions. Jessica plans to sell flowers just outside of the business. Then the proposed hours will be 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. Do you also sell eggs, Jessica?
Yeah, they go pretty quickly. So when I have them, I put them out.
Okay. And right across the street, I believe it's in Casco, just a beautiful river there. It's a beautiful spot.
Just a clarification, the loan that we applied for has been approved at this point. And then the spaces in front of the Hawthorne House, it's a large parking area, but only 2 spaces over there belong to the Hawthorne Association, and they've given us approval to use them if there's ever overflow. The library and the Hawthorne House are they're associated with one another.
I guess my concern was, what if the Hawthorne House and the library, what if it's rented out for a wedding or something? Where do they park?
It's rare that the Hawthorne House at this point is rented due to the instability in the floor structure. I'm on the board of the Hawthorne House, so we're working on renovations now and fundraising for renovations. We're about halfway there, a little over halfway to $75,000. I think that the long-term plan for that has been, and this is in the works, and it's privately owned property, so we'd have to ask permission. But I know in the past, the ball field by Tallwoods, I'm not sure if you're familiar, in South Casco.
I'm not.
It's just up the street down a little dirt road. There's an old ball field that's rarely used. And I know that the Hawthorne Association is planning on asking that landowner if there could be possibly occasional use of that land for parking in South Casco. It's just about a quarter mile down the road. So yeah, parking's always been an issue over there, which is why there tend to be not so many functions.
Your application was very thorough. Thank you for that. But would you take a minute or two? You don't have to read everything, but just kind of tell us what your plan is and, what your philosophy is and about how your mother sold baskets and so on.
Sure. Both of us are from the Raymond. Well, I'm from Raymond originally. I grew up in this house, and Pat's been. We both lived in. Well, you lived in Raymond for a couple of years as a kid, from the Lakes region area. So this house was owned by my father for 40 years. My father and mother. My mother did pass away several years ago, but I've lived outside of Maine most of my adult life, but 2 years ago I moved home to purchase the house because it was going to go on the market. So my father lives up the street. My mother used to have a small basket studio in the barn in the space that we're thinking of turning into the kitchen. And it was built at that time, kind of a few walls were put up in order to make it a space. It received mostly foot traffic from Migas Lodge and, summer people. It wasn't open in the wintertime. And yeah, we're planning, the hope is, you know, that we will turn the basket studio itself, which is a quite small space, into a small commercial kitchen, and then create a waiting area with the remainder piece of that small footprint in the barn for takeout, you know, a takeout kitchen with a small menu using fresh local ingredients, hopefully using native Maine, staying away from, you know, single-use plastics, trying to get farm-raised meats from the local area, grass-fed beefs if we use beef, free-range chicken, that sort of thing, and some vegetarian options as well. Tiny menu, you could speak to the menu probably a little bit better, but that's sort of still in the works. And yeah, and offer delivery services, and yeah, just offer something in the neighborhood for just a good source of food on Raymond Cape Road, essentially.
I guess another concern that I had was the traffic. And you said yourself in your application that particularly in the summertime, people go through that stop sign at the intersection of Hawthorne. And while I was there at your house, I did see people speeding by, and actually one person pulled up outside your house, parked on the street to, I think, buy eggs. I'm concerned about that. What if your business takes off the way you think it will, and it probably will? You know, I just don't see how you're going to handle all that traffic.
Well, the hope is
all across America.
Essentially, we're just hoping that we won't have an impact. We're not planning on pulling people off of 302 or anything of the like. We do have, I think, I probably would say, again, yeah, 6 or 7 spots. But we will have some signage out there. We're hoping to have most of our customer base be either summer residents or local people that are, you know, Raymond Cape Road, Hawthorne Road residents anyway. And just be in communication with them that, you know, have ample signage out there that if the parking lot's full, that's all we can offer, and have you know, ample delivery options available up and down the Cape Road. So we're hoping not to interfere with traffic, but just be an option for pickup on the way by. Long term, I mean, there is parking across the street that belongs to 8 Cape Road. You know, he and I are in communication about some other matters. He's, you know, we have good relations. I know that he might be willing to rent me space across the street where the old store was down the line. I'm not sure, but hopefully if we see any problems with traffic and parking, I mean, I was a school teacher for 16 years, so I tend to proactively think of solutions to problems as I see like a glimmer of a issue arising. So I'm hoping that I can navigate that, and we can navigate that together, and be in good communication with the residents that what you see is what you get with parking, and if the parking lot's full, we're happy to deliver.
And I believe what you say. You have great communication with the person at number 8 and so on, but you really have to prove that. You have to have something in writing or something from him that we can see. We just can't say, oh, you know, if we need it, we can park over there.
Fair.
I would want to see something like that. Alex, I have a question for you. What comes first here? Does the Board of Health and the fire department with a commercial kitchen, do they have to go in first, or not? Or can we?
No, that would be probably done after, because they really can't go much further without getting this approval from you guys. Once they have that, they could move forward with that option. And I mean, it is kind of an interesting one, because if someone wants to just put a second kitchen in their house, they can do that. So realistically, they probably could put a commercial kitchen in. It's when we have stepped into the takeout, you know, portion of things, and you know, they also wanted to possibly explore the idea of, you know, doing catering, offsite catering. So the way I viewed this was as a home occupation. because it's not going to be set up as a commercial building. Essentially, it's still going to be a residential single-family dwelling that they're using a portion of the floor plan for home occupation use. So since this is in shoreland zone, it needs to meet the specific definition of home occupation. And if it doesn't, then it requires ZBA approval as long as they meet the requirements of a home occupation, which is kind of broad, but also kind of specific in certain areas. So how this would work is they would need to meet those home occupation requirements with their business. If it ever goes beyond that, then they'd have to come back to the town and adjust things. And they may not even be able to go beyond that. But that's kind of the first step. And they would need to do that before they get any approvals through the state, through, DHHS or whatever.
Just to say another piece of that, in terms of the traffic and the parking, I am, having not lived here for a long time and coming back to this residence, the traffic that's already going by is mind-boggling to me. And I certainly don't want to change the nature of the neighborhood in any way. And I certainly don't want to become a nuisance to neighbors. We both are very, we want to have good relations with our neighbors. We don't want to be causing any problems. I think both of us are ready to pivot if we need to. If something becomes problematic and the business grows beyond what we can offer, we would grow out of this location and into another location off-site. I mean, it is a home business. There's only so much traffic you really want coming in and out of your home anyway. So I think that if it were to grow, we would grow out of the space is the thought. Or something like catering where we would have less of an impact on the neighborhood. We are planning to offer, places for community members to voice opinions, things they're looking for and things that might become problematic so that we can be in, communication and not be too much of an impact. So just to.
How would you handle deliveries? I'm talking about supplies, meat, bread, whatever.
Deliveries of food sources.
Yeah, I mean, where are they going to park? Is the truck going to pull up?
Yeah. Native Maine have there's 16-wheelers going by, and we don't anticipate they're going to be our customers. They tend to go to Hilltop Mini Mart. We can't accommodate large vehicles, obviously, but in terms of like food deliveries, Native Maine trucks aren't super huge. If depending on what you guys say, if we want to if we want to meet them off site and get food and shuttle food to the house, that's one option. There's also down by between the upper parking area and the brook, and there's a cement wall there. I'm not sure, it's probably in the map there. There is space for a larger vehicle to kind of back in if need be. There's also a spot across the street by the brook where fire engines in the past have pulled up to fill up water sources from the pond. I believe that's what they're doing over there. So I know that there is space. There is a little bit of a pull off. It is private property. We'd have to get approval for that, but I think there are creative solutions, I guess, if it's something that you have concerns about.
It's a tough one. I think that the board, all of us, are going to have several concerns. So rather than my continuing on, I think I'll turn it over to the board members and we'll take it from there. And Patricia, would you like to go first, please?
Well, with regards to this parking, it is strictly a takeout or delivery location. So is there a minimum requirement for this parking? Because 7 sounds like quite a bit for like pickup.
Well, I mean, if you go someplace, if you go to Subway and buy a sandwich, I mean, you're in there for.
That's an eat-in.
But if you're taking it out, you're still in there while they're making it and whatever. I don't think it's going to turn over really fast.
That's what I'm
What
saying.
if
I
someone
think
comes in-
7 sounds like quite a bit of spaces for something that's strictly takeout.
Okay,
I parking for what we're offering, but I mean,
So it
we're
seems sufficient.
just in terms of traffic flow and things too, to just add in Scott Crockett, who's behind my house. He hasn't spoken to you guys directly, but he's in support of the business, as is Wayne and Linda Whitney, who are on the other side of, I think it's Jones Road, 2 doors down. And they're staples in the neighborhood. They've watched the neighborhood change over time. And, you know, Wayne and Linda have lived in this very neighborhood there for, I don't know how many years, decades and decades. And they're both pretty excited to have a food source. Wayne was saying Linda doesn't cook for him anymore, so he was excited to buy some food. So there's support in the neighborhood from the people seemingly who would be most immediate.
Well, it sounds like she has a lot of support, or they have a lot of support, and I'm not seeing anybody come in against this so far. I mean, I don't have no callers, right?
no,
And I think, did you notify I think like 13 people were notified, which might be, I'm guessing all of Hawthorne Road was notified. I think it's usually just the people abutting, but it seemed like a notices went out. Or maybe that was to you folks. I'm not sure.
We send out notices to all owners of property within 300 feet of the subject property.
Okay.
let me just say this before the board continues with their questions. When you pull in the driveway in front of where the takeout is going to be, you can get 2 cars in there. But if you're the first one to pull in and someone pulls in behind you, you got to wait till, they leave before you can get out. As you're looking at the house to the right of the property, they have some land that they can use for parking. And that's fine, except that it's a little bit of ways. People would have to walk, 15 feet or so to get to the place. My other concern is, I think it's such a beautiful spot. Your home is beautiful, and the river across the road. If it were me, and on a nice day like today, I went and bought a sandwich, I'd want to go sit out there. I'd go, maybe I'm not going to sit in your front lawn, but I'd want to sit by the river. I really think you're going to have some issues there, but that's my opinion. Do you have any other questions, Pat?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay, how about you, Tom?
Yeah, I haven't gone to the site visit. It is a nice area next to the little brook there. But my concern also is traffic and stop signs.
Not as intense as you would think, because it's a home occupation. So that's going to say, in addition to the off-street parking provided to meet the normal requirements of the dwelling, adequate off-street parking shall be provided for the vehicles of each employee and the vehicles of the maximum number of users the home occupation may attract during peak operation hours. So where do we get that number? The only way we can get what that number would be from the applicant to provide us some idea of what they think that number is going to be on peak operation hours. And they are limited on employees too, so we are able to kind of figure out what that number would look like. But it's really maximum number of users the home occupation may attract during peak operation hours? That's kind of the question mark.
So if we count on 2 residents and 1 employee and then whatever customers come in, is there a requirement for all of them or some of them to have a turnaround so they're not backing out into the road?
Not specifically in the home occupation standards. That's not required. They just need to have off-street parking for each one.
So it's not a DOT or something else involved?
This would be a town road. So we could check with Public Works, but I would be surprised. I think there's state law that says you can't back into a private or public way, but I'm not sure if that's necessarily something that we can work with here.
Okay. I just, it was a strange intersection where it tees in and only 2 of the, roads have stop signs. It's
Yeah,
confusing.
I think the stop sign on Cape Road that's, facing the peninsula, that was actually never there growing up. Scott Crockett, who used to live next door, when he had small children, fast traffic through Raymond Cape Road was a real problem, and he was concerned. And so he had that stop sign put in essentially just to slow traffic, knowing that people might not stop at it, knowing, people that are visiting, driving fast cars. I almost think that having a business in that spot would improve traffic conditions in a couple of ways. First, a lot of the people that drive in and out of Raymond Cape Road don't live here, don't have stakes in the neighborhood, Airbnb-ing up in Fry Island, racing to get to the ferry. I feel that out-of-state visitors, obviously they're wonderful, but if you don't live here and you're coming from a different place where traffic is moving more quickly, I think having an established community location at that intersection would have more cross-pollination between local residents, such as, Wayne Whitney, who will say it like it is, and out-of-state visitors, and actually improve some of the major problems that are on this road and frankly unmonitored. Our sheriff, there's a sheriff that lives right up the road, and no one's ever watching how fast people are going through there. People are, they've got their souped up cars and they're racing through. I think that having a local establishment where there's dialogue about the safety concerns on Raymond Cape or on Cape Road would be actually quite beneficial. There was also, in terms of sitting by the brook and wanting to kind of linger, there's a couple pieces there. The Hawthorne Association has told us, and this is something, I don't know if this will gum up the process and cause even more problems, because we obviously wouldn't do it if it did, but they've said, because I'm on that board and I was just speaking with them the other day, and that if there was ever overflow where somebody did want to sit down and have a sandwich, maybe an elderly person that wanted to just sit for a moment, they would be open, because they've wanted to kind of have more kind of traffic in through the Hawthorne House to kind of show what's going on there and have maybe rebrand a little bit so that there is more community support, financial support for that building and just maintaining the building. And they've said that it wouldn't be a problem for us to put, a few little cafe tables in the Hawthorne House if there was overflow. That's way down the line. I don't think we intend on spending any money on that essentially, but if it became a problem, there is a creative solution there. Not to go long-winded, but I have a lot. There's also the 8 Cape Road across the street. It's the red building with the large parking area. That actually was quite a busy store for decades across. They sold sandwiches, pizzas, milk, cheese, things like grocery staples, which we're not planning on offering. They even had a gas station over there at one point. And that was a really busy store. They had long hours. So it was already kind of vetted by the neighborhood, but the neighborhood didn't really appreciate long hours, like late night traffic stopping by. But a lot of people on Cape Road have really missed having something right at that intersection. And though time has changed this neighborhood a little bit, I think there's something lacking from not having that across the street anymore. And I think this could maybe add something of value to the neighborhood that maybe could improve safety on Cape Road. that's all. Just yammering on.
It's okay. We gotta get, again, I love your enthusiasm and I can see how excited you are, but for example, to say that, elderly people can sit by the brook there, what happens when a convertible pulls up with 7 kids in it?
Well, I'm a school teacher, so I'm really good at teacher voice, and I can get people to, I can be friendly and also direct and assertive, and, quite frankly, it's our home, so we don't necessarily, we're not allowing any access down by the brook at all.
I know.
At all. So, yeah, I feel like we can manage it, but I understand your concern too. So I'm just trying to prove.
Well, I think I've made my point, David. Oh, Pat, you done with your question?
I'm listening.
How about you, Tom?
I guess the other question is, with running a commercial kitchen operation, I assume Alex is involved in like increasing the septic system for all this and whatever else other parameters need to be enhanced.
Yeah, that would be after this stage. There is a requirement through the licensing process. They have to have the LPI approval that the kitchen can handle the wastewater load. So that would be a discussion down the road.
Thank you.
All right, David, it's all yours.
Thank you. Patricia, I just want to, excuse me, Jessica, I just want to echo what Len said. Thank you very much for your application. The way it was laid out and the information presented was excellent in this whole process. So thank you so much for that effort you made. And also, just to let you know, I was not at the site walk, but I did drive past the property on Saturday, May 22nd. So I did get a chance to, as driving by, get to see the property. One of my questions is, in your write-up, you talked about foot traffic being a part of the business. I didn't notice any sidewalks. I didn't notice any crosswalks. When it comes to, say, when your mom had the business there, were there any, do you anticipate, not that you have to put in crosswalks or put in sidewalks, but do you anticipate any issues with that, especially if it becomes a popular place to go?
I think it would, I don't see any issues. I see bigger issues up the road by Serendipity Farm, where there was a fatal accident because there's just a blind spot there and people are cutting through really quickly. That's about 3 miles up the road. But I do think that if there is increased foot, people walk up and down the road, people run, there's never, and when people are running and walking on the road, there is pretty good visibility and cars slow down. That's the slowest you see cars going by actually when there's foot traffic. So I think people driving are very conscious, especially in that intersection of runners, bikers, walkers. I think because that's probably one of the safer spots on the road because you're not going 40 and, well, you're not supposed to be going 40. And, but if there's people around, people do slow down. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just was hoping for clarification. I have the diagram that was provided, and
it's not great. Sorry, it looks like
it's fine. It's better than I can do for certainly. Now, I was not at the site walk, and I'm trying to get confirmation looking at this of where specifically the store part of it would be. I see essentially an upside down L or J, where it's with an arrow pointing to it, saying that's where the takeout diner or takeout kitchen would be. But then to the immediate right of that is essentially a grayed out box. What is that grayed out box that I'm looking at?
I'm looking at the moment. Oh, that's a wood shop that isn't
Okay.
we're not with. So essentially, if you were to come down, and granted, if there's more discussion after this meeting and anybody wants to come see the space, we can arrange that. That's not a big deal if you want to come have a look, if you didn't get a chance to. But essentially, if you're coming Hawthorne Road and you're at the stop sign, directly in front of you is a driveway with 2 glass doors. That would be the entrance. And within that, there's a small waiting area, and then the L-shaped spot is where the kitchen itself would go. I believe, I'm thinking about my diagram, hoping that's accurate, but
Okay.
in front of the glass doors.
So that sort of grayed out section, would that be a part of the kitchen, or well, the overall business, or is that not a part of the overall business?
So in front of the glass doors, there's a square area that's probably, I don't know, 10 by 15, would you say? Like the waiting area?
Yeah.
Yeah, 10 by 15. So to the right of that, the bigger barn area is, we would have a sign out on that barn, but that's essentially the wood shop. We don't plan on doing anything
Okay, very good.
at all.
Um,
The footprint itself is, I think, about like 4 of the whole thing is something like 5 under 500 square feet, probably. I think. Tiny.
For in regards to the business itself, is the food that will be prepared for takeout, is it going to be already pre-prepared, or is it more in line with going in, seeing what's on a menu board, placing an order, and then having the food prepared at that point?
You want to speak to that one?
All the food will be made to order. We're hoping to push like the online delivery theme, so that people can order ahead online, whether it's through an app or a Facebook page. But that's how, in my mind, that's going to be more efficient as far as like the pickup times go and things like that, people getting in and out. So we'll be pushing that for sure.
Okay. Yeah, that was one of my concerns with that question is, essentially from arrival time to getting out, what would that potentially look like, especially depending on if you're placing an order. Also, in the documentation you had provided, you'd mentioned that you would look to do it during daylight hours. And then you had mentioned possibility of hours of 11 to 7. Will this business also be open during the winter time? Because if it's winter time, that would mean shorter hours. Or would you intend to perhaps add some lighting to help with the parking, stuff like that?
It's hard to say what would happen in winter. Lose a lot of the summer people that live in the area. I'm not sure if we can support ourselves through the summer, so we're prepared to take the winters off and if need be. I don't anticipate being open per se after night. 7 p.m. I was thinking, those were just rough. I was thinking more summertime hours. One we've been bouncing around is if there is a continued demand for food, then we could shut the doors but offer strictly delivery after a certain hour or something like that. So we don't have the nighttime hustle and bustle, because we don't really want people coming and going in the evening hours for a lot of different reasons. If we had to put up lights, we could, but I don't anticipate we would really need them. But
okay. So I also in the diagram that you provided, I'm seeing certainly where the business is intended to go, and then in front of that I see indication for parking, and then if I'm facing the building, if I look a little bit more to the right, I see an indication for some additional parking, and then additionally, if I look to the left, which appears to be left of the house itself, I see parking there as well. When I drove by, I noticed like a huge tree. So I'm is that like an area for proposed parking? Like if it could
no,
be.
that's my raised beds are back there, so I'm not willing to give up that space. Plus, it would be really close to our neighbors to have parking over there. There is one spot by the if you're facing the house to the left of the front porch, but it is just for one car, and we were not thinking about expanding.
Okay, so that parking is not parking for the business per se, but parking for your own personal vehicles.
So yeah, I mean, just keeping the car out of the way.
That's fine. I was envisioning seeing that whole tree coming down and.
Oh, no, it's a beautiful tree.
Yeah, it is a beautiful tree. I agree with you. I appreciate your patience with this. I think this was brought up. I would just like to touch on it again. I heard Len say probably up to 6 or 7 cars. My thought is, how many vehicles do you believe you can have? And echoing what Tom said, having them really be able to maneuver to get out. So, if the 4 of us as ZBA members come in for lunch one day, that's 4 vehicles we can park in, but will we be able to get out, or will we have to wait for one of ourselves to leave?
I think the way we're anticipating it now is if you're facing the building there's a wooden plank pathway that leads to a raised, what's on the parking area. Currently, residentially, we park facing the back, parallel to the house. I guess you would say, like, perpendicular to Cape Road. What we would be doing as a business is parking parallel to Cape Road, so having a series of spots clearly marked, some sort of barrier between the upper part of the parking area and that banking that's there, maybe some rocks or a fence, I'm not sure yet, but have the cars. And unless you're a huge vehicle, I think there's enough room to get in and out of there. Okay. If you go below the banking, if you're a larger vehicle, I mean, I have a Nissan Versa and I can get in and out of that area as well. So, I mean, there is some room for overflow if need be. I'd kind of like to discourage it, but yeah, that's our vision is parking parallel, perpendicular to the banking that's there. And I think you can squeeze a lot more cars.
Okay. I have one more question for you, and then I have a couple of questions for Alex. So in the write-up that you've provided, I saw you mentioned the business plan. If the business plan goes beyond year 1, what are your expectations, in terms of the business for year 1, year 2, and year 3, just in terms, or even just year 1 and year 3, perhaps, just in terms of, growth?
I mean, we've been kind of just waiting on a lot of pieces to fall together. One was the bank loan, which was sort of critical. So that's held us back in our long range thinking because we didn't want to get too ahead of ourselves. But I think both of us are in agreement. I mean, that if we want to keep a really small menu that's perhaps rotating or changing, but small items on the menu and a smaller clientele in this particular space. So if the business were to grow, we a different location in a truly commercial zone somewhere is the vision. I mean, I can't foresee too much growth because we're confined by the amount of space that we have. So, and the amount of employees that we can have in that environment. So I mean, we're trying to stay tiny, and we've said, that in year 1, if we don't want to be sitting on a lot of inventory either. So if we run out of something, we run out of something. That's just the way it goes. We're not looking to be Applebee's. So, yeah, it'll be delicious. That's what is guaranteed, I think, and local, and no plastic.
Very good. Thank you for that. Alex, just a couple of questions. For this particular request, are the hardship requirements required?
I don't believe so. Looking at the ordinance, it just appears to just require you guys to follow the home occupation standards. And I guess you're approving it as a conditional use. So I guess if you wanted to, you could apply the conditional use standards on top of home occupation, but it looks as though it's just set up to basically be a home occupation that the ZBA reviews.
Okay.
which is kind of similar to how the planning board reviews stuff instead of the code officer. But in this case, they required the ZBA.
Okay, because the applicants, they submitted hardship requirements, and I wasn't sure if we need to review those or if we can, skip over that.
I didn't know if I needed to, and I could, so I just did it anyway.
I had asked a question sort of last minute of you, Alex, but just to see, are there any other businesses offering food or drink services in LRR2 or even potentially LRR1?
Yeah. That's a fantastic question. I chuckled actually when I got that email a couple of days ago, and I said, oh boy, that's a fantastic question. No easy way for us to search that. That's something that it kind of just took me looking through the town zoning map and kind of coming up with a list based on what I am familiar with. So based on the zoning map, because we have a 600-foot shoreland zone, I can't really say for sure which ones are LRR1 and which ones are LRR2, but I can say in the shoreland zone, Good Life, the Mosquito, actually kind of down near you, Sunset Variety, Big Apple, Tasseltop Park does have a snack shack there in the shoreland. A couple marinas, I'm not completely sure if either of them have some type of food service within their marina for their patrons. So I put that on there, but I'm pretty sure that's it. That's the list that I was able to come up with. So there are some out there, but they're not home occupations. They're actual commercial operations, which have been in operation for a while.
Okay, I appreciate that. I know it was a last minute request, so
no, it's fine.
Looking into it.
Yep.
That's all I got for now.
Well, here's my opinion on this. It seems like we have an awful lot of things to cover. And I think, I keep saying this, but Jessica, I think you have a lot of ideas. Just let me give you an example. We will not generate noise, vibrations, fumes, odors, dust, or glare, which are detectable at the lot boundaries, and all aspects of the conditional use will be carried on within the structure. We are confident that we will not generate noise, vibrations, et cetera, et cetera. That's great to say that, but in my opinion, we need to know how you're going to do all these things. And I don't think we're ready, again, in my opinion, I don't think we're quite ready to vote on this yet. I don't know what the other members think, but I'd like their opinion. Pat?
Well, I'm wondering where this list is that we have to go through with regard to the home occupation. It seemed like there was just a list of points to go.
Yeah, I have it here. If you want to go through it, we could do that.
Oh, okay.
Any other
thoughts? And it's Article 9B in the land use ordinance if you wanted to follow along. 9B.
Okay, I got it here. The home occupation shall be carried on wholly within the dwelling or accessory structure. Well, I guess that's okay. The home occupation shall be carried on primarily by a member or members of the family residing in the dwelling unit. Not more than 2 persons who are not family members residing in the dwelling unit shall be employed. There will be no exterior display, no exterior sign, except as expressly permitted by district regulations of the ordinance. No extra storage of materials and no other exterior indication of the home occupation or variation from the residential character of the principal building. Number 4, objectionable conditions such as noise, vibration, smoke, dust, electrical disturbance, odors, heat, glare, or activity at unreasonable hours shall not be permitted. Number 5, in addition to the off-street parking provided to meet the normal requirements of the dwelling, adequate off-street parking shall be provided for the vehicles of each employee and the vehicles of the maximum number of users the home occupation may attract during peak operation hours. the last one is the home occupation shall not utilize more than 20% of the total floor area of the dwelling unit. The basement floor area shall be excluded in the calculation of the 20%. And that one I don't think applies. But those are the standards. And again, I just think we need some. I think Jessica has to give us a little more concrete answers to some of this. That's me. What do
Could
you
I
guys think?
for a minute? I mean, I guess it's hard to, I understand that it's a tricky one. And I mean, I can only give you my word, which is, I mean, we both are really connected to this area. We both want to work with the community. I mean, if all we can say is maybe there could be some sort of provision in the write-up, I'm not sure, that if there's a problem, then we fix it. You know what I mean? Then we pivot, then we change, then we grow, then we evolve to something that's more sustainable to the community. I mean, you can't necessarily anticipate every problem that's going to arise, but I mean, we're both problem solvers. We both want to work within the parameters of the town. We don't really want to be, you know, annoying to you guys. So I think we can, I mean, that's all I can give you is my word that we'll do our best and try to throw out potential problems before they arise.
Alex, I'm going to put you on the spot now. Is someone's word good enough?
Oh, well, it's all we have, really. You know, I think when someone is applying for something, in this case, she's applying for a home occupation permit, we can take that application and everything that's said there as her statement of compliance, essentially. You know, I'm going to comply with these. If it becomes an issue, or we find that they're not complying with, you know, the odor, vibrations, you know, noise, if they aren't complying with that, then they're in violation of that section of the ordinance, and then it would become an enforcement action. So yes, it is one thing to say something, but it does actually need to be followed, or else the town would take enforcement action. So we do have, I guess, a second defense. If, you know, they say they're going to follow it and they don't, then there's something we can do about that.
Okay. Well, I guess the next step, we'll have to go through all the criteria for each. For the conditional use and variance provisions for the non-conforming use. We'll have to go through all the criteria. So I guess my question is to the board, do you want to continue with this, or do you want to table it to the next meeting? Anybody, any ideas?
Well, I have a question. So both 3 and 4 do apply. We've already covered most of the other areas with the occupation.
Right.
So I'm okay with proceeding.
Yeah, I'm good with it too. I mean, they're ready to roll, and I think if we have the ability to help them move forward in a timely manner, we should do it.
Okay.
I just don't know for sure. I mean, you guys can chat about it if you want. I know they definitely need to meet those home occupation standards. I just don't know for sure that they need to meet the conditional use requirements in the land use ordinance. And I definitely don't think you need to go through the variance provisions for non-conforming use, because we aren't changing the use of the structure. The primary principal use is still a residential single family. So we're not changing that.
So you're saying 3 and 4 do not apply, and as long as we do cover that home occupation, we're good.
I just haven't seen anything in the ordinance that the section for home occupations within the shoreland zone is extremely specific. And basically just says the ZBA needs to go through the home occupation standards in order to approve it.
Okay, so this is obsolete. Then as long as we cover the areas of the home occupation, I think it's a done deal. Is that correct?
Personally, that's kind of my read on this one. And like I said, if you guys want to hash that out and go a different direction, then I get it. But that from what I saw in the ordinance, that's what it looks like to me.
What does everybody think?
What about the conditional use? Do we have to go through that?
I don't think it's actually a conditional use. It's still going to be a home occupation. It's similar to a conditional use just because it's not specifically defined as a home occupation in the definition section. So it allows, even though it's not listed as one of the uses in a home occupation in the definition, it allows the ZBA to approve other home occupation uses that aren't in there as long as they meet those standards, the home occupation standards.
Yeah, if I can, the shoreline zoning, and this is what Alex is speaking to, it says all other home occupations not specifically listed in the definitions of home occupations in Article 12 of the Raymond Land Use Ordinance, which this is not, shall be considered conditional uses that must conform to the standards set forth in Article 9, Section B of the Raymond Land Use Ordinance, and that must be reviewed and approved by the Appeals Board. And that section in the Land Use Ordinance says specifically home occupation standards. So it seems pretty specific that we're narrowing down to simply home occupation standards.
All right, let's do it. We'll go through all 6 of them. Number 1, the home occupation shall be carried on wholly within the dwelling or accessory structure. I think they're fine on that. Everyone agree?
Yep.
The home occupation shall be carried on primarily by a member or members of the family residing in the dwelling unit. Not more than 2 persons who are not family members residing in the dwelling unit shall be employed. Again, we'll take Jessica's word on that. I think they're okay. There shall be no exterior display, no exterior sign, except as expressly permitted by district regulations of this ordinance. No exterior storage of materials and no other exterior indication of the home occupation or variation from the residential character of the principal building. I think they're okay with that one. If you disagree, board, please speak up. Objectionable conditions such as noise, vibration, smoke, dust, electrical disturbance, odors, heat, glare, or activity at unreasonable hours shall not be permitted. Well, I don't think they're going to be open at unreasonable hours anyways, but Jessica has indicated they're going to put in an exhaust fan and this and that, so I think they're okay. In addition to the off-street parking provided to meet the normal requirements of the dwelling, adequate off-street parking shall be provided for the vehicles of each employee and the vehicles of the maximum number of users the home occupation may attract during peak business hours. Again, I guess we have to wait and see. I mean, you know, we can add all these to conditions if we do approve this, right, Alex?
And I mean, my dad and his wife live 5 miles up the road. So if there's, you know, if I need to bring my car up there, you know, there's options up there for parking. Well, I mean, ourselves.
Yeah, unfortunately, the requirements are for the property itself. So even if you are able to move the vehicles, you still need to account for those spots. So what's that? At least 3. So 3, and how many vehicles did you anticipate for, say, a noontime rush?
I mean, 8 tops, I don't know. We can fit 7 or 8 down there and then the front and the side.
Yeah, it just depends on
Size of the
the
vehicle.
size of the vehicle,
And then there's also, I don't know where that comes in with shoreline, but there's a lot of space beyond what we're calling the parking area, but in front of the concrete wall down by the brook. But I don't know if, I mean, we drive our cars down there now, there's a boat down there parked.
essentially a tow road.
What is it? I don't
Like
know
a
what
tow
it is.
road?
Yeah. So there's spots down there too, if we need it, but that's not what I wrote in the proposal as like our parking area, what we anticipate our parking area to be.
So I apologize. How many vehicles, just specific to the people coming for business, coming to pick up some of your food offerings? How many vehicles do you anticipate during a peak time?
I don't know.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, that's,
I would be
I
busy.
feel like that's all we can,
You wouldn't be able to cook that fast.
yeah.
Right.
Well, I can cook very fast.
Site walk, I think, I counted with your driveway and the space to the right, 6 or 7 cars. Comfortably.
So 3 would accommodate employees. So that would leave, what, 4?
Approximately, yeah.
That lower part could be used for employee parking.
That's a good call.
Yeah,
Yeah.
near the woodshed.
So that's 4, that would be 6. Well, the employees and us or whatever.
Yeah. And we could fit 4 cars.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't done the measurement, so it's hard for answer. I mean, we've just eyeballed it. If you want me to come back with a specific number, I can do that. Yeah, I don't know.
You
The
see,
last one is the home occupation shall not utilize more than 20% of the total floor area of the dwelling unit. The basement floor area shall be excluded in the calculation of the 20%. I'm sure they're okay on that one.
Looks like it.
Well, at this point, we could take a vote, and if approved, we can add all the home occupation standards as a condition. We can do that, right, Alex?
Yeah.
Does anyone disagree with that?
I'm sorry, what did you say? We're gonna add all of the home occupation
Yes.
as, okay.
Greg, you've been sitting here, and did you change your mind about joining the board yet?
No, I did not. But
As an observer, do you have, any questions?
I don't have any questions. I appreciate you asking. I think the sentiment that I got from the neighbors and was all very positive, and it seems, I guess my opinion doesn't matter yet. So I'll just stop there and answer your question. No questions, thank you.
I would like to make a motion that we approve the conditional use and variance provisions for non-conforming use and add to that that they must apply with all the home occupation standards. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
We need to vote, or I think we're pretty much all in agreement, right?
Well, I think you need to vote, Len, make it official.
Okay, all those in favor, please raise their hand. All those opposed? There's nobody left. Motion passes. Thank you, Jessica. Thanks for
Yeah.
your opinion.
Thank you. Thank you and I mean, we read the provision, so we plan on being in compliance, so. And then you can just kick us out if we're not. It's fine.
Well,
We sound like a conscientious neighbor, so.
really do, and I think as you come across solutions to some of these concerns, you could let the board know, via email. That would be great. We're going to move on. Oh, you can close the phone lines. I don't know if anybody is there, but you can do that. Greg, you don't have to stay if you don't want to. You're welcome to stay. And Jessica, and I forget your partner's name. You can leave if you don't want to stay. That's okay.
Thank
Thanks.
you so much for all your time and questions, and let us know if you have more.
Okay.
Good
Thank you
luck.
for investing in the community.
So much.
Good luck with your business.
I'll be a customer.
Yeah, we'll make you good. Thank you.
Okay.
And
We're going to move on to code enforcement officer communications. But Alex, we do have a couple of questions for you before you start, okay?
Sure, yeah.
David brought up to me today, and he was right, that the manuals, the ordinances that we use, we don't have the most current one. David, you know the dates, and we're wondering when, excuse me, and how we could do that, get that.
Yeah, sure. It is, you guys aren't the first ones this week to bring it up. It kind of seems to be a trending topic for a while, and then it goes away for a few weeks. You actually do have the most recent version. So it is a problem. There was amendments voted on in 2020 that were all approved, and they're not in the ordinance that is published on the website and in physical copy. The reason for that is, well, there's a couple of different reasons. One, there's no staff time to do it. We're kind of in like a code red situation right now for planning and code enforcement. We haven't been able to keep up. And I actually pulled the stats last week on permits submitted, and we're like almost double from 2017. So we're almost doing twice as much work as the office was in 2017 now. And it's obviously gotten busier each year since. But we've peaked right now. This is the busiest year so far that we've ever had. So we're unable to keep up at all. I mean, my email inbox and the list of voicemails is, I mean, it's hundreds long, and I've been booked out for inspections almost a week and a half, 2 weeks in some situations the last couple of weeks. So that's part of the reason you've noticed now that Mary is stepping away from the boards and focusing just on code enforcement. We needed more help. Mary's not even full-time. And the two previous towns that I came from, which were slower, definitely Casco, I had a full-time assistant. So we didn't have enough help. So now we have a little bit more help. We've had Sandy for a couple of weeks, and that's, I think, going to be a good change. So we don't have the staff time to update it. So this came about actually right after I started. The other issue is these ordinances were written on I guess, an open source software that the town no longer uses. And it's not really compatible with Microsoft Word. So it's not as simple as just sending me the Word document and updating the ordinance. It's a little bit more technical than that. So really the combination of those two things has made this process more difficult than it should be. So we looked at this on the department head level 4 or 5 months ago, and we talked about outsourcing, looking at possibly having the town's third-party engineering firm we contract our planning services with, looking at having them update the ordinance. We also talked about having the law firm that we use update the ordinances for us. Both incredibly expensive. And then we also looked at another company which I used in Casco previously, called General Code, which basically is a company you outsource your ordinances to, and they codify it all and maintain it for you each year, and kind of host those ordinances online. That's a service that we are planning on going with. it's pricey the first year because they do a legal analysis of all the ordinances to make sure that they're all legal before they actually import them into their system and then continue to maintain them over the years. So we had to budget for July for the start of the next fiscal year. So that's actually something in the budget for July if it passes, in the vote in a couple of weeks. Obviously, we had to wait until we had the money. First part of it. Second part of it is it takes some time to do once we actually get the approval to spend the money on it. So that's going to take some time. We did have another issue yesterday about regarding this, specifically a change that was made in 2020 on the signs, political signs. So this is now kind of elevated back into the light, I guess, in a bad way. So I may be able to bring it up at the department head meeting tomorrow and see if we can spend some money or possibly get someone in the office other than Mary, Sandy, and myself to help us with updating it, at least in the short term. Right now, what we're doing, and it's something we could give you guys copies of it. We basically have the addendums from the warrant from 2020, the attested, approved, as voted copies, and we kind of use those as a supplemental. So it's possible we could post that with the land use ordinance online. Can give those to you guys in the short term. Whatever you want, we can do to make it easier. But it is something that we're working on. It's just been not the most straightforward problem to fix, I guess, is the best way to put it. So yeah, that's that.
I don't want to drag the meeting on forever here, but I do want to bring this up. And David and I emailed each other about this today. The findings of fact that are written by the chairperson after each meeting. Basically, it's a recap of everything that we've done. And again, I'm no Joanne, but I've been doing the best I can on them. And normally, after I submit it to you and Mary, in a few days, we get a note saying, well, I'm kind of, I don't know if it's because I am not doing it right or what's going on with it, but it takes a long time to do that, at least for me. So I'm wondering what's going on with that.
Yeah, so that will fall under the same category. That's something that you're going to be working with Sandy on now. That falls under the same umbrella as the minutes for ZBA and Planning Board that have kind of been outstanding as well. So that's why Sandy's here. She does a good job with that. She'll be able to help you and make sure that we're on track with those and making sure you guys get them to sign and that they're posted on the website and in the file and everything. So I don't know, have you had an opportunity to meet her yet, Glenn?
No, I have not.
Okay. I think what we had said last week was after this meeting, she was going to try and reach out to you at some point in the next week or two to have you come into the office and just sit down with her and go over a few things.
Sure.
That would be one of them. Just so that you guys can get on the same page on what's going to, what the process is going to be on that stuff. But she'll be able to take over that completely. And I expect that we'll be going in the right direction now. I mean, it's just impossible for Mary to follow up on that stuff when there's, a line out the door or the phone's constantly ringing. So it'll be, I think you'll notice a big change in that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all the questions I had.
Yeah,
So-
and that's pretty much, all I have. We've got a lot of stuff that's changing, obviously internally. The other big thing is we have our online permit system is now functioning. So that's a big change, actually, very big change. It's been like the season of change for Mary the last few weeks. Mary had to change her browser and her email system in the same 2-day time period. And then we went live with the permit system here a few weeks later, and then Sandy started around the same time, so it's been a lot of just different stuff. But it's all good changes. I think we're going in the right direction. And we'll see what happens with the housing market. We've got multiple subdivisions now going before the planning board, which is only going to add to the issue that we're experiencing. But it's really all market driven. So the bubble could pop, which it's not going to anytime soon, especially with the materials like you mentioned with cabinets, stuff like that is keeping the brakes on. So it's not like everything's just going all at once and then it's going to pop. There's a governor on it essentially. So we're going to be in this position for a while. So I think that the code enforcement and planning department, while it's all under one umbrella right now, it might not be in the future, but we'll likely be adding more staff probably for July 22 is my guess, just to try and keep up with the growth really. So but we'll see. You guys have some stuff coming for the next meeting. Obviously, now that we've got a tabled application, we've had a few others come in. So you guys are staying busy, which is always interesting. And planning board is staying busy. So we'll keep you updated on how things are changing.
Anyone else have anything before we adjourn?
I would just say, Len, if Alex had that suggestion of supplemental information for the ordinances, I mean, I think that's something they can pull together. I would definitely be in favor, especially in consideration there's another vote on ordinance changes coming up in a couple of weeks. So
yeah,
do supplements and maybe that makes life easier.
Yeah,
I'm good for that, Len, if that's what you like.
I motion that the meeting is now adjourned. Second, please.
I will second. Got a bunch, I think.
Thanks, everyone. I know we ran a little long, but we had a lot to cover. I appreciate it.
Thank
Thanks
you.
A lot.
Well, good evening.
Night all.
Have a good night.
Goodbye, Mary.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship in any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. Their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, our store donations, rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through, we'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're senior or non-senior. And they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form into me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I am a Lion. This is, the food pantry is supported as a project by the Lions, so we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, the appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in or prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
Okay, welcome to the June 15th Board of Selectmen meeting. We'll call the meeting to order. Actually, first order of business is to welcome the newly elected Joe Bruno to the Select Board. Congratulations on that. And a big thanks to our departing member, Marshall Bullock, for the time that he had on the board. So welcome and thank you. Second order of business is approve the minutes of the May 11th meeting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
I will abstain.
Okay.
Lonnie, I don't think you can, I don't think you can second it. Lonnie wasn't here for that one.
Oh, yeah, no, I can't.
No, he can second the motion because the motion is irrelevant to whether he was there or not.
Well, I seconded anyway, so.
So all those in favor? Seeing four hands raised and one abstention, the motion is carried.
Right.
Next order of business is election of officers. Is there a motion for the chair?
I'll make a motion for Teresa Sadak to be the chair.
Is there a second?
I'll second it just for the fact of it.
Any further nominations? Seeing none, I'll close nominations. The article is to appoint Teresa as chair. All those in favor? Seeing all hands raised, motion is carried. Is there a motion for the vice chair?
I motion Ralph Olson for vice chair.
Second.
Any further nominations? I'll close nominations. All those in favor of Ralph Olson as vice chair? Seeing all hands raised, motion is carried. Is there a nomination for the parliamentarian?
I motion Joe Bruno.
Second that.
Moved and seconded. Any further nominations? Seeing none, nominations are closed. All those in favor of Joe Bruno for parliamentarian? Seeing all hands raised, motion is carried. Congratulations. I'll turn the meeting over to the new chair.
All right. Consideration of recycler's license for Automel LLC at 1261 Roosevelt Trail. Alex?
Hey there. Good evening. So this is just an annual renewal. So the 5-year approval was August 13th, 2019. So like the last one we did, as long as nothing has changed, the board can give them an annual approval, much like a liquor license, and they can continue to conduct business until the next year. I guess a couple of things on this one, just to get you up to speed on the file. I did receive a complaint sometime around December or January, I believe, that they had exceeded the number of cars they were allowed. There's a condition on the approval only allowing a maximum of 20 cars on site. And I'm not sure if that condition came from their conditional use approval through the ZBA or where that condition came from, but it's out there. So I went down to do an inspection and did not find more than 20 cars on site at that time. So I had at that point closed the complaint. But prior to this evening's meeting, I did actually swing by there just to take a look and found approximately 35 cars there today. So that's just something that we'll just have to work through on that. Obviously, they got to get the number back down to 20. You know, we can address that however you guys would like.
Any questions for Alex on this? I know when you first started too, I think when Scott was still here, there were some complaints that came in too in the beginning because there was a lot of cars there. So I guess what is a plan that you guys can do to keep them under so there's not complaints? You're muted.
When
Sorry.
the old code enforcement officer was there, the vehicles that were along the fence, those were our resale vehicles. So those weren't part of it. So I'm not sure if that's changed now. So like I have 6 vehicles out front near the road that are for sale. And then there's vehicles that I know there's 2 out back that say sold right in the window. So like our sold vehicles, those weren't part of it.
Weren't part of the 35 or the 20?
Part of the 20. We can have 20 vehicles on site for parts or to rebuild our vehicles.
So you're saying you can have 20 parts cars, but you can have more for sale cars?
There's supposed to be 10. We should have a limit of 30 vehicles.
Alex, can you answer to that too?
I can't, but I can check on it. Everything I've seen so far has said 20, but it's very possible that that is the case. I just have to look back and see where that condition comes from and if there is anything in there on, you know, specifics for if it's for sale or if it's for salvage or recycling. And, you know, regardless, I mean, I think she just said 6 out front for sale right now. I think that still puts them over the 20 for the recycler side. So regardless, I still think there's an issue there that needs to get addressed, but I can look into that and see. It would take me a little while to pull that information up. It's not going to be tonight, but.
No. Yeah. And if you could just let us know, because I know even 20 and then 10 for reselling, you know, Alex found you at 35 tonight. So if we could keep them under.
Yeah, I know there's a plan tomorrow to get between 5 and 10 vehicles out to haul to the junkyard.
Okay. So we will let you work with Alex on that one.
Okay.
Questions?
Go ahead, Joe.
So is there a separate retail license to sell the vehicles, or is it all under the recycling license? Like, is there, you know, normally if you're a retailer, you have a license for retail. And
yeah.
So are there 2 separate licenses? And does the limit only apply under the recycling license?
So there is 2. We have our used cars license, and then we have our recyclers license as well.
But on your used car license, is there a limit on how many you could have?
With the old code enforcement officer, we were limited to 10. So that puts us 6 by the road, and then we can have 4 by the rear of the fence.
Was that a state law that says you're limited to 10, or was that a local ordinance, or?
That was just a deal that we made with the old code enforcement officer.
Okay. So I guess, Alex, I would ask that you look into why was there some kind of a deal made when, you know, they have 2 separate licenses?
Yeah. I can look
Or is it the property size, or, you know?
It almost sounds like the one license allows 20 cars, the other license allows 10 cars, and if that's all, if that is the law on each of the licenses, then what she's saying is legit, even though she still was 5 over, which she's going to take care of 5. Or, I mean, I have no issue granting, you know, permission for this to move forward, but I definitely would want it contingent on just making sure and being conscious that she doesn't over exceed. And if she does, then we can't be as nice to you next time, because it's very important that we follow it for certain reasons. So,
Okay.
I mean, that's
I'm all
my
in favor of that too, Lonnie, but I just want to know who put the limits on.
Right.
And where is it in our ordinance, or where is it in the history that there's a limit of 10 retail cars and 20 recyclable? I just want to know where that is.
Great question. That would be nice.
I think I might even have a copy of that still from our first first town meeting that we had to go to for our recycler's license. Because it wasn't a state law, because there's no state law on it. It was something that the town has put in place.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain it's from the ZBA under their conditional use approval, which was the original approval from this. There's no real time sensitivity here. So if you guys want to table this, I can dig up all the information and get it to you guys before the next meeting if that's what you'd like to do. But there's no real need to approve it conditionally tonight or anything.
Because they could still operate the way they are right now.
Well, yeah, but what's up for consideration right now is on the recycling, not on the
sales.
So it appears that, you know, the questions on the resale side, not on the recycling side.
Well,
Correct.
I don't have a problem with approving this, but Alex can give us an update as to, you know, why it is what it is. And then you also have to make a point of staying within the limits though, too.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. That's completely fine. Because the state put this law in a couple years ago that we need the recycler's license in order to even operate.
Okay. Are you guys okay with that?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I ask that the representative from Auto Mill identify herself, please?
What's your name from Auto Mill?
Sarah.
Hi, Sarah. Sarah, what's your last name?
Day, D-A-Y.
Thanks.
You're
She does
welcome.
it for the notes. Are you guys okay approving this?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve the recycler license with
Second.
all current
With
limits as
conditions, yeah.
applicable.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor? All right, here we go. Good, great, thank you. And Alex will get an update for us then.
Okay, thank you.
All right, great, thanks.
Bye.
The next one, the update on the status of the Cafe Sebago fire inspection, I'm going to table that until the next meeting. There's some things that are still undone and have to be resolved. So we will move on to the next one.
I believe you need a motion to table.
Do we?
I'll make a motion to table.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor? Okay. Thanks, Joe. All right, consideration of appointing Greg Dean to the Zoning Board of Appeals. That's Alex again.
Yes, Greg is here. So if you guys have any questions for him, he is available. He was at the last ZBA meeting. And I believe he's a relatively new resident in town with an engineering background. So if you'd like, he can tell you a little bit about himself.
Sure.
Hey, Greg.
Hello, nice to meet everybody.
Hello, Greg.
So yeah, I'm a recent resident. I grew up in Augusta and spent the last couple of decades on the West Coast. And then my family moved back here. Most of my family is still in Maine. So I recently had a son, and we relocated back to Raymond. Kind of been enjoying the Sebago area off and on while my time away from Maine. So had the opportunity to work with Alex as a resident, and kind of piqued my interest, and have been following the ZBA and went on the last sidewalk, and just kind of want to be involved in the community. I saw that there was a opening for quite some time, so I figured I'd apply and see if I could help.
Any questions for Greg? No?
Not really any questions, but definitely excited to have you volunteer for the position, and we always could use the enthusiasm for sure.
Yes.
I think it's great that you want to step up and do some public service.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve Greg Dean for the Zoning Board of Appeals.
So moved.
All right, Sam, second it. Any questions? All in favor? Thanks, Greg.
Thank
I
you.
think you have to touch base with Sue too about all that. Signing and swearing
I'll
in.
be out in the rest of the week, but you don't have a ZBA meeting imminent, I don't believe. So if you can come in sometime next week to be sworn at, or in, is a better preposition.
I was going to reach out to Sandy. She suggested that I email her to schedule some time. Should I wait for next week for you both to be there?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, consideration of resignation of Len Sorelli from the Zoning Board of Appeals. Alex, you're busy tonight.
I guess so, yeah. Yeah, nothing really to say on this one. Len has resigned. Unfortunately, he was the chair. And I don't believe he is here to say anything on it, so.
Is there a co-chair right now?
Yes, yeah, we do a vice chair.
Okay, so they will step up and be the chair for.
Yeah, and they'll reorganize either the next meeting or the July meeting anyways, so.
Okay.
Madam Chair, the vice chair doesn't necessarily become the chair. They'll need to vote on their officers again.
I think just to get that meeting started.
Oh, yeah.
on is all. Yeah,
Definitely.
just to do that, yeah. They have to have somebody that started that. All right.
I'll move to accept the resignation.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Okay.
Thank you for your time, Len. We appreciate your time.
Ditto. All right, consideration of absorbing Raymond Rec assets. Joe, you're up.
Hello, everybody. I guess first I'll give a quick update of what's going on. The Raymond Rec Association, the nonprofit parent-run board, has decided to dissolve and be absorbed into Raymond Parks and Recreation. So I'll be taking over all the program and activities. With that transfer some assets. A lot of it is smaller stuff, basketballs, soccer balls, some goals. But the biggest one would be the overall funds that have been generated over the years. That's roughly around 14 to 15,000. So that's going to be transferred to a special revenue account. It wants, when talking to the board and when they voted, they want to earmark that for a future project for a facility. So that could be a baseball, softball, any type of recreation multi-purpose field. So that's what they're want the funds to be used for.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Yeah, good.
So, Alex, not Alex, I'm used to dealing with Alex on this one. Joe, so how do you think, are they all on board as far as still having the volunteer groups?
So they want, it's going to be a complete dissolve. They are definitely willing and able to help out when possible, as far as give me some background history information, stuff like that, how they operate in the past. They, it's like anything right now. We're going to ask parents to step up to volunteer to coach, to help in any way possible. But I'll be administrating all the programs and everything from that. So I'll be asking for volunteers, and the board who's there right now is very willing to help out, which has been great.
Cool.
Good.
Good.
I think they'll save some money, especially with the ski program and insurances and stuff like that, which will be great.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think there's some good opportunities to provide those programs, and definitely see where, there could be some new offerings come down the line, depending on who wants to volunteer or run a program.
Right.
That's
Do we
great.
need a motion on that?
Did we? We should.
Yeah, you need it. You need
Yeah.
to accept
To
those.
accept the money, I think you need a motion.
Yeah. And before we do that, Alex Aponte, I'm assuming you'll set up just a reserve fund like we had for the tree growth funds and things like that. That'll go into, which is it'll be a designated fund for that, which then to be expended would require a town vote to pull that out and actually expend it. Correct?
Actually, no. It will be a special revenue fund because it's monies that the town's receiving, and it's not monies that the town has had elected to pull out from taxes or what have you. It essentially will carry over into the new fiscal year, and those funds would be able to be used as just like any other special revenue fund. But essentially it would carry over year to year. Based on my understanding, those funds would essentially be utilized this fiscal year. And I did double check with the auditors just to make sure.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to accept the funds from Raymond Rec and all other recreational programs in Raymond to come under the direction of the Raymond Recreation Department. I think, is that what it's called?
Raymond Parks and Rec.
Raymond Parks and Rec.
Yes. Who seconded it, Sam?
Second, yeah.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I have a question for actually both Joe and Alex. Is what do you foresee as any issues? I mean, I hear all everything good. I mean, of course, always want people for volunteering and all of that, but do you foresee any problems on monetary or parks issues coming up or anything to that effect that'll be big ticket?
Yeah, no, I think that's great. So I mean, the way I will run programs and the way Rec Association did a great job of having a fund balance there that was revolving. No, we run the programs as kind of self-generating. They cover the basic expenses of the program, any future investment in equipment or anything like that. So that's how we'll run the programs. But I think on the facility side, I think that's why Raymond Rec Association wanted to apply those funds and earmark them for future facility. As you know, we're renting from Agawam, and we're using baseball fields that we're trying to get into better shape here. So it'd be great for a future complex that could house soccer, baseball, softball. So that's probably the future vision of that fund and what we could do at Raymond Parks and Rec.
That's great.
Any other questions? All in favor? All right.
Thank you.
All right. Before we go on to the next one, excuse my ignorance. Sandy, are you the new one at the office? Okay, that's Sandy. Everybody say hi, Sandy.
Hi, Sandy.
Hi, Sandy.
I was sitting there looking, going, I don't know who this person is. There we go. All right. All right, moving on. Consideration of board / committee meetings format in light of CDC guidelines. Are you guys comfortable enough to go back to in-person meetings?
I think
Like
so.
Zoom? Yeah,
Yes.
I think at this point,
get back to
I-
normalcy?
yeah.
I definitely am, even though I do like this convenience. There's no question about it, but on the same token, I'm good with, meeting back up in person and all that. So,
And I don't think there's any guidelines or any restrictions because CDC has opened up. The last that they have put any restrictions on is actually schools and daycares and preschools as far as till June 30th with the masks. And they're dropping that as of, like I said, June 30th. So I think everything else is opened up. Yes, Sue.
We did get some information from MMA Legal, and the ability to hold meetings like this will end by the end of next month. So
Okay,
we
so
won't
let's
have
start.
the authority to continue taking votes electronically like this.
Okay.
There is, however, a possibility, there is a bill in the legislature, so there's a possibility that the ability to hold remote meetings may or may not, but it's being considered as a possibility for the future. And I think for, obviously you want to go back to in-person meetings, but for people who can't attend for whatever reason, I think it's still a great option for that to happen. And so I hope they do approve some sort of an allowance for that. If not the ability to have in special circumstances remote meetings. So I think the pandemic, if it's proven anything, has proven, the worth of this technology. And so let's see what happens. But I'm in agreement. It's time to go back to regular meetings. And we could do the July one and still be within the 30-day timeline after the expiration of the governor's executive order. But we could do the July one also in person and then wait and see what happens with the legislature.
And if the legislature does approve that bill, that won't go into effect until 90 days after cloture.
Unless it's an emergency.
It wasn't put in as an emergency bill.
Yeah, you never know if somebody will amend it.
That's true. They could amend it to an emergency, and then it goes into effect immediately upon approval.
All right. Are you guys all in favor of doing July's meeting in person?
Yes.
I am, yeah.
we have to.
Stop your whining, Lonnie. Rolf, what do you think?
I said, it's fine with me.
All right.
I'll make a motion. Do we need one? Oh, no.
I don't think you need a motion on that because it's
Perfect.
That's,
Yeah.
It's just kind of a sense. Rolf, you were going to say something?
no, I was going to say I guess you would give the option to the other boards at their discretion through the end of July, which way they want to go. But after July, then they're back to live.
Well, and I think it's a letter that should go to each of the boards, to be honest. Do you know what I mean? So they know what the rule is, what the law is. And then that way they have it as a record and they can decide. Yeah.
But I mean, because that's the format, we is kind of at their discretion, but as long as they know that the authority to be able to do that by Zoom expires the end of July, then they'll know that that's their last shot before they have to, before anything they do in June or July, they have that flexibility. But after that, then they're back to live.
It is good to give everyone that heads up that, hey, this is coming. Here we go. Be ready.
Yes. Exactly.
We'll do that.
Thanks.
So here is a question for you though. If we're going to have live meetings, are we going to have something on the door that says that if they want to wear masks, they can wear masks? If they're not unvaccinated, to wear masks? What are we going to do about that?
I would suggest that we follow the same protocol we follow at the town office and the same signage.
Okay, it works. It's the same building on everything. So, all right. Cool. All right, next. And I just lost my minutes. Hold on. All right, consideration of annual payroll warrant policy. Alex Aponte.
So you should have in your e-packet the payroll warrant policy. as well as the AP warrant policies. Essentially the same thing that we generally have the select board sign each year, just stating that there needs to be 3 signatures for the warrant in order to disperse funds, and at least one signature from the select board member from to sign for payroll. There's nothing there's nothing that has changed aside from the dates. It's just unbelievable.
Okay. I'm the one that goes up and signs payroll now, unless I can't do it. Is there somebody else that wants to do it? I mean, I can still do it. It's not a problem. Didn't know if anybody else wanted to take over it.
I've signed them several times. So.
Yeah. It's when I can't get out of here.
Well, I generally can, so I can sign the payroll anytime.
You want to do it, and then I don't have to worry about it. I'll just let Alex can let Rita know, or whoever know that. Yeah, usually I get the email. Okay. All right. So Sam's going to do payroll. All right. Can I think we need a motion on that too.
So move the policy, treasurer, payroll warrants and accounts payable warrants.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor? All right. Consideration of staff annual appointments.
And this, like the previous, is the normal end of year housekeeping. It's to reappoint all of the various officers of the town. Or, yeah. It's to reappoint the staff. So I think I've got everybody in there.
All right, so it's just the staff ones.
And the only one that's different is the Maine Waste to Energy representative is now Dawn, if you approve that.
Well, all right, so we doing the staff annual appointments and the boards and committees annual appointments together, all of it?
No,
they're two different.
You have to do it individually, yeah.
Okay.
And I'm very happy if someone wants to take that position. I've always been the alternate. So if someone has a dying, desire to spend some time at the waste energy plant, I'm happy to relinquish that and return to alternate, or not. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
I guess I'm going
stuck with it.
Okay.
We'll move the appointment of municipal officers.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Can I get a second? Ronnie got it. Any questions? All in favor? All right. Staff in boards, committees, annual appointments.
Is there any people that are on any of them that do not want to continue?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So can I make a motion on keeping the municipal officers as is from the Beautification Committee, Board of Assessment Review, Conservation Commission, Planning Board, Veterans Memorial Park, and Zoning Board Appeals?
Any second? Rolf? Any questions? All in favor? All right. Cool. All right. Select board representations on boards and committees.
I only found 4 committees now. There are several committees like the cemetery committee, for instance, that doesn't really exist anymore. But I found 4 that used to have had select board representation. And that's the Beautification Committee, Conservation Commission, the new Recycling Committee that we're advertising for, and the Veterans Memorial Park. I think you also did the library board as well.
Yep. Hey, I'm on 2 of those, and there's 5 of us on this board. So
good job.
You're doing a great job.
Atta girl.
I feel so bad to the Beautification Committee because they're so good and they just kind of been doing their thing. And the library is we're working on a couple things there. So I would love to stay on the library. If someone else wants to do the beautification, I feel awful because I feel like I've abandoned them big time. Or do I stay on the beautification and keep abandoning them? I won't
I
do
mean,
that.
if you don't feel like you're giving them the support, then yeah, one of us needs to do it, and I'll do it if that's what we got, you know?
Well, I checked in with them, and one of the things that we're working on is instead of doing the fundraisers for the wreaths every year, we're going to actually put banners up, because we bought banners one year last year when we didn't know what was going on. This year it was more of a regular thing. So Dawn and the beautification committee and I, or whoever else, is going to get together and with Nathan, and we're going to pick some banners to have up all like through the
Great.
summer,
I
and
love
then
that.
pick up like winter banners is what we're going to do, and then just recycle them.
Yeah.
Which would be great. We already have the brackets. We just have to figure out what banners they want. So, I mean, I don't mind staying on that. All right.
Okay.
What about the conservation committee? Who's on that?
Don't know. Let me look.
Okay. Let's see some hands. I got 2. Somebody else needs this one. And recycling committee and the veterans committee.
I'll do the recycling.
I'm already on the veterans committee.
Oh, we got the veterans already.
I'm on the veterans.
The conservation committee, Joe or Lonnie?
Well, I'd hate to take away fun from Joe, so I would say he's probably the best person for it right now, because he just needs it, you can tell.
He does, yeah.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Yeah,
I'll do it. I'll do it out of respect for Mr. B.
Thank you.
Yep.
So that leaves you not doing anything, Joe. I have 2. You can't have the library. But you're not going to do beautification because I'm already working with Don.
Look at this face. I need beautification.
All right. We need a motion on these.
I'll move that slate.
Second.
Any questions?
No.
All in favor? All right, good. All right, consideration of annual fee schedule.
And this is literally a formality. You did just approve it in April, I believe it was, to add the Tasseltop event fees to it. And there have been, I've sent messages out to all of the various department heads. I've had no updates, but it does need to be approved for the next fiscal year.
Make a
So there are
motion.
no changes in the fee structure?
That's correct.
I'll make a motion to accept the recommendation.
A second.
Any questions? All in favor? All right. Good. Public comment. Does anybody have their hands up?
There are no hands raised.
All right. Let's move on to selectmen comments.
If I may.
Yes.
I just want to thank the residents of Raymond for electing me to a 5th term as a selectman. I really missed it while I was gone. And I'm really excited to be back and energized to continue doing what selectmen do, or select people, I guess is the correct term now. But look forward to it. And I want to just thank everyone in Raymond that came out and voted.
We're glad to have you back, Joe. So
thank you, Sam.
Rolf.
As we're starting to hopefully turn the tide here on the COVID things, I think it's just an appropriate time to re-thank the town staff and whatnot for the efforts that they put in during that. We went through a lot of roller coaster rises and dips and things like that, and they always rose to the occasion. So they managed to keep the people in the town served very well during the tough times, and I think it's appropriate to thank them for their efforts there.
Huge thank you to them.
Hey, yes.
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I do have a message that there's somebody that did want to speak during the public comments, and they were having trouble getting their hand raised. It is raised now.
Okay, let's go back.
Okay.
All right. Is it Grace?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead, Grace.
You're muted, Grace.
She's trying to get unmuted.
There you go.
Sorry, thank you. Sorry, for some reason it wasn't working. So with all the Zooms I do every day, you'd think it would be quick. Appreciate you going back. I would just ask that you pause a little more when somebody says public comment. If you're doing it this way and people aren't sitting in front of you raising their actual hands, it would be helpful too. I've done that myself on some meetings I've facilitated. It's actually my husband, Peter, that had a comment, if that's okay. Thanks.
Yep.
Yeah, hi, Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I just, after attending candidates night and hearing some of the questions that were raised, and it occurs to me that this is just a suggestion for either a standing agenda item or for a at least more in the way of information other than what's on the website regarding the Lakes Region Broadband Partnership. I do follow these meetings on rare occasions. I do hear that there is some update. However, I get the sense, and maybe it's just me, but I don't believe so, that there is interest in getting more in the way of an update as to what's going on with that partnership. On the website, the town website, there's a Wyndham Eagle article that is dated August 24th, 2018. So that is a little bit dated as far as almost 3 years for updates and for information. So if I looked at the Lakes Region Broadband Partnership Technology Planning document, it says as a bullet point, a strong feeling that the communities want to take control of their own destiny. And it just occurs to me that if that's true, I haven't seen much in the way of activity that would indicate that Raymond is trying to seize control of its own destiny regarding broadband. So I would ask that you consider that. Also, I have not heard, I did hear at candidates tonight, a lot of discussion regarding a comprehensive plan. And I was just wondering if there are any plans to form a committee and start looking at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. All right. Anybody else for public comment?
I do think, no, I'm not public comment, but just in response to Mr. Levitt, I do think we do need a comprehensive plan committee. And we should look seriously at that. It's time for it.
Okay. I actually had something under selectmen comment. I've had a couple people and a couple comments that have been made regarding community centers. And so there's some, I guess, misinformation that's out there. The selectmen have been checking. They have been checking a lot of places, a lot of things. And as far as land being given to the town recently, no. We have checked out Northern Pines. Several of us went out to do that. So we have checked, I've called people. So it's not a matter of us just sitting around and not doing anything and not trying to find property. There's just, we don't have it. And the other thing, and the comment was made by Dana and Joe both, it's got to be a good investment. It really does. You don't want to make a bad investment on something and end up spending millions of dollars on repairs and everything else. So please know that we're working on it. We're looking, and I know people want a community center, but it's got to be a good deal. And so I just wanted to clarify that. All right. Anybody else any comments? Go ahead, Joe.
Madam Chair, I would suggest that we add a comprehensive plan discussion to the next agenda.
I agree.
I do too.
Sue, can you put that in the, thank you. Yep, that'd be great.
And not to waste anybody's time, but I've been wondering since we got on, what kind of bug spray is Sue have on? Because I haven't seen her swat a fly all night and she's in like the swamp.
Yeah, it's amazing.
She hasn't swatted a fly, and look at the beautiful background she's in. Look where she is and no flies.
Yeah.
Huh, amazing.
Yeah,
Do-
isn't it?
Do we need to take a vote on that? Do we need a motion on that one? somehow.
On
or
bug
another.
spray?
Well, whatever this commentary is that he's making, and you know,
Big comment.
And if you head down Mere Point in Brunswick in about a month, it will look like this again. It's a gorgeous spot.
All right, moving on. Town manager's report and communication.
All right, thank you very much. Just a quick comment on the broadband issue. If I had something that I could have reported, I would have reported it. I've been really trying to push this thing forward. This town and Kevin Woodbury, Lori Forbes in particular, in assisting me. We've been as active as we possibly can be, working with Wyndham's WEDCO, the Wyndham Economic Development Corp, trying to get interest with our neighboring communities. We've made several unsuccessful applications. It's highly competitive for small amounts of money. We're not a poor area, which is a difficulty for us when we make applications. We did get a small grant at one point. It's an immense problem. It's a problem that is of national significance, state significance. The latest hope is that the county, which has gotten this a very large grant from the American Rescue Plan, will put a good amount of money possibly into that in partnership with the state, with the federal government. There will be a municipal component, I'm sure. Right now, it's probably not going to be our recommendation that we put our small amount of money, relatively speaking, order of magnitude $500,000 into any kind of comprehensive broadband system proposal. However, it may be possible, even likely, that we say, let's upgrade, the last mile technology of some of our facilities in anticipation that there is a hopeful, larger, overarching kind of broadband project coming. That's what they say is coming from the federal government. That's what our legislative delegation says is a top priority. That's what the Biden administration says is a top priority. That's what the governor says is a top priority. But I'm with Peter. I mean, I agree. I mean, I'm frustrated. If I had something I could report, I mean, I think the interest is there. There's enthusiasm, but what's not there is the funding. And there hasn't been a private sector initiative to make it happen either, which is what we had hoped for. I mean, it's a big issue. It's the essential infrastructure of this century, and so I'm frustrated. And we're trying. We're doing what we can do, and I haven't got anything at this point to say except maybe there's some level of hope at this point now with the American Rescue Plan. Let's see. I'll report on a more frequent basis as that develops. And hopefully something will develop. I do have a few local things I want to tell you about. We have, as you may have noticed, our big roadside mowing machine. And so we're doing a lot of roadside mowing to improve traffic sight lines. And so I want to call out the Public Works Department for that work. And you may have noticed that machine. It's kind of like a big hydraulic boom that, trims the trees up in a rather aggressive manner, but they heal quickly, and that damage is almost invisible in very short, period of time, but it improves sight lines and traffic safety. We're doing drainage improvements right now in Ledge Hill. We've been on Valley Road. We're going to Shaker Woods and then Raymond Hill. The sidewalk project, so the longest project in history, I guess. We're waiting now for a Maine Department of Transportation determination on a start date. So we've not gone out to bid, but when we get a start date and an approval, then we can see about going out to bid. This is probably the worst possible time in history of my career to be seeking competitive bids for projects of this type, but that's what's going on there. In public safety, we're going to be winding up another campaign to solicit anybody who wants to, help the town as a call member. People who are interested in serving the community, who have the capabilities and the willingness to train and to be an active member of our public safety department. Please pass the word. You'll see signage, physical signage out on the roadways. You'll see electronic notices. And so now we're in full summer swing, and our population has increased, so has our call volume. So I want to call out and thank our neighboring communities. Now's the time when we go from being probably in some ways a town that provides perhaps a little more mutual aid than we receive to the opposite. Now we're depending on our neighbors, and thankfully they've been there for us. We, in talking to Bruce, had a very, very busy weekend, and we're calling in more mutual aid than we're providing at this point. So just saying we need help. And so if you know somebody who might want to help us, please pass the word. It's a great way to serve your community and help people out. So anyway, now confirming dates for upcoming regular meetings. July 13th, which will be a return to normalcy. It'll be our first live in-person meeting since the onset of the pandemic, I guess. And so then we have August 10th will be the one following that. All set?
That, can I ask Sue, did we get the other board filled? Do you know?
Any particular other board?
Sorry, budget finance.
Budget finance is, there's one seat still empty.
Okay.
And at this point, the select board could choose to call a special town meeting vote or to appoint for 1 year until next June.
Okay. Is it 2-year or 3-year?
They're 3-year terms, but if you appoint, it's only to the end of this fiscal year.
That's
Or the next fiscal year.
Okay, cool.
Oh, I guess I have another thing I would tell you. I was at the waste, I always say MWAC, but it's not MWAC now. Maine Waste Energy, I guess. I was at their annual meeting the other night. And so I rolled out the issue of what happens if we were to, stop recycling, and asked the executive director that during the budget meeting when we're talking about recycling revenue and so forth. And he says the plant, as long as it doesn't come in any one slug altogether, he doesn't really see an impact on the plant at all. A number of the communities around the table have all considered this. They've all rejected it for various reasons, mostly political, not economic. They put it to a vote, or the councils or boards of selectmen decided not to go forward. But the plant will operate just fine. It's not going to affect the plant in any substantive way. So I wanted to share that with you. And so it's not going to be any issue that way. There's not going to be any kind of an environmental issue for the plant. It has very sophisticated technology to take any kind of problems in terms of environmental contaminants out of the waste. And as far as metal goes and whatnot, they like that. They are making some revenue from any kinds of metals that will show up, particularly the non-ferrous metals.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. That's it. Can we get a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Oh,
All in favor? All right. Thanks, guys. Good meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, The operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship in any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. Their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, our store donations, rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through, we'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're senior or non-senior, and they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form in to me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I am a Lion. This is, the food pantry is supported as a project by the Lions, so we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, the appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in or prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
Welcome to the June 29th, 2021 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting for the Town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I'm now going to do roll call. I'll go ahead and start with you, Tom. Just announce yourself, please.
Tom Hennessy.
Greg.
Greg Dean.
My name is David Murch. I am the vice chair of the board. Patricia Beaton is not able to be with us tonight. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all of the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. Item 1, call to order. Item 2, old business, tabled application for Robert Guy. New business, public hearing, applicant number 1, Charles Rogers. Applicant number 2, Norman and Wanda Dyer. And applicant 3, John Clark. And we'll have code enforcement officer communications and finally adjournment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Generally speaking, appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual right to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board records evidence of your appearances this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to, well, it says stand at the microphone. Clearly, we don't have that tonight, but please announce yourself, state your name, your address, and affiliation with the application, being either for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall address all remarks or questions to the chair. This meeting is not over until the board has formally adjourned. Any discussion not included on the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until adjournment or conducted outside of this meeting. So for tonight's meeting, as I mentioned, Patricia Beaton one of our board members is not able to be with us. Another of our board members, Glenn Sorelli, he was the chair of this board. He resigned at the end of May. So as vice chair, I am able to start this meeting, but Tom and Greg, I think we should probably entertain a motion for me to be chair for this meeting. So can I get a motion to that?
This Tom, I'll motion that you chair the meeting today.
Can I get a second?
Seconded.
Any discussion? Let's show of hands on a vote for that. So I'll approve that as well. So 3. So I'll go ahead and move forward as chair for this meeting. Just to confirm, our next meeting, because of our bylaws, we are required to elect a new chair and vice chair. So we will go through that process at our next meeting. So old business, we have a tabled matter, an application for Robert Guy. Location was 367 West Mills Road, map 10, lot 124, rural zone, request for a setback reduction. Since the matter was tabled by a vote, I need to get it untabled by vote. So I'd make a motion to untable this. Can I get a second?
Seconded.
Any discussion? Raise a hand, vote. We'll move forward with untabling the matter. So originally this application was tabled because there was some question in regards to our ordinances. We were actually looking at 2 aspects of our ordinance. One specifically was in our land use ordinance, Article 6, D, reductions from minimum setbacks. And we had also reviewed this here, Article 6B, Section 1B, 1C, granting a setback variance for a single dwelling family. So out of those discussions, we had questions with regards to definitions of, I think, I'm trying to remember here, definition of the residence of the current residents. And we also had a question with regards to how much setback reduction could be allowed. So at that point, we tabled for further feedback from a town attorney, to which we did get a response. Too many pieces of paper here. I will go ahead and read this for the record as it is applicable to our other appeals later tonight. From Phil Saucier. As we discussed, the Raymond Land Use Ordinance actually has 2 separate provisions that are related to the relaxation of setback requirements. Number 1, setback variances for single-family dwellings pursuant to Article 6B1C, which largely mirrors the criteria found in the Zoning Adjustment Statute 30A, MRS 4353-4B. And also number 2, reductions from minimum setbacks pursuant to the authority in Article 6B. This used to only be available for lots in existence as of 12/31/86, likely to deal with being grandfathering issues, but that limitation was removed through an amendment in 2013. They are separate and distinct provisions, though as I noted, the reduction provisions used to be only available to certain lots. Although it is not clear why an applicant would choose to seek a setback variance when the reduction provisions are much less onerous. Shoreline zoning provisions contain the reduction from minimum setback language, but does not include a setback variance. In regards to your questions about primary residence, I do think the ZBA could make that requirement of a condition approval, although it appears the applicant has stated that they would be willing to, or that will be using it as their primary residence when completed. So arguably they will meet the criteria already, but a condition would make it explicit. Subsequent to that email from the attorney, we asked a follow-up question for clarification between a setback variance and a setback reduction, to which we received an email today from Phil, where he followed up on that. Said, as I noted below, the Raymond Land Use Ordinance has two separate provisions that relate to the relaxation of setback requirements. Setback variances from single dwelling families pursuant to Article 6B1C, which largely mirrors the criteria found in the zoning adjustment statute 30A MRS 4353-4B. And number two, reductions from minimum setbacks pursuant to the authority in Article 6D. Undue hardship variance found in Article 6B1B and required under M30A MRS 4353-4 is separate and distinct from the setback variance and the reduction from minimum setback provisions and provide different avenues of relief. The reduction from minimum setback provision has been included in the Raymond's Land Use Ordinance and applied for many years, most recently amended by the town in meeting in 2013 to give it broader applicability. While not included in the zoning adjustment statute 30A MRS 4353, it is similar to setback reduction ordinance provisions in many other municipalities. While there are questions whether a municipal ordinance can allow a zoning board to grant setback reductions, the board must apply the ordinance provisions currently in place until further amended by town meeting or by a court order stating otherwise. So that's what we received today from the lawyer. Alex, did you have anything further you wanted to add to that?
Not really. If you guys want, we can kind of talk it through, but I'll let you guys lead that one.
So Tom or Greg, any follow-up discussion to what we've learned from the attorney? I mean, I have some thoughts, but I'd like to hear from you guys.
Well, just to clarify also, and I don't want to get ahead or out of order, I just want to make sure that Mr. Guy is applying for he's clarified that he's applying for the reduction, setback reduction, not a setback variance. Is that correct?
That
okay,
is
so
correct. Permission
okay, so
to address the chair, I guess. That is correct. We are applying for a setback reduction, not a variance.
Yes, and we did receive a notification from you, Robert, specific to that, indicating that you are applying for a setback reduction versus a setback variance.
So then this is 6D, Article 6D, is that correct? That
Correct.
we'd be evaluating. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to narrow it down to.
Tom, did you have any thoughts, concerns?
I guess my only comment is I'm not sure the lawyer cleared this up for us completely. So, but if I think Mr. Guy has done the right thing, and we should move forward.
Yeah, and Tom, I would agree with you. And Alex, I will say that I think perhaps because you've got three fresh eyes looking at this, I think I do find the ordinance to be problematic because they do mention setback variance. And then there's another section talking about setback variance, and then a section on setback reduction. And it's not clearly stating that setback reduction can be used in place of a setback variance. And I find it difficult to accept that if you just simply change a word that you can get a different set of criteria. So I have reviewed, I went all the way back to 2004 looking at ZBA meetings. And I do see that, precedents has said that a request for a setback reduction does follow through this. So, moving forward through tonight, I'm good with that based on the attorney's response and precedents. But I will agree with Tom that I don't think that's really been cleared up the way I would like to see. And I'm wondering, can we do something to get this to the planning board or something to clean up the language?
Yeah, I would agree. I think what happened here is we stumbled on a pretty big crack in the ordinance. And like you said, it's been there for a while. But I can definitely bring this up in the fall when we do our ordinance work, and probably work with the attorney on how we correct this the right way.
Okay.
And you know, I think it's Phil responded as an attorney would, and you know, I think it's up to us for, you know, to correct the issue in the ordinance, make it more clear.
Yeah. So, Tom, I agree. I think that our applicant has done exactly what has been requested of him based on attorney response and precedents. I would say we move forward looking specifically at Article 6D.
I agree, David. I think let's just do what's right.
Yeah. So, Tom, Greg, in light of the fact that Len is not here, Patricia is not here, Greg, you were at the last meeting, but not in a voting role. I would like to go through Article 6D one last time, just to confirm that we are comfortable with that.
David, just real quick, a procedural question. There is somebody in the waiting room. Is there a public, when does public comment occur on this issue? I obviously can't tell who they're here to, what they're here to say, so.
Yeah, we had public comment at the last meeting for this
Okay.
issue. Public comment is closed.
Okay.
For this one. So, Article 6 of the Land Use Ordinance, Section D, reductions from minimum setbacks. The Board of Appeals may grant reductions from the minimum setback requirements set forth in Article 4 of this ordinance according to all of the following criteria. Number one, setback reduction appeals are only available to reduce the minimum requirements for setbacks of structures from lot boundary lines. Setback reduction appeals should not be used and are not available from bodies of water such as provided in this ordinance. Do we agree that this item has been met? Can we get a verbal yes?
Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
I agree as well. Number two, setback reduction appeals may only be granted and are only available for lots with a residential dwelling as their principal structure. I would agree with this, gentlemen.
I agree.
Agree.
Number three, the Board of Appeals may grant a setback reduction appeal if the board finds that granting the setback reduction will not result in unreasonable interference with the privacy interests of the abutting landowners. I was not at the site walk. I do believe that Tom, you were there, and Greg, perhaps you were there.
Yep, I was there.
It's my understanding that this would not be an issue. If so, I would be in agreement that this item's been met.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay. In granting a setback reduction, the Board of Appeals may attach reasonable conditions which it may be necessary to serve the purposes of this ordinance. At this point, I'm not sure if there are any conditions. We will come back to that if necessary. The setback reduction appeal shall not be granted to enable construction or renovation which will create additional dwelling units. The application does not indicate that. It's simply an addition, so I agree that this has been met.
I agree.
I agree.
Setback reduction shall not be granted to enable construction or renovation that will result in more than one garage on the lot. That is the subject of the appeal. Again, this is not for a garage, so I believe this is met.
I agree.
I agree.
No setback reduction appeal may be granted that will result in an impervious surface lot coverage of greater than 15%. This is a large piece of property and not, a regular sized house. So I don't think we're at any chance of going over 15%. So I believe we are good here.
I agree.
I agree.
Setback reduction appeals may only be granted the minimum extent necessary to accomplish the purpose of the appeal. Setbacks may not be reduced by setback reduction appeal to less than the following absolute minimum setbacks. We are in a rural zone. We're looking at a side setback, so we cannot go any less than 10 feet. Get a confirmation from Jonathan about what we're looking at here.
And David, Mr. Guy requested a reduction and only to 13 feet and 1 inch.
And based on his sketch and our conversations, I do believe that that is the minimum extent necessary. So I am good to go with that item as well. I think we're satisfied.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay, so I think at this point, unless I am missing anything, we need to entertain a motion to grant this setback reduction.
I'll
So moved.
I'll make a motion to reduce the setback to 13 feet 1 inch for Mr. Guy.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? We'll go ahead and take a vote. Great show of hands. All in favor? You are all set. Mr. Guy, your setback reduction has been approved.
Well, I'd like to take a second to thank the board for their attention. Grateful that I can do what I need to do to get a set of stairs in there. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for bearing with us as we just want to get that clarification, make sure we were doing the right thing. And so I appreciate
No, not at all. I've
be patient.
been involved in this stuff a long time, and I expected it to get tabled the first time around.
Okay. Well, good luck with that construction. Hope it all goes for you.
I'll be in touch with you, Mr. Soroyce.
Okay.
Permitting and that kind of thing.
Sounds good.
I assume I need to be in touch with you for that.
Yeah, yeah, give us a call. Yeah, give us a call or swing by and we can get you taken care of.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, sir.
Good night.
So, moving
David,
on.
may I make just a quick comment for the people waiting for the public? So I see you raising your hand, but there's a dedicated time for public comment. So I'll take note of people that are raising their hand, and when it is that you'll be given the opportunity to speak. So there's also a couple people in the waiting room, and we'll let them speak when David basically says it's time. So I do see you.
I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Okay, no worries.
You're fine. So next on our agenda is new business, moving on to a public hearing specifically for applicant Charles Rogers for property located at 49 Inlet Pond Road, map 20, lot 7, zone LRR1, requesting a setback reduction. The board did have a site walk on this property on Saturday, June 19th at 9 a.m. In attendance was Tom Hennessy, Greg Dean, and myself. Patricia Beaton was unable to attend. What I would like to do now is, if Charles is here, or representative for Charles, I'd like to open this up for you to have a chance to talk with the board. Let us know what you're looking to do with this appeal. Once that is done, the board will just ask you some questions specifically to the appeal. At that point, we may ask a question or two of Alex, but then we'll open things up to public comments. Looking for those in favor, in opposition, or neutral. Once that public comment is done, we will close public comments specific to this application, the one for Charles Rogers, and the board will discuss the application and see if the setback reduction can be granted. So is Charles here or a representative?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
And my screen just went blank. So I'm using my wife's cell phone, but can you You can hear me all right?
I personally can hear you fine, and I can see you as well.
You can see me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Want me to start talking?
Yeah, please, if you can just go
Okay,
through.
first of all, I want to thank you guys for coming out during doing the site visit. I really appreciate it. I know you guys are volunteers, but hopefully I presented things pretty good out there. And if do you have any questions or concerns from the site visit?
No, but if you can just go ahead and go through your appeal for us.
Okay. What I'd like to do is build a garage at 49 Inlet Point Road, and we're the thing is we have to be 100 feet from the water. So with that in mind and keeping 100 feet from the water, we're proposing to build a garage in whatever it is on the corner of our lot, which would then be less than 30 feet from the road setback. So I'm requesting a variance or a setback reduction from the road to keep us 100 feet from the water. And there's no problem with keeping us, whatever it is, 20 feet or something like that from the neighbor's property. It's just the setback from the road, so I would be able to build a garage. I'm not sure what else I need to go through, but we're planning on building a 24 by 22 foot garage. That would be done upon approval, and I would like to get started as soon as possible with that. But with that in mind, I think it's also in my application that the time frame, since we're only part-time residents, the time frame for starting that, I would start it upon approval, but the time frame to complete it, I think it has to be done within a year. I'd like to make that time frame be done by like September of next year, which is a little more than a year. And I think I have to request that at the time, an extension at the time of this project. I have a building permit in to Alex that was done last year, but it wasn't approved because of the setback problems. And I also have a tree removal permit into Alex, and that's contingent upon approval of the variance that we're requesting for the setback of the road. The other, I guess, important part would be that our neighbors right down the road, it was a different neighbor at the time. I think Sean's on our current neighbor, Sean, is on the video with us now, but the prior owner of that, he requested a setback to build a garage real close, well, within 10 feet. I think it's about 10 feet from the road, which I think you folks noted when you were here from the site visit. But he was able to get a setback reduction approval to build the garage, and I would like to do something very similar to what he did and get a setback approval reduction so I could build a garage. I guess that pretty much, I think, covers it. I think you have the paperwork, and let me see if there's anything else. The location of the house and the notched pond really limits where we can build a garage here on this property. There really isn't a whole lot of other space available on our land where you can build a garage and still be 100 feet from the water, which we definitely would be 100 feet from the water. And that's why we're requesting a setback reduction. Let me see what else is on here. No, just, I don't, again, it's kind of like I'd like to do the same thing that our neighbors did when they built their garage.
Fine. I have one quick question for you.
One more thing. I have hearing aids, and I'm picking up pretty much everything you guys say, but it may be not 100%. So if you'd speak up and bear with me, because I don't have, I'm using my wife's phone. I may not catch everything the very first time. Go on.
Okay, not a problem. Thank you for letting us know that. For your setback reduction requests, can you confirm for me how much of a setback reduction you're looking for? Is it from the front? Is it from the side? Is it from both? And exactly how much of a setback are you looking for?
I think you want to know what the setbacks would be.
Yeah,
it would be probably a little over 100 feet from the, definitely a little over 100 feet from the water. I'm not sure what the setback would be from the side property. When you were out doing the site visit, we looked at where the orange stakes are, but I'm not sure what it has to be, but I think it's what is it, 20 feet from the border or the end of the land, and it would be at least 20 feet. Let me look at my map here. Yes, it's 20 feet. It would be more than 20 feet from the edge of the property, more than 100 feet from the water. And now what I'm proposing, because the road kind of turns a little along with our land, with the setback, requested setback would be 10 to 14 feet, depending on the angle of the garage. Does that answer your question?
so if I'm reading it does. We'll probably have to follow up with you on that, but for the moment it does. Yeah. Greg or Tom, do you have any questions for our applicant?
I have a quick question. Is this your primary residence?
No. We're a seasonal resident.
Okay.
We're down in Florida, and then we're up here for about almost 5 months.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It might be our thinking down the line. Our family is up here. It might be our primary residence sometime in the future, and that's one of the reasons we want to build a garage, because eventually we're getting older and we want to be up here full time near the family. But right now, no.
Do you have anything, Tom, you wanted to ask?
Yes, I guess I have a couple of questions. We have a sketch, and we also have a copy of the tax map that was provided to us by Mr. Rogers. When we did the site visit, I did ask the question of whether actually had a survey which would give some dimensions of the actual property and the location of the garage.
Yeah.
And Mr. Rogers replied he didn't.
Well, I might have misspoken, because going through the paperwork, let me find it. Going through the paperwork, I'm looking, let me find it here. There was and I think you guys are, the building permit anyway has probably, there was a survey done on November 20th, 2014. It says it's not a boundary survey, but there was a survey done. And that's one thing. The other thing is, I didn't know about, or I forgot about that, I guess. The other thing is, if you look at the parcel maps, the GIS maps, map number 20 on your website, it shows very definitively where the property is. And also, when you guys were here for the site visit, the orange stakes were laid out on the property lines from some survey that was done previously, maybe the November 2014 survey. I'm not sure when.
Okay. My concern is that just by using the data that was provided, the tax map in particular, because it's at least relatively dimensionally accurate, I don't think you can provide a 100-foot setback from the water and fit in a 22-foot garage and meet the minimum setback from the road, even if we gave you a variance to the minimum. So without a survey, I don't think you can prove, to me at least, that you're going to be able to meet the 100-foot setback from the water, which is the shoreland zoning requirement.
Oh, okay. It's definitely 100 feet. I've measured it many times. And I don't think that's really the problem. I think the problem is the setback from the road. But you're saying without a survey, you're not going to be convinced.
So when you mentioned you measured it from the, I assume, high water mark of the water?
Correct.
How did you measure it?
With a tape measure.
Yeah. Well, Alex can agree with me or whatever. It's horizontal distance. It's not down the incline of the hill.
Oh, definitely. It's the straight line distance. Yes, I'm aware of that.
Oh.
Yeah. And in fact, one of the trees that we would like removed in the tree removal permit, which is contingent upon you guys' approval, that tree is about, well, it's 104 feet from the water mark. And that's how I know that, and on my drawing that I showed, where I have hill marsh, that's about 100, well, it is 104 feet. And that's about where the back of the garage would go.
Okay. Well, in just looking at the tax map, which actually is somewhat dimensionally correct, as I said, and using the scale that's on the tax map, I believe the water is just slightly, the water to the corner of your property is just slightly over 100 feet. So I don't see how it's feasible to fit in a 22-foot wide.
All right. Which tax map are you talking about?
The town tax map.
Oh, okay. The one where it has GIS maps, map number 20? That map, I guess that's the map.
I don't. Alex probably has them memorized, I guess, but I don't know the GIS number. But you provided a copy in your application, and the only dimensions on there are the waterfront dimension and the road frontage. And if you even try and scale off of that, I think you'll find that it's just slightly over 100 feet to your corner of your road.
From the water to the road?
Yes.
That's not accurate then. Because
that's why I asked if you had a survey, or I assume when you purchased it, you had a boundary plan or something provided to you, or you now have a deed that gives the dimensions correctly.
I don't know. We didn't have a survey when we bought it, just that one that I referred to earlier in November.
So I guess I'd like to hear from Alex if he went and did a site walk and see what his opinion is.
Greg, are you host?
Pardon?
Yes, I am.
Can you enable screen sharing?
Sure. Let's see here.
I missed, if you were asking me something, I missed it.
Is that something at meeting level?
If you click on, if you hover over me and you click on the 3 dots, there should be, I believe, an option to enable.
Spotlight for everyone, allow to record, rename, put in waiting room. No, there's not. Screen share. Who can share? There we go. So all participants.
Yep.
Who can start sharing when someone else is sharing? Okay.
All right, there we go. I got it now.
Okay.
All right, so just doing a quick measurement on the tax map. The closest point from what we can tell to the lot line where he's looking the setback reduction, the ground length, it shows it at 120 feet. And that is, you know, approximate, but typically it's usually pretty close. So that does line up with what Tom's saying. You know, if you have a 10-foot reduction from that front lot line, because remember the setback reduction.
I see what you're saying. Yes,
is from the lot line itself, not the road. So if you have a 10-foot reduction from that front line and you have a 100-foot setback, there's maybe a 10-foot area. If you
I see what you're saying, but when you actually measure I see what you're saying on that. But when you actually measure from the edge of the road, or not the edge of the road, the edge of the water up, there's 100 feet with another, I don't know, 30 feet to spare to get to the road.
Yeah, and I think some of the problem might be there's probably a portion of this land up here that may actually be within the road right of way up in here.
Oh, I see.
And that's not actually on the lot, which if that's the case, it's not something that could be built on because it wouldn't meet setbacks. It would actually be within the right of way. And I think that's where Tom was headed with this.
Yeah,
Without a survey, it's tough to tell.
When again, the only thing I can say is when I actually take my 100-foot tape measure and measure from the water up, I still have room to put a garage, and depending on the angle of the garage, 10 to 14 feet setback from the road when you actually measure. I know what you're saying on that drawing, but when you actually measure it, it's different.
Did you have anything further you wanted to add, Mr. Rogers, at this point?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Greg, we'll go ahead and open this up to public comments, looking specifically first for people that are in agreement, then secondarily people who may be opposed, and finally those who may be neutral.
So I've admitted everybody from the waiting room that I can if you want to unmute yourself, and I don't know how to, there's only 2 people it looks like that may have comments. So if somebody wants to raise their hand and start, go ahead. I guess I can, okay.
Okay, may I ask a question?
If you can first let us know your name and your residence, please.
Yeah, my name is Sean Higgins, and I am at 51 Inlet Point Road, just up the street. And my house actually, before I owned it, the previous owner did get a variance for his garage. And that's, I think, the property that Mr. Rogers was referring to. So I actually don't have any dispute about the variance. I just wanted to be a little bit clear on where the garage is going to go, if it's going to go on the left or the right side of the driveway. And I think I saw the map correctly, and my only reason I'm asking that is because on the side where I live, there's a drainage area for a swamp right behind my house, and that might cause some flooding or something. But that would be the only question that I would make sure that that would be okay. But I think they were thinking of the other side of the.
What we're thinking of looking at going from the house to the road, it would be on the left side, going from the house to the road.
Okay, and I'm on the right side. Is that the orientation?
You're on the right, where the drainage thing is, that's way on the right side.
Oh, okay, yeah. So we're on the same page.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. That's all.
Yeah.
And actually, other than that, I actually don't have any dispute for the Rogers to have a variant.
Thank you. Gentlemen, did you have any questions for Sean? Okay, Sean, looks like we're good. So thank
Sorry,
you.
but just sorry, real
Oh,
quick.
no,
Should I
sorry.
unmute? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm first time operating the controls here. Should I unmute looks like this is a phone. I don't know if they have the ability to raise their hand, so I might just unmute and see if they have comment for this issue.
I think that's the only way we can do it.
Okay.
Just
So I've asked
last.
to unmute. I can't force somebody to unmute. So if you're calling and wish to speak on this issue, go ahead and unmute.
Hi, everybody. No comments. This is John Clark. I'm third on the list for the new items. I just couldn't get the video working, so apologies.
Okay,
but
thanks, John.
No questions on this.
Okay, so it appears we have nobody additionally waiting to speak, so I will close public comments on this particular appeal. So Greg and Tom, looking at this, I think part of what I wrestle with is a lot of what Tom has identified. We have a rough sketch. I'm not sure if anything was provided to Alex, but looking at the sketch, it's not clear to me the exact variance or exact setbacks that are being requested. And it appears that the dimensions of the proposed garage 24 by 22 may not even actually fit within property based on the setbacks, even the minimum ones. I'd love to hear you guys' thoughts. I mean, we can certainly go through the ordinances, but I think this is something we got to talk about.
Yeah, and just to clarify, David, we're again going 6D on this, right? This is
this is actually in shorelands.
Okay.
So this is similar though. In shoreland, it's section 16. Section G, item 2F.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I guess part of me is, I mean, we can go through the setback requirements, but I have a hard time going through it because it's not even 100% clear to me specifically how much of a setback needs to be allowed for. I don't know if having a survey done with a sketch that identifies exactly the setback requirements or setback reductions being requested. I mean, I would prefer that before moving forward, but Alex was, it's my understanding from Mr. Rogers that you got a building permit or a request for one for the garage. Is this correct? And if so, did you get any dimensions from that?
Yeah, I believe he did. That's how we received that and said, no, you need to get a variance or setback reduction before we can issue a permit. And so no, I don't have anything additional, but what I can say is anytime someone is building within a setback, whether or not they have a variance from you guys or not, if it's replacement of an existing non-conforming structure or anything like that within a setback, typically I require at least a lot sketch from a surveyor that has their signature and stamp on it, detailing specifically what that setback is. And usually I will require something in writing from that surveyor after construction to confirm that what they've built meets that setback. So I don't think it's out of the question for you guys to table this and request additional information before you move further. That's just something to think about.
Appreciate it. Greg or Tom?
I guess I'd like to propose a motion if we're ready.
I will entertain a motion.
Okay, I'd like to propose that we table this subject to resubmittal with a dimensionally accurate site plan survey that depicts the waterfront setback and the road setback minimal requirement with whatever size garage can fit in there, if it can fit at all. So.
I would, well, do we have I would just maybe say side setback as well. Looks like from this, maybe amend that to all setbacks.
Sure, amend it to all
All right.
setbacks. And to clarify for Mr. Rogers, we're in the shoreland zoning, and the most, even if we had all of the data, the most we could grant on a front yard is 15 feet. So the 10 to 14 wouldn't be satisfactory.
So do we have a second for Tom's motion?
Seconded.
Okay, any further discussion? So all those in favor, show of hands. Okay. So Mr. Rogers, if hopefully you'll understand, this was clear from our end of things. We're looking for specifically more of a survey of your property, which specifically details where the garage is going to go, and specifically the setbacks from your property lines that are going to be needed. So we're going to table this until our next meeting. That information can be provided, I believe, to you, Alex, and then we'll move forward from there. Okay. Did you get that, Mr. Rogers?
Yes. Oh, yeah. I thought you were talking to Alex. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Yeah, I kind of referred to him.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, it's basically tabled until I come up with a survey with more detailed, accurate information.
Very good. Yep, exactly.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for your time tonight. So moving on to our next item of business, new business, public hearing specific to Norman and Wanda Dyer, property location of 258 Meadow Road. Map lot 48, zone rural residential and the mobile home overlay. Looking for a setback reduction. So again, Norman and Wanda, there they are. Just what we will do is we will have you let the board know specifically what you're looking to do with regards to this appeal. We will ask you some questions. We may ask Alex a few questions along the way. Once that's done, we'll open things to public comments. And then after that, the board will discuss how this appeal fits into the ordinances to see if we can grant it or not. So, Norman, if you are ready to just let the board know what you're looking to do with this appeal, that would be great.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your time, gentlemen. A few years ago, I think it was like 6 years ago, I gave a 2-acre lot to my daughter. And she's built a home up above me on that piece of property. I would like to do the same for my other daughter and her husband. And I asked Chris Flynn to give me a sketch of what he could do if we was to try to make 2 conforming lots out of what I had for 1 lot. And he gave me that picture. It is a partial representation of the entire survey that he did just a few years ago. And it gives you the accurate dimensions of what is required. And apparently my bulkhead sticks out 4 feet into the necessary setback for that second lot to be applicable. I hope I've been clear.
Yes, you are clear. Anything further you wanted to add?
I would just like to add that Chris Flynn, when he did this new sketch, said that he did not have to necessarily sign this copy because it was a request for you. But that survey was done, like I said, like 6 years ago, and this is as accurate as he could come up with.
Okay. See here, just for the record, our board did do a site walk of your property on Saturday, June 19th at 10 a.m. In attendance were Greg Keane, Tom Hennessy, and myself, David Murch. So, Tom or Greg, did you have any questions for our applicants?
No, I think we got a pretty good picture from the material submitted, at least from my side.
Yeah, I'm satisfied with the site walk and the material provided.
I do have a question for Alex. What I find interesting here, it's a setback reduction request for a parcel that isn't even a parcel at this point. Is that something we can even do? I mean, work.
Yeah, I mean, it's different, but I think you can, because they can't really split the lot without the variance. So order of operations would be, if you guys approve it, then they could then split the lot, because the variance is more or less an approval from you guys saying you would approve it, you approve it, and they can't split the lot until they have that. Another way to configure it. So I don't think there's an issue with it. It's just a little different.
Okay. Yes. So Greg, will open this up to public comment. I don't necessarily see that we have any. No, so we'll go ahead and close public comments. I get this is a case again of going through the land use ordinance, Article 6D. Question is, do we see anything at this point that would prevent us from going through that Article 6D, similar to the case we had before, where perhaps we don't have enough information? I don't see that. I feel comfortable going through the path of 6D, but Greg or Tom, do you have any concerns before we do that?
I guess my only question before we go through it is, in the end, if we propose a motion to agree with this, what is the actual number we're going to put in the proposed motion?
That's good points.
I believe it's 16.21 is the setback they're asking for.
Yes. So Chris said that he may be a foot off or half a foot off. He's going to have to come back and restake it, but he said to request 5 foot reduction to meet within that 16 foot.
So 15 foot setback.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I will go ahead and move forward with Article 6 of Board of Appeals. Section D, reductions from minimum setbacks. The Board of Appeals may grant reductions from the minimum setback requirements set forth in Article 4 of this ordinance according to the following criteria. Number one, setback reduction appeals are only available to reduce the minimum requirements for setbacks of structures from lot boundary lines. Setback reduction appeals shall not be used and are not available from bodies of water as provided by this ordinance. I believe this appeal meets that requirement.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Number two, setback reduction appeals may only be granted and are only available for lots with a residential dwelling as their principal structures. In this case, we are definitely looking at a residential dwelling as the principal structure. From my perspective, this is met. Opinions? Agree? Disagree?
I agree.
Agreed.
Number three, the Board of Appeals may grant a setback reduction appeal if the board finds that granting the setback reduction will not result in unreasonable interference with the privacy interests of the abutting landowners. I do not see an issue there. I believe this has been met.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Number four, in granting a setback reduction, the Board of Appeals may attach reasonable conditions which it may deem necessary to serve the purposes of this ordinance. Number five, a setback reduction appeal shall not be granted to enable construction or renovation which will create additional dwelling units. In this case, the purpose is to allow for splitting of a property. So I think this has been met. Agree?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Number six, a setback reduction appeal shall not be granted to enable construction or renovation that will result in more than one garage on the lot that is subject of the appeal. That is not the case here, so I agree that this has been met.
Agreed.
Agreed.
No setback reduction appeal may be granted that will result in impervious surface lot coverage of greater than 15%. So I think look at that. This is a pretty large piece of property, so I don't see that we're going to have an issue with 15%. So I believe that this has been met.
Agreed.
Agreed.
And setback reduction appeals may only be granted for the minimum extent necessary to accomplish the purpose of the appeal. Setbacks may not be reduced by setback reduction appeal to less than the following absolute minimums. In the, we were in residential, rural residential. So rural residential side, we can go no less than 10 feet. I believe the request was for 15. So I believe this has been met as well. Do you agree?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay. So all items we are in agreement have been satisfied. I will entertain a motion on this appeal.
I'll make a motion that we approve a side setback reduction to 15 feet.
Second.
Seconded. Seconded.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, show of hands. So moved and passed. So, Mr. Dyer, your request has been approved.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
You are very welcome. Have yourself a great evening.
Thank you. You too.
And then too much pieces of paper here. And our final piece of new business, a public hearing for applicant John Clark, property location of 70 Plummer Drive, map 23, lot 23, zone LRR1, that's shoreland zoning, looking specifically for a setback reduction. So I believe John is on the phone, number ending in 4224. John, what we'll do is we will ask you to unmute, give us a quick rundown of what you were looking to accomplish with this appeal request. From there, our board will ask you a few questions. We may ask Alex a few questions. Then we will open to public comment, and then finally we will discuss whether or not our ordinances will allow this request. So I will state that the board did do a site walk of this property. Trying to find the work that was done. Well, maybe one of you gentlemen can help me out.
You looking for the date?
Yeah, date. I know it was at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, the June 19th.
June 19th.
Thank you very much. And that was Tom Hennessy, Greg Dean, and David Murch in attendance. So John, if you can just give us an idea of what you're looking to accomplish with this appeal, please.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Great. Apologies for not being able to figure out the video, but thankfully I'm on here via telephone. But so to make it, concise, I purchased this property as my primary residence on October 30th of 2020. Moved in mid-November, and during the purchase process, my mortgage lender came back with their survey that notified me that a lean-to shed, which is physically connected to the house but not part of the actual house foundation structure, doesn't fulfill the setback requirement per the zoning. My understanding is that it requires a 20-foot setback, and when they did their survey, they found that it was, on their plan, it references 17 plus or minus feet. So what I was hoping to accomplish, from this meeting is that, I wanted to go through all the correct paperwork to get a setback reduction so that this would be a legal structure, and then I could effectively go back to my mortgage lender and have this kind of insured under my policy, because currently they are not insuring it. I just wanted, it just seemed like the right thing to do as well. So I just didn't want it kind of hanging out there. And that is essentially it. So this, lean-to shed was, I'm not sure when it was built, but I talked to my neighbor who has lived, next door for decades, I believe. So, and he said, it's been there for years. So it's not I don't know, by my standards, a new addition. This is not something that I built. This is something that, has already been there and is existing.
Okay. And
it's only one corner of the shed, I believe, because the property line moves at an angle, and so it's if you're looking from the front of the house, it's just the back right corner, and then it eventually the property line tapers off, and it falls within the setback. And I think that's all I have.
Okay. I do have one question. It is a question I asked you during the site walk, but just wanted to make sure this was answered for the public to hear. You had provided a sketch of the property, and on that sketch was a note, and the note indicated that the Raymond Code Enforcement Officer has reviewed the sketch. All structures were permitted and approved except the shed. A variance was allowed. My question was specifically for the comment of a variance was allowed. Can you just speak to that?
Yes, I went back into my records from the acquisition process, and I have an email between my real estate agent, Michelle Carver, and Alex, that is on the line, stating that there was a separate variance that does not exist in accordance with this lean-to shed. So it does not relate to this structure.
Thank you. Tom or Greg, did you have any questions for John?
I think I asked John, and I'm sure I'll ask Alex at the end here. You're requesting the reduction to 17 feet, but is that the edge of the roof, or is that the actual building vertical structure?
Yes, I went out and measured it, albeit, with a tape measure, and it was a little difficult. I'll be honest. I was relying on these measurements from the mortgage inspection survey of their professional measurements. That they understood the methodology better than I did. So I'm not sure whether it's from the roof or the kind of foundation post, but clarity on that would be great. And if it's possible, whatever is the simplest, assuming that there are no other issues.
Okay. So Alex, just to clarify, it's the roof overhang also is part of side setbacks, right?
Yes, correct. Closest part of the structure.
Okay.
Well, I guess I'm leaning towards giving you an extra couple feet just to be safe. How's that?
I would greatly appreciate it.
Greg, did you have any questions for John?
Just a quick question for Alex. And I think John clarified this, but just to double check here, when you researched, there was no building permit at all for the lean-to. So
yeah, that's correct. So that's a great point. So this is kind of the first step in a two-step process to right the ship here. It would require an after-the-fact building permit, but I can't issue an after-the-fact building permit until a variance has been granted by you guys because it's within the setback. So he would also need to get that permit from me after getting approval, possibly from you guys.
All right. I will go ahead and open public comments. I do not see that anybody here, though.
Did you guys also get the email from DP?
Oh, yes. Thank you. Which I will read. Thank you. Yes, we did receive an email from the Maine Department of Environmental Protection, specifically for John Clark's application for a variance request as a sideline setback. The mandatory Shoreline Zoning Act does not establish minimum requirements for road setbacks or sideline setbacks. These setback requirements are determined locally. Consequently, the department does not have any comments regarding these variance applications to be considered by the Board of Appeals. So I think I opened public comment. I didn't close it. I'm going to close it now. Yes. In this case, we are looking at shoreline zoning. That will take us through section 16. G for appeals, number 2, variance appeals, and then down to F. Board of Appeals may grant reductions from the minimum setback requirements set forth in 15A of these provisions according to all the following criteria. That is where we're headed. Does anybody have any concerns at this point before we start to go down that track with the ordinances?
I'm good,
Not,
David.
not me.
Okay. I have one. I have a bit of a concern similar to what we had with Mr. Rogers, in the sense that we're looking for 17 feet plus or minus for a setback, and we don't have confirmation yet of where that setback, specifically what the actual setback request is. Does anybody else have that concern? I'm looking at it, we're going to be we're looking to grant a setback to something that we don't really know is the minimum extent needed.
Sorry, Tom. Who put the 17 plus feet plus or minus on that document?
John, do you have that?
Yes, that was the surveyor from the mortgage inspection. That was not me. When I measured it, it was roughly that. So I was trusting that they had a more exact measurement than I was capable of. But if 15 feet doesn't seem unreasonable, I think that should be fine and enough of a buffer, but happy to, that's just off the top of my head, happy to hear thoughts or comments.
So Greg, I do see that it's stamped by State of Maine Land Surveyor David L.J. Hughes and initialed.
Right, but the note was added, right? Is that right, John?
No, everything in red. I'm not sure if you have the PDF version, but everything in red is what I added.
Yeah, I have black and white.
Yeah, I have black and white as well. So,
so the 25 foot and the line across, I added that line in, but I did not add in the 17 plus or minus, if that's helpful.
Alex, do you have some feedback to that? Like I said, I'm concerned with the plus minus piece to it.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Typically with the mortgage loan, I would be shocked if they're more than 6 inches off with that, because they're able to draw a straight line between a monument and a pin, as long as that pin is the correct pin and wasn't put in the wrong spot by someone, then it should be pretty accurate.
So I guess I will ask the question of our applicants. If we move forward with this tonight and grant a, let's just say for theory's sake, we grant a variance to 17 feet, and then afterwards you find out that 17 feet was insufficient, sounds like that could be an issue. So,
Dave,
from your perspective, would you prefer to get a survey and then come back to this, or would you want us to move forward with the information we have?
Dave, this spill at the control room.
And I guess, before I answer my question is, what is kind of that, is there room for margin in that? I'm assuming there's not, but that was a question I have. If it's, 17 feet, 2 inches, or should I say, it's 16 feet, 10 inches, if that is,
right.
Because, I'm definitely planning on going through you know, getting the building permit, you know, and having it surveyed. So there is going to be that second check. So I'm definitely going to go through that process. And, you know, obviously I'd rather do everything once. But, you know,
Right, understood. Let me come back to that. Tom, Greg, if I'm not going to go through all of the items yet, but under the track that we're going, F8 indicates setback reduction appeals may only be granted to the minimum extent necessary to accomplish the purpose of this appeal. Given that we can have a setback, a maximum of up to 10 feet, and the fact that we have a map or survey that indicates 17 plus or minus, what is the minimum you believe acceptable? Probably using 17 as a starting point.
Yeah, I think kind of going based on Alex's interpretation of how this was surveyed, we could use that as a reference point of like what minimum might be. So, you know, I feel like adding a half a foot is probably reasonable as a minimum, but wouldn't want to go much further. In my mind, I don't know. What do you think, Tom?
I'd rather get this resolved today. So pick a number, 16 feet, whatever. And if Alex is good with it, then let's move forward.
Dave? David, this is Bill at the control room.
What's that?
Can you hear me? This is Bill in the control room.
Yes, I can hear you, Bill.
We had a computer failure about 5 minutes ago, so I've missed about 2 or 3 minutes of your meeting. So I don't know whether you want to recap for the public.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know what we asked the past 3 to 5.
Basically, the question you guys just asked will probably summarize the entire discussion, which was
okay. Thank you.
How much of a buffer do you add in here?
So we have 17 feet plus or minus, suggestion to go to 16 feet. I would be accepting of that. Tom, Greg, would you 16 feet sound reasonable?
I'm good with it.
To me.
Okay, so John, we will go through the steps of making sure your appeal can be granted the setback. If we do a setback, we are looking at 16 feet. Is that good for you? That is what we will use, but that is your measurement that you need to consider as if you would prefer to go and get a survey done.
okay, understood. And thank you all.
So would you prefer us to move forward tonight as opposed to tabling for a survey?
Yes, I'll move forward and roll the dice. And, you know, if I have to come back, then I have to come back.
Okay, very good. So Tom, Greg, we'll go ahead and go through our section here in shoreline zoning. F, Board of Appeals may grant reductions from minimum setback requirements set forth in 15A of these provisions according to all the following criteria. Number 1, setback reduction appeals are only available to reduce, the minimum requirements of setbacks of structures from lot boundary lines. Setback reduction appeals shall not be used and are not available from bodies of water as provided in these provisions. I believe this appeal meets that requirement.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Number 2, setback reduction appeals may only be granted and are only available for lots with an existing residential dwelling as the principal structure. Our site walk confirmed that. I believe this item has been is okay. Greg, Tom, are we
agreed
with this one?
Agreed.
Okay. The Board of Appeals may grant a setback reduction appeal if the board finds that granting the setback reduction will not result in unreasonable interference with the privacy interests of the abutting landowners. I did not see privacy issues with regards to the site walk. We did not have any people, any abutters at the site walk. We did not have any public comment tonight from abutting landowners. So from my perspective, I believe we can move forward with item 3. Would you agree?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Number 4, in granting a setback reduction, the Board of Appeals may attach reasonable conditions which it may deem necessary to serve the purposes of these provisions. Number 5, a setback reduction appeal shall not be granted to enable construction or renovation that will create additional dwelling units. This is for a lean-to shed, so I believe that requirement has been met. What you guys?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Number 6, a setback reduction appeal shall not be granted to enable construction or renovation that will result in more than one garage on the lot that is subject of the appeal. This is for a lean-to shed, so I believe this has been met. You agree?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Number 7, no setback reduction appeal may be granted that will result in impervious structure lot coverage of greater than 15%. This is looking at the sketch provided. The shed's pretty minimal. I don't know, what do you guys think? Do we need to go through the calculations, or are we agreed that impervious lot coverage will not be greater than 15%?
I don't think we need to go through it. Looks fairly more.
Okay.
I think I'm agreed.
And number 8, setback reduction appeals may only be granted for the minimum extent necessary to accomplish the purpose of the appeal. Setbacks may not be reduced by setback reduction appeal to less than the following absolute minimum. For shoreline zoning, a side yard is 10 feet. We are proposing 16 feet. So I believe we're good to go there. Would you guys agree?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, so that satisfies all of the requirements. All that is left is for me to entertain a motion on this.
I'd like to propose a motion to reduce the side setback to 16 feet.
Seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, show of hands. Unanimous approval. So John, your setback reduction has been approved.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Really, I really appreciate it.
You are very welcome. Have yourself a good evening.
You too. Take care.
Okay. Next order of business, Code Enforcement Officer Communications.
Yeah, so, well, great job, guys. I think you were working very well. It's like a well-oiled machine here. Fantastic, considering none of you have been on the board for more than a year, or even a year. So
yeah, it's been less than 6 months.
4 applications. I think you know, pat yourself on the back. I think that went pretty well, and you know, hopefully we can pick up a couple more people so that we don't have to worry about the quorum issue. You know, moving forward. But I don't really have a whole lot for you other than we've got a couple of exciting developments, I guess. You know, obviously now we have Sandy, who joined us in May. She was originally supposed to, or the position was originally supposed to be created in July, but we bumped that up due to how busy things have been for both you guys and the planning board. So she's here, and now she's you know, getting things dialed in, and that seems to be working well. The other exciting thing is today we actually posted a full-time assistant code officer position. So this has been something that's kind of been years in the making, and it was close to happening a couple of times, and it's gotten to the point where, you know, we've looked at the stats on, you know, permit applications, and just how busy things are this year compared to previous years. And it was just, it's time to bite the bullet and go for it. So we posted that job today. Obviously, with the way the world is, we may not get any applicants. We may get 5 applicants. We may get 1. We'll see. So if you know anyone who wants to be a code officer, we have the position open, and it is full-time. It will be full-time. What we're trying to do is position ourselves so that we can hire someone who can do a bulk of the field work. So likely someone or a candidate we would hire would have some actual experience in either the construction world or zoning, so that they can jump right in and get going with inspections, which would free up a lot of my time to do basically permit processing, field questions, emails, phone calls, stuff like that in the office, to kind of keep things rolling along, because we're pretty backed up with permit applications right now. But that's pretty much all I got.
Excellent. Do we have anything for a July meeting, or are we looking beyond that?
Well, the deadline was the 25th, but now you just tabled 2 tonight, so.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Well, no, we only tabled 1. So Charles.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. You
So-
were able the second one.
Okay.
You want him to get that surveyed, right? So that's gonna
Yeah.
take
So
some time, I think.
it's all dependent on his timing, I guess, of that.
Sandy, what's the drop dead date for getting on the July meeting?
Well, like I say, technically the filing date was the 25th, but it really hinges on the publications. So let me just check what the date that it has to be published by. It has to go to the papers for July 2nd to be published. So that's not going to happen now, is it?
No.
No, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah. So I will send a note to Mr. Rogers and let him know that he will be on for the August meeting.
Okay. Depending on the timing of his submittal of a survey.
Well, right, because it's not going to make it for July because of it having to be in for publication by July 2nd, which is Friday.
Okay. Very good. So I'll quickly say, I was listening to the select board meeting last week or the week before, and they indicated there that our meetings will no longer be allowed to be done by Zoom per state of Maine requirements. So it looks like we will be meeting at the broadcast studios for our next meeting. I see Alex shaking his head. So.
Yeah, that's correct.
He said, sorry.
Yep. So obviously no July meeting. So yeah, the August meeting, unless something changes, I would plan on meeting at the broadcast studio.
Okay. And I guess publicly, I'd like to say thank you to Sandy and welcome aboard. I appreciate all of your help. I'd like to say also welcome aboard Greg. Pleasure working with you this evening. And I would also like to thank Len for his time serving on the board. It was approximately 3 years, so that's a lot of time investment. Appreciate his efforts.
Absolutely.
Our last item of business is adjournment. So I think I need a motion to adjourn. Anybody?
I'll propose a motion to adjourn as soon as possible.
I'll second that one. So all those in favor? You're not in favor, Greg?
That's
No.
never one I've seen fail.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship in any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. Their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, our store donations, rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through, we'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're a senior or non-senior. And they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form into me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I am a Lion. This is, the food pantry is supported as a project by the Lions, so we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in or prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
Hi, welcome to an emergency Board of Selectmen meeting. Call this meeting to order. We are here to talk, I'm going to let Dawn go ahead. We're going to talk about the Marine One boat.
Yes, thank you, Teresa. So a couple of days ago, it was discovered that one of the engines on our Marine One, this is the large boat that we acquired some years ago from the federal government. It's a former United States Coast Guard offshore patrol boat that we've used in Sebago Lake since 2007, was leaking oil from the port side engine. Is that correct, Bruce? Yes. And so it was leaking oil, so it was sent down to Portland Yacht Services where it was torn down and evaluated. It has a blown head gasket. It's basically a total rebuild. The engine itself is approximately 17 years old. So that is probably not a good investment for us. And the other engine is the same exact age. And so basically we'll probably experience a similar failure at some point in the near future. They both have somewhere north of 1,000 hours of total runtime on them. They were originally saltwater engines, as I said, used by the Coast Guard in Down East Maine. So after they've been looked at by the experts at Portland Yacht, and there's been a fair amount of other evaluation done both locally and by some of the members who are experienced in this sort of thing, the recommendation was that we replace the engines. Now, I should tell you that the boat itself was originally acquired by the town, as you may recall, for the total sum of $14,000. That's boat, motors, and trailer. At the time, it was 5 years old. The motors were a couple of years old. So we've had great, service from it. It has had a total electronic refurb a couple of years ago. Is that right, Chief?
Last year, correct.
Last year, and then it was painted this last year as well. Yeah, last year as well. So it's been painted. It has, you know, new electronics. So this is basically the other thing that could go wrong. And so since 2007, you know, the town has had basically the maintenance issue. The Fire Rescue Association has done fundraising for the paint. We contributed some to that, but the Fire Rescue Association largely did the paint work. The electronic work was the Fire Rescue fundraiser as well. So we should be in good shape, good to go for at least a 10-year period with the repowering of the boat. The boat itself is in good condition, and it is a original $250,000 plus asset of the federal government. It's been kept up in good condition. So what we'd like to do is to ask the Board of Selectmen for authorization from the Selectmen contingency up to the cost of these new engines. And so a round number would be 60,000, although here we're seeing 55,648. I'd like to say $60,000. But what we're going to do is to look at various sources of funding to include the TIF, unexpended funds from the fire department budget this year, capital improvement funds. We're going to explore, you know, the possibility of funds from the sheriff's office. We're going to look at any private giving we can think of. We're going to look at the residual value of the outboards that are on it now. We think that the one remaining outboard might be worth $5,000 to $8,000 plus the junk outboard. So we're going to try to come up with any and all sources of funding to try to mitigate the cost of these things. But we're in peak season, and so the bad news is it's going to be 2 weeks that to get these installed. The only outboards, as I'm understanding it, available in the size that would be suitable for this watercraft are at Jeff's Marine in Thomaston, Maine. And so they are Yamaha brand, which is different than the Honda brand that's on there now. So it requires a total refitting of the cables and controls and so forth. Now, there was an email in the packet that talked about the console having some issues, but I guess from talking to Bruce, the console is part of the refitting as well. That's included in this quote. So that's what we're recommending, to repower it with new outboards, Yamaha brand from Jeff's Marine in Thomaston. And we're going to do everything we can to reduce the cost, but we feel it only prudent to come up with the entire amount so that we don't have any kind of a snafu in getting this done in the short term. It may take us some time to source some of the, particularly some of the contributions we're going to try to seek from outside entities.
So one of the things for Joe and Sam, because when I was talking to Bruce and Don earlier, is I wanted to make sure that the boat was investable. So if the boat's in great shape and we're just going to invest in it, then that's fine. But if it's a piece of crap and it's going to fall apart in like 2 or 3 years, yeah, do we want to put the money in? And that's why he got all that information from the dealer, well, the people who are going to fix it. So any questions? Go ahead, Joe.
I assume these boats are probably built to last 40, 50 years. So, I mean, you know, I think it would be a good investment. Would the marina take the 2 engines as trade, the 2 motors as trade?
We're working on that, Joe. That's one of the pieces that we haven't found yet. It's been kind of a rush whirlwind to get this put together. So we know that we've been told that the 5,000 to 8,000 is a good figure to use for resale of them. I've got to clarify now whether that was the trade or whether that was our doing or our private selling it. So that's one thing I am now unclear on, kind of unfolded over the last couple hours here. So I'm trying to dig for that. I don't know if that answers it 100% for you, but we're...
Yeah, I mean, it's just a hassle factor. A lot of times it's just easy to just say, all right, what do you give me for those 2 motors? I know you got to rebuild one of them, the other one's in good shape. You know, and just take it off the price without having to put it on Craigslist or whatever other method you're trying to sell it.
I would tell you from our previous experience in the boat sale business, we had a boat before this that was refurbed for nothing by Sabre Yachts. We had the motor redone by somebody or other. We went through this process, and when we were done with it, we put it on Craigslist, tried to sell it. I don't know if you remember this or not, but it blew up, and the young guy who bought it came back. We felt bad. By the time we got done, we were sorry we were in the boat sale business. So I'm with you. Let's just trade these things in.
Yeah. How often does the sheriff's department use this boat?
Usually they're out for 10 details of several hours each every season. This year they're having a hard time with it, and it's because their staffing levels are down right now. So that's one of the things that's of concern. So normally I would say, 40, 50 hours worth of time every season that they're out on the water with it.
Yeah.
It's a good presence to have, and they usually have some good contacts, OUI, stuff like that. They'll
Right.
pull into it.
Well, I don't think it would be awful to ask Kevin Joyce to kick in a little money, since they do use it quite a bit. I mean, 40 to 50 hours on the boat is a lot of time.
Yes, and I did make that phone call earlier today to him. He is on vacation. His brother answered for him. And they just don't have money in this year's budget for it. That's one of the concerns. However, their budget year runs January. He said they possibly could get something put in for that.
Well, I mean, essentially what we're looking at is we're looking at doing the authorization now, and any fundings that we get are going to be in the 21-22 budget cycle anyway. So I mean, it would be I mean, it certainly makes sense for you and Don to continue the conversation with Kim Joyce to see what they can do there. And if it's something that even if they have to put it into their budget for next year, it still would come in that 21-22 as additional income for us. So so it's still gonna help offset in the long term where they are there. And I think it's appropriate for them to come up with something. Obviously we're not asking them to come up with the whole thing. We're asking something to help out in the thing, because they get some benefit out of it.
Right. Well, the other thing too is the boat will be down 2 weeks, correct? And Dawn and Bruce are going to come up possibly with another plan to get another boat to cover us for the 4th of July on Sebago.
Well, they do have another boat that they use in the Harpswell area. I think it's off the water. They typically keep it in a fire station, we believe. So we're going to ask them to see if that's possible to move to Sebago, because I don't think they keep it on the water. And so, as we've shared this boat with them, we hope that could be moved to Sebago to be actually on the water.
Where do we actually dock this boat? At the Fry Island launch?
Oh, it's over at our, I keep wanting to call it Jordan Bay. It's not. It's the other marina, the blue one.
Down
Port
here.
Harbor.
Port Harbor. That's the one. I just drawn a metal blank. Port Harbor gives us a slip to put our boat out every year.
Okay, good. That's nice.
We over the years, we've had, through the kindness of local marinas and even homeowners, we've had a free slip for the boat.
Nice.
Just one clarification question, Bruce, and it may be in their coding on the things, but obviously you've got a counter thrust and a forward and a regular thrust engine.
Right.
Yeah. Props look like they're saying the same prop, but you should have a right hand and a left hand prop.
Yeah, it will be. Yeah, because of the thrust on the engine, they have to be configured that way.
Right. Yeah. It's just that they've used the same code for both props.
Maybe I don't have that sitting up on my screen. I was trying to dig it up, but yeah, I'm sure that's just something we got to look at and double check.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be that.
Otherwise you blow up the engine.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
If you look at the actual quote, the engines are slightly different in cost and have a slightly different code on them.
Right. The engines are fine, but the engines come without a prop. You have to have the prop, which he's got in the accessory list. The reason you got two different is you've got a regular rotation and a counter rotation on the engine. That's why you've got two different. That's why you have two different model numbers. But in the accessories for the prop, they've picked up the same code for both.
Well, I'm sure that the boat will go in a circle with the same prop, right?
It will.
We'll be sure to.
Obviously they would. The out when they go to mount it, they're going to know. But who's going to mount it? Is it going to go up to Jeff's, or is it going to?
Yeah, they're supposed to take care of it, soup to nuts, if you will. That's what will happen. 2 weeks, we'll have it all in.
I mean, obviously they're not. They're going to know if they got the wrong one to put on there. So
Yeah, well, I made a note of it, Rolf, too, just so I can follow through with that. Good catch. And yeah, I saw the differences in the models of the motors. I didn't follow up on the prop.
The motor models, that makes sense because one's a
Right.
counter rotation, one's a regular rotation. So
Correct, it is, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't pick up on the prop, so yeah, doesn't hurt to check.
No, won't hurt at all.
All right, anybody have any other questions? Can I get a motion to accept?
okay, let me first ask Alex. So Alex, essentially what you're going to, what we're going to be doing, what we do would be authorize the not to exceed. And you're going to have to work with the accounts on where you pull that from in order to balance it out, correct?
Correct, yes.
Right, and the other spot, I don't know, as I mentioned, was the TIF. Ralph had also mentioned the TIF. I don't think I mentioned that.
Yeah, because it is public safety, so it can fall under TIF funds. So if we have unexpended TIF funds for this year, the logic would be to pull some from that instead of all from contingency.
But the one thing we have been able to disqualify, though, Rolf, that you mentioned was the American Rescue money.
Yes.
That we've disqualified already, unfortunately.
That's all right. I mean, but until you look, you don't know. So
Right.
So is there still 75,000 in the contingency account?
Alex, I think we determined those. Go ahead.
Yeah, I believe so.
So we didn't use any last year, okay.
So
There's a couple of places we can pull it.
Yeah, originally we were going to, when we were, did something on one of the, I think it was on, it's either, can't remember, it was Public Works or Fire on one of the engines, and we decided instead to increase that in order to cover that instead of taking that out of contingency because it was so early in the year. So I guess I'd make the motion to authorize the repowering of Marine One not to exceed $60,000.
I will second that.
60,000? I thought it was a little bit more.
No, it's a little less actually.
Well, quote's 55.6, but that gives a little bit of room there if something else comes up in there.
So
I had been told 60 earlier. I hadn't seen the quote when I was talking to you earlier. So
okay, but what's the cost for the steering wheel?
it's included.
That's included with that.
That's a common thing, Teresa. It's a seal
Right.
on that unit, so it's really nothing more than a gasket replacement. So it's a half-hour labor and a gasket cost to do that.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that was included with
That's
it.
included to make that work. Yeah.
Okay, can I get a second on that motion?
I did.
Yeah, Sam seconded.
Thanks. Any questions? All in favor? All right, good.
Thank you.
Is that it? Motion to adjourn?
So move.
Second.
All in favor? And we're out. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating, and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship in any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. Their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, our store donations, rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through, we'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're senior or non-senior. And they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form into me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I am a Lion. This is, the food pantry supported as a project by the Lions, so we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers, we're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early in the morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, the appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in or prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
Good evening and welcome to the Select Board meeting and welcome back to in-person meetings. We got a full room here tonight. We are going to be moving some things around and tabling some of the items that are on the agenda. We've got a lot of moving parts on some of these things, so I'll keep you up as we go. So, can I have a motion to approve the minutes of June 15th?
So moved. Second.
Any questions? All in favor? How about the minutes of June 30th?
So moved. Second.
Any questions? All in favor? All right. So we have 3 public hearings. 2 of them are going to be tabled tonight. We have rescheduled an emergency meeting for July 30th that these businesses will be on then. They're just finishing up what they have to do, but we want to keep the business coming as far as Raymond goes. So can I have a motion to open public hearing on the request for special amusement for Cafe Sebago, and we're going to table Sebago Outfitters and the Bibliophile Bookshop for now.
So moved. Second.
Any questions? All in favor? All right. So the public, does anybody here from the public have any comments, questions regarding Cafe Sebago? Kyle, do you want to just get up and tell them what you're looking to do?
Entertainment acts and various karaoke, open mic night moving forward and stay within the guidelines of the town and requirements.
Okay. Is there anybody here that has any questions? No?
What do you plan on, any type of security of any kind or anybody to keep things in order?
Yeah, absolutely. So right now, Thursday and Friday, we keep 2 doormen on, and then on Saturday, we'll put 3 on. Our biggest priority is make sure everybody's having a good time, but is safe as well. We've had 0 issues down there. We keep kind of on the pace of what we need. If we need to increase with live entertainment and acts that come in, we can do that, but that's one of our most important issues that we just keep an eye on everybody having a good time, staying safe as well. So
excellent.
Do you have a limit as to how many you can have in there?
Right now, there's been some discussion back and forth. There was supposed to be, when I applied the first time for my license, the fire marshal was supposed to issue me what my capacity was. I haven't seen that. I'm assuming that coronavirus and all that kind of held it up. But I actually don't have that information. So right now, I'm still trying to figure that out myself.
You're on, yeah, thank you. We happen to have the fire marshal here.
So Wayne Jones, the fire inspector. The original occupant load for Cafe Sebago is 48. Since last year, Kyle has removed some walls, and so we've done some remeasuring for what that capacity would be, but right now it's 48. Based on what we have on file right now, it's 48.
So the 48, you have the inside, but now you have, I believe, from what I saw on your plans from before, a fenced-in outside.
Yep.
Okay, so only 48. What about the outside? Does that include the inside outside?
No, the outside would be its own occupant load for that enclosed area. It's not really, you know, a closed off building, but that enclosed area needs to have exits for the amount of people that can be in that space. And currently with that enclosed area, Kyle's 2 exits meet that capacity.
Okay. How do you stop the 48 inside if they're all coming in from outside? Do you have like somebody watching that, or?
I mean, I'm there a lot of times. We're trying to keep an eye on the flow of people coming in and out. Again, we're in Raymond. We do see, it's been pretty good. You know, we get a group of people in and they come in and enjoy themselves and then they move out. Generally, they're either out back or in. There isn't a lot of shifting between. So it's been easy to manage up until this point for sure.
Okay, all right, thanks. Anybody else have any questions? No?
I have just a couple things further. So Kyle's aware that this special amusement permit that he's asking for right now expires with his liquor license next month. So he needs to do this all over again.
Okay.
Because the liquor license is only good for the term, the special amusement is only good for the term of the liquor license. And he's aware of that. So he's got to do this process all over again.
All right. So Sue, if you can make sure that's in the queue for next month, next meeting. I don't know what the date is on that. I think our meeting's August 10th.
August 10th, yes.
Yeah, so if we can get on that, okay.
Yeah, and Kyle's aware of what he needs to do. Once he gets things that he has to do completed, then he's going to schedule an inspection with us so that he can be set to
again.
go for his liquor license.
Okay. So when you do that, if you can just put in another application for another, permit, then that way you're covered.
Yep.
Okay. All right. You did. Good. Thanks,
Good.
Wayne.
Yep.
All right. A motion to close public hearing?
Moved. Second.
All right. Can I have a motion to go into executive session?
We have to close the public.
We just did.
Yeah.
Oh, vote. All in favor? Sorry. Okay. If we can have a motion, it's the A, consideration of private property issue with town attorney.
So moved. Second. You gotta read out why you.
Well, I was expecting one of you guys to do the motion.
I'll make a motion to go into executive session under section 4056, probably D.
E.
All right. Can I have a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor? Okay. If you'll excuse us, we're going to go back to the back room. Okay, can I have a motion?
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
All in favor? Okay, so under the new business, we're going to table Sebago Outfitters and the Bibliophile Bookshop until the 30th. And we are back on to the consideration of a special amusement permit.
Need a motion table.
Oh,
I'll make a motion to table those 2 items.
Second.
all in favor? All right, now we're back on the consideration of a special amusement for Cafe Sebago.
You know, put it on the table, I'll move to approve the special amusement application.
Second.
Discussion. Give me-
Have a second. Yeah, I already got a second.
Yeah.
I mean, Kyle,
Yes.
can you just step up? We're aware of some violations that you had, you know, having some entertainment without a permit.
Yep.
And, you know, we understand your email wasn't getting to you about.
Sure.
And we appreciate that once you received the certified letter, you stopped.
Yep.
Came to the town.
Sure.
Those violations can be $500 each.
Absolutely.
We're trying to work with you here.
Mhm.
So we're not gonna fine you.
I appreciate that.
You know, you're a new business. We want you to succeed, but you're gonna have to get some control over your area.
Okay.
You have an occupancy of 48 people.
Mhm.
That's hard to maintain that without, you know, actually counting heads.
Sure.
You know, so we're gonna look to you to enforce the 48 person limit right now.
Mhm.
We've had some complaints about intoxicated people. You're coming up for your liquor license next month.
Sure.
I hope you can enforce that and keep orderly conduct in your business.
Yeah, absolutely.
Inside and outside.
Yeah. Right, inside and outside. You
Yep.
know? You know, I hope you train your staff to watch out for overindulgence and rowdy people.
Absolutely. I mean, I take it very serious. I'm there on a regular basis. I don't drink at my own establishment. I'm there nearly every night. I'll sit at the door at the end of the night, make sure that people are coming out. I can't count how many times a week that I'll give somebody a ride home. Not because they probably couldn't, but probably because they shouldn't. Because that's, I know what I'm doing down there. I know how fragile that can be, and one incident can change that situation very quickly. So I'm very mindful of the situation. You know, I think that some of these complaints and some of these things are, you know, in a different nature than, let's say, caring about what's actually going on there. We've had some issues with some people around that were just personal issues that have come into my business that should have kind of kept separate, I believe. So I'm very cognizant of what goes on down there. I understand what it takes to keep that balance and make sure that I'm in check with you guys, with the state, and what I'm doing down there. So I want to make sure that we're all on the same page and just give these people a place to have a little bit of entertainment within the town and have some fun, but we will keep it in check and keep
We're
our
all
finger
for
on the pulse.
fun. We just
Yeah.
want everything to be safe.
Oh, 100%, as do I, because if I don't have my liquor license, that, you know, that really cuts into my business down there. So I know that we have to find that balance, make sure everybody's operating where they need to be.
Okay, we appreciate it.
So, and thank you for coming right up once you did get the letter.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
emails and doing all the stuff that you need to do on that. And if you can just check on the ordinances just to see if there's anything else that would apply to your business.
Sure.
So that way where you're up to speed on it too.
Yeah.
And I think that's it.
It's been moved and seconded, so.
So you're gonna file an application
Mhm.
and you're gonna file, your other thing.
Yep.
Okay. All right. All in favor? Okay.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thanks for coming in.
Good luck, Kai.
All right, next thing on here is the consideration of applications for the RSU 14 Board of Directors vacancy. I think I can speak on behalf of the whole board when we say we are really sorry about the loss of Janie Cummings, and she will be missed. And I also want to say a big thank you to, we have, I think, 5 on here, 5 applications for the board vacancy for the school board. So what we can do tonight is if anybody wants to get up and say anything that's running, and if anybody here has any kind of questions from the applicants, we can start with, Char, do you want to start first? Sure. All right, you go up and say who you are and
Hi, good evening. My name is Shar Jewell, and I have been a lifelong resident of Raymond, born and raised. My grandparents moved here in the early 1950s, or maybe even the late 40s. So my roots are deep. My daughter, Phoebe, joined me. She wanted to see what this stuff was all about, so I'm really grateful that she was, and frankly surprised that a 14-year-old wanted to come to a selectmen's meeting, right? When I told her that I had put my name in for this open position, I expected her to be like, "Oh, Mom, really?" And she was like, "Mom, that's cool. Definitely you should do it." And so that surprised me again. 14-year-olds are always surprising people, right? So my reasoning, I've been thinking for years about becoming involved in the school board, and it's never seemed like the right time in my life. And so when I saw that there was a vacancy, and it is very sad, Janny was one of Phoebe's favorite teachers, and it's a big set of shoes to fill. Janny's been a mainstay of our community forever, and will have a long-lasting effect on all of us for a good reason. So my interest in the board is there's been a lot of turmoil the last couple years with education. Thankfully, RSU 14 has been fairly quiet compared to what you hear on the news with some other school districts across the nation. But I think at the end of the day, the goal should be to focus on the kids and the quality of their education and their experience at school, and how we as a board and as a community can support the kids in our schools to ensure that they all have equal education, equal opportunity education, and have a good experience that will prepare them for their next step beyond high school, whatever that might be. I am a graduate of Wyndham High School, and went to school at Jordan Small, and so it's kind of funny for me to go into schools now because they've changed so much, but yet they haven't changed at all. And I remember my experiences pretty well, considering how long ago they were, and I will refrain from saying how long ago those were. But some of the things that I remember, I would like to find out, so the good, the bad, and what's happening today, and how it's changed and how it hasn't changed, and what should we get back to, or what should we focus on for the future. And I'm in a place in my personal life and in my career that I'm able to spend the time to dedicate to the board and the time it takes to become involved and learn and see where we are today and where we need to go. And my experience of 25 plus years in human resources, dealing with not only employment issues, but also workers' comp and legal issues and compliance issues, I think would give me a leg up for this position to help the school board, and to be able to have come from a professional compliance legal background to be able to help make and frame decisions moving forward. So I would appreciate your consideration, and looking forward to hearing from everybody else. Thank you.
Does anybody have questions?
I don't have a question, I do have a statement.
Yes.
I know Shar from on a personal level as well as a business level. I think she would be fantastic for the RSU. I think she will bring a different perspective than typically would be, and I definitely, my vote's for her because she's what we need.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you have, it sounds like you have really paid attention to the school board over the years. Mm-hmm. You do understand that you're going to be, if you're elected, you're going to be representing Raymond in that.
Yes.
And there are many financial considerations.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, you do understand
yes.
that. Yeah.
So one of the things that is always, and I'll be brutally honest, that's frustrated me about the RSU is that we don't have equal representation on the board. And frankly, I don't think that's fair.
Yes.
And it's been a big frustration of mine back from when the RSU was formed. And it seems that we're kind of the redheaded stepchild that frankly pays a bigger part of the bills from my perspective. Not that there isn't much I can do about it on a day-to-day basis, but I'm really good at stomping my feet and getting my voice heard. And as Lonnie can attest, because he sees me at work. So yes, and from my career in human resources, especially at my current level, I'm heavily involved in budgeting and paying attention to trends and forecasting budgets and forecasting trends and making decisions based on those as part of my career, part of my job. So as far as the financial, I did go to college for accounting, so hopefully that helps as well.
Thank you.
Cool. Amy, you have questions? That you did.
Where were you human resource? Where did you work in human resource?
Well,
sorry, can you go up here and tell who you are? Sorry.
Yeah.
You have to go to the microphone. That was my bad. Because you're on TV. Yeah, we are.
Where were you working with human resources?
Can you identify yourself, please?
I'm Joseph Wilmot.
Okay. From where?
I live right down the road on Webbs Mills Road.
All right, thanks.
What you gotta do, who you are.
Yeah, that's all. Thanks. You knew this
You want an exact address?
Yes.
26 Webbs Mills Road.
Okay. That works. Thanks. You can ask her.
so I started back in the day working at an answering service while I was going to University of Southern Maine. From that, I went to work for a company as a receptionist, administrative assistant. That grew into my interest in human resources. So long story short, I worked at Barber Foods for 4 years with our 46 nationalities and having to manage all of those people that didn't speak English, and doing benefits orientation and HR orientation with people that don't speak English is really interesting. So I have a wide variety of experience with people of different nationalities. From there, I went to Oakhurst Dairy, was there for 4 years. And then from there, went to Barber Foods, for Cisco Food Service, and I was there for 10 years. And then went to work for a capital investment firm owned by Peter Anania and Associates. Worked there for about 3.5 years. Then I had this opportunity to work at Performance Food Service North Center, kind of land in my lap. I was really happy working for Peter, doing HR, but this opportunity came up and I took it, and I've been there for a little over 3 years. So it's, I've learned to how to download podcasts and have books read to me while I drive to Augusta every day. And then she looks at me and says, "Mom, you didn't know how to do that?" So, yeah. So that's my background. That's where I've worked.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions?
No.
Okay.
You understand that because of the way the vacancy occurred, the appointment would just be until the next election.
Correct.
And what would your intent be to then run in the next election?
Absolutely.
So Shar, just before Peter Levitt stands up and tells you that, a representative democracy is one person, one vote. Unfortunately, we only have 5,000 people in Raymond. Wyndham has probably 20,000.
Right.
We're not going to change the makeup of that school committee.
Correct.
So, so how do you fight for the people of Raymond when it comes, you're going to be in the minority all the time.
Absolutely.
And I'm very familiar with being in the minority, believe me. How do you stand up and, get your point across?
That's a great question. And I think working in human resources for 25 years, I am often found to not have the popular answer or the popular decision making. Operations folks tend to just want to grab the bull by the horns and maybe turn a blind eye to regulations and policies. And so that's given me experience of being able to bring forth a good, valid argument for my position, being prepared, having all of the answers before the questions are asked, doing my homework, so I'm never caught off guard with not knowing an answer to the question, and having a solid position with which to move forward from.
Anybody else? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Sarah Davis, I don't see her tonight.
She was traveling, as was Madeline.
Yes, Sue Accardi? Sue, look, do you have Madeline's letter?
Yes, not on me, I have it in the email.
It isn't, okay.
Hi, my name is Sue Accardi. I live on Deep Cove Road in Raymond. I'd like to commend Shar on a wonderful presentation. And I pretty much agree with most of the stuff that she has said, really. And I think she would be a great member of the RSU School Board. I applied. I didn't know how many people would apply. So I said, I'm going to throw my hat in the ring. As you all know, I worked for the school system between Raymond and Wyndham for over 25 years. I started at the Jordan Small School when we were K through 6, worked there. And then I moved to Biddeford for a couple years, and then I went to Wyndham. And I worked at the middle school, the high school, and retired in 2015. And then since retiring, I've subbed for the nurses in the district. And I've pretty much worked in all the schools. I've worked in the clinics. I worked in the Jordan Small, I worked a lot in RES, and I've worked in all of the schools in Wyndham. So I've come to know the school system really well, working at the high school for 20 years for sure. And I've gotten to know many of the staff, the administrators, and a lot of students and families. And working as a school nurse, you work a lot with families and kids. So I felt that I might have something to offer the school board. I know the system somewhat, having worked there. I think that what my skill set would be mostly knowing the system, being comfortable in the system, paying attention. I was on the board finance committee many years ago when we were still doing our budget for our school here. So I have worked with budgets in the past. But I think next year is going to be, it's going to be a challenge as well. I mean, this year was certainly a challenge. But I think they managed to get kids in person at schools, which was awesome, and it was a stress and strain, especially for the nurses. So I think next year is going to be hard too. So from my medical background, I feel like I would have something to offer in terms of where we're going. I mean, obviously this disease isn't going away. I think we're going to be challenged again next year. There's going to be tracking, there's going to be contact tracing, and hopefully, and decision making all along the way. So I hope that I could offer some insight and some expertise in that. I guess that's it.
Anybody have questions for Sue?
No, good background.
I think the same question that Rolf asked. This the 1 year, would you run again?
I
or
don't
would you-
know. I don't
Okay.
know. Okay.
All right, cool. All right, Sue, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike. Mike McClellan.
Well, good evening. I'm Mike McClellan. I live on Pismire Mountain Road in Raymond. I sadly am a New Yorker like Joe Bruno. But I have
Not
been,
a Yankees fan.
and I'm not a Yankees fan though, so I get that going for me. And it's kind of scary. It means I'm old, but I've lived much more than half my life in Raymond here. I've had 2 homes in Raymond, both ends, actually the Wyndham end and now on the Casco end. My wife Michelle is a school assistant superintendent. Actually just switched jobs. She'd been in Auburn for years and just moved to Cape Elizabeth, got recruited, which is kind of awesome. I'm a policy director for the Christian Civic League of Maine, so I'm very involved in government up in Maine, lobbying. And my kids Maggie and Pat went through the Raymond school system, although they didn't go to Wyndham. My wife, as a special educator, taught in a portable. And so when our kids' time was to go to middle school and high school, Wyndham had a lot of portables, and my wife just said, we're not doing that. So we were blessed to go through the Poland system. I do know the superintendent of Wyndham, as I've gone to church with him in the past, so I have a relationship with that. In my job, I am working on a grassroots effort to encourage people that haven't been involved before to get involved, to run for school board and run for select board or town council, wherever they live. And when I saw this opening, I was like, wow, I'm kind of preaching this. Maybe I should consider it myself. To jump back in time a little bit, I moved to Raymond in '87, I think. And in New York, it's very different. You can't get in within a mile of any kind of government in New York, at least back when I lived there. So coming to Raymond and hearing about town meetings and doing this was just really amazing and awesome. And I just was a naive New Yorker, if that makes sense. And I started to learn. My wife is amazing, and she started making suggestions like, you should volunteer in the kids' school. So my daughter first, and then my son went through 3 years with Janie Cummings. And I volunteered in her class, not every week for 3 years, but pretty much every week for 3 years. I was in her classroom and learned a lot about education, to the point that I subbed at times in different districts. Next, my wife said, you should go to a PTA meeting and see if you can help out. And I walked out of the meeting the president. And I remember tonight thinking about this. I actually chaired the first candidates debate. The PTA did the first one, then the Lions Club took it later. Continued on, so let's see, PTA. Then Joe Bruno started making moves. So I started following his footsteps. And actually, you moved. I think you moved to the legislature, if I remember right. And so I took your open seat for the school board, and I did 2 terms. And my first meeting on the school committee, David Boyce came in, who was the superintendent principal. I thought he was having a heart attack. And I said, David, what's going on? I came into the meeting. He said, Mike, we just got a building permit for, the state funding for what became Raymond Elementary School. And so in my 5 years that I was on the school committee, I was involved in that project. And then the year I was the chair of the committee, I ended up being the chair of the project. So I ended up being the person doing the public hearings and getting yelled at and stuff like that. But leading through that, David Boyce, of course, did all the work, but I was the one that stood up and took all the credit probably. And that included the building and the design, the curriculum, the ball fields, involved with all that. What an amazing process. And then for some reason, I ran for select board and got that. So I did, I think, 8 or 9 years, and I was of the thought that I'm not putting signs on lawns, so I'm done. I'm not doing any more. And actually, I'll mention in that time as a selectman, I actually was on the committee when we hired Don, which again was a long time ago, but you've been here a while, Don. We really appreciated that. So I thought I was done, and an opportunity came, I think, about 9 years later to run for the state representative. And our state rep had to step down, or he was moving away, so he had to leave. I got that seat. I served 6 years, and the 6-year, 2-year terms, I was always on 2 committees, but one of those 2 committees was always the education committee. And actually, we won some awards for bipartisanship up there. I was clearly the more conservative of the 13 people, but we worked really well together, got a lot of stuff done. I certainly worked hard and learned a lot about it, and did the 6 years there. When I finally, I lost my 4th term, so when I was, in a sense, again, done with public service in my mind, I took a job as a policy director for the Christian Civic League, and found myself back up there kind of doing the same thing, except that I could go home at night and put it to bed and not really just stress on it all the time. So that's been kind of a blessing. So, this opportunity came up. Again, Janie was awesome to my kids, and so there's a great sadness, for how that played out. But I'm pretty invigorated. I believe in service. I've done a lot, like a lot of us have. I've coached, I've been on the recycling committee, I've done a lot of these things, but everybody does that, and I turn it around and think how blessed I've been for Raymond, to have us here. My family has been safe, my kids got a great education, my wife and I can't imagine living somewhere else, and again, I came from away, so I think what I have to offer is a couple things. When I talk to some people about this opportunity, honestly, I haven't followed the school committee because my kids are 36 and 34 or something like that. So other than what's in the paper. But when I thought about it, I started talking to people, I heard a perception that this 9-person board pretty much was a rubber stamp for the school system. And I'm not saying that's true, but I'm saying that that's what people said to me. And I think I come to you, and I think I've worked with all of you, even Lonnie, who's not going to vote for me. He and I coached T-ball together.
We did.
And imagine my surprise 12 years later when you were coaching T-ball again.
Yeah.
I'm a communicator. Everywhere I've ever done something for this town, I write a blog and I tell people what I'm doing, what the agenda is, what the votes are. So that would be my intent, is to go to that committee, I don't have any issues with the school system. I know, as I think Char said, there's been issues. And I was actually on the first committee that looked at leading the school system. So I don't come with any biases like I'm out to get somebody, but I definitely go there as a Raymond citizen and as someone that will be representing Raymond. And, to the question I think Char took and maybe Joe presented, what do you do when it's 6? And that would have been my answer too, is because of the population, it's just the way it is. It's going to always be 6-3. What do? You shine light on it. If you're the representative for Raymond, you make sure people in Raymond know what's going on there. And again, good, bad, whatever. You shine light on it. I learned in the legislature, very late unfortunately, that, and I believe in God, I realized God didn't send me to fix things. He just sent me to stand up and say things and say the truth and stand up for what I believe in. So I could not go to Wyndham and win 8-1 votes by myself, of course. What I can do is shine light on things, communicate with the people in Raymond, and things that all of you know I've done because I'm probably the oldest person applying for this position. I've been accused of having high energy throughout my life, and even at age 61, that continues. So I'm actually kind of charged for this opportunity if I'm the person you choose. And Sue, I know I've known Sue forever, and she's awesome. And Char, you did a great job too. So you are blessed. You've got choices.
Yeah.
So thank you for the opportunity.
Questions for Mike?
Mike?
Yeah.
You're guilty of having too much energy.
Yeah, my wife would not be as nice to say that. Or she'd say it a different way.
Would you run again? After this 1 year?
No, I'm not going to announce tonight. But I was thinking of running last time, and it just kind of got away from me because of work. I'm in a position with my job where I basically have like 2 busy months a year, and the rest of the year I'm actually very flexible. So yeah, I think yes, I would. I mean, short of a health issue or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I don't
Nope.
think.
All right, thank
Okay,
you.
thanks.
Yes,
Thanks,
thanks,
Mike.
Mike.
We also had Madeline Redmond, and she sent in a letter, as you guys all seen. I'm just going to read it for the public quick. Dear Board of Selectmen, I have lived in Raymond for 24 years and have 2 children attending Raymond Elementary School, 1st and 3rd grades. I am proud to live in a district that supports our public schools. With this board vacancy, I feel fortunate to have the opportunity to potentially participate in what I see as an important part of my civic duty. I have a sincere interest in public education in this district and learning how I can work together with other board members to help with the work of pursuing the board's mission and goals. If selected to serve on the board, I will listen to the concerns of the community and responsibly align them to the board's mission and goals to serve the students in the district foremost. In order to achieve my goals as a board member, I plan to 1, recognize the importance of working as a group, 2, commit the time, 3, gain knowledge about district policies, guidelines, needs, challenges, and strengths to improve the quality of our schools. 4, seek out development opportunities to ensure I am doing the best job and bring that knowledge back to the board. And 5, encourage parent participation. I would be honored to be part of the RSU 14 of directors. I realize tremendous amount of work it takes to maintain your mission, and I look forward to the chance to work alongside the current board of directors and community to continue the hard work of supporting our students, families, and educators and community members. So that's that one. I don't know if Sarah stuck one in here. Just gonna see.
She did give her application.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Up on mine all the time.
That's what I thought too, and I didn't see a letter from her. But Sarah Davis, she was actually on the Raymond Rec, and they are currently working with the town. All right. So I thank everybody for putting in applications. I really do. This is great. This really is. So how do you guys want to proceed with this? Do you want to, I don't know if we have to discuss this in the public. Do we discuss it in the back? I don't know what the technical part of that is. What do you think? Aren't you the parliamentarian?
You can, well, I think you ought to discuss it out in public.
Okay. I just didn't, yeah, and I didn't know honestly whether, so what's everybody feeling on this? I know everybody has looked over the applications. Is there anybody that we can rule out, or what's everybody's thoughts?
Mr. Levitt.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is an agenda item, public comment?
Yes.
Before you vote.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. Thanks for this opportunity. There's no Raymond School Board. There's no Wyndham School Board. This is an application for the RSU, correct? We've had 2 occasions to withdraw from the RSU in less than a decade in this town. By my calculation, at the last vote, 65% of the vote of the voters of the town of Raymond said, we want an RSU board. So as I hear conversations about advocating for Raymond's students, I'm not hearing that correctly, because the responsibility of a school board member in an RSU is to advocate for all the students. That's my emphasis, all the students. And so I thank Selectman Bruno for continuing my civics instruction to some individuals that simply don't seem to get what representative government is. But that being said, my concern is, as reviewing, and I think we got some excellent applications here for the RSU, my emphasis, school board members. However, I came across one answer, and sometimes the simplest answers are the most revealing, to a question or an application from one of the applicants that basically stated in response to the application question about responsibilities, it was to serve Raymond and its people, to be an advocate for Raymond's best interest in the RSU organization. My emphasis on Raymond. And so that informs me that there's agendas that are being brought to this application that I believe have been well defined as over the last decade, where the majority of the voters of the town of Raymond that take the time to vote have indicated they want us to go. I guess I'd just say one last thing for emphasis, as far as not continuing a civics lecture, but simply the fact that we were all hearing about, overturning a filibuster in the Senate takes 2/3. So I'm going to emphasize 65% of the voters of the town of Raymond want an RSU. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Peter.
All right. Anybody else want to speak? No? All right, back to the board. What do you guys want to do? What are you thinking?
I'm thinking there's a lot of good applicants.
Yes, indeed.
So it makes it very difficult.
Usually it's 1 or 2 and it's pretty cut and dry.
But unfortunately, there's only one position open.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to have Shar Jewell be the candidate for the RSU.
Anybody want to second that? Nope. Okay. Anybody else have a motion? Or anybody want to rule anybody else out?
I don't think that's.
No.
All right, no, I'm trying to figure out how you guys want to come to this.
No, they're all
I'll make
great
a motion
applicants.
for Mike McClellan to be appointed.
I'll second, Mike.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Okay. Any more discussion on that or any other conversations? Okay. All right, so we have a motion for Mike, a second motion for Mike. Second. All right, no more discussion? All in favor? All right. Mike? Thank you. And thank you to everybody for coming out and putting in the
Thank you very
applications.
much.
Thank you, everybody.
And I hope that if there's more, if there is a vacancy,
Don't be discouraged.
yeah, please don't.
Absolutely
There's
don't.
plenty of help we need. We need plenty of help.
We have
Your
more.
presentation was terrific, I thought.
It was.
Yep.
All right, we have more applications.
But Phoebe, you don't really sound the way your mother said you sound, but she imitated you. You don't sound that way, do you? It's Mommy. Thank you very
All right.
much for
Thank
coming
you.
in.
Thank you.
She would have been a good one. Very good.
New blood.
Yeah.
New blood.
Oh, that was plenty of energy too.
All right, recycling committee applications. We have Jessica Fay, Kathy Goslin, Susan Accardi, and Grace Levitt.
How many appointments are there?
It's a new committee, so all of, I would say all of them, because we need a committee.
It wasn't the limits that are enough for members.
I've been trying to get rid
There's
of
no
this.
limit on this committee.
No.
And this is the one Kevin Oliver is chairing?
No, Kevin Oliver is moved.
What?
Yes. So he will not be on that committee. He has moved out of town.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you're on the committee, recycling committee for the select board? Right. Okay. So, I'm going to move something out of order here. If I can get Nathan to stand up. And it's on the recycling collection policy, so between all you guys, hold that thought. I say we make a motion to.
Accept all the members?
Yeah, to accept all of them, because we need a new committee, we need a strong committee checking this out.
Yeah.
That's a strong committee right there too.
You're not
Forward
kidding.
so
That's
far.
really terrific. Yeah.
Okay, so Joe made the motion.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right. Thank you guys again for
Thank
the.
you.
Thank
for
you.
Coming out to do it. And Nathan's gonna talk about,
On that committee, Nathan and I will be there as well, ex officio.
Thank you. I was just gonna ask that.
Yeah.
that happened. Thanks.
yes, unfortunately, yeah, Kevin was gonna try and do that committee, but he cannot, moving out of town too. So you working together, you're gonna
He makes
put,
it difficult.
put together a policy, working on a policy.
For the recycling. Do you want to table this trash and recycling policy until that gets going, or?
It's up to you.
I think, oh, if I may, I think it would make sense to hear what the committee has
Yeah.
to say.
I
Before
think
we
it
start
would.
looking at a policy.
Most of the policy that I have to present tonight is just operational policy stuff. I was gonna ask to table it anyway, because I wanted the transportation manager to see it before we did this, so maybe we just table it and.
I'll make a motion to table.
I mean, we have, you know, at this point, we have an existing policy.
No,
for-
we don't.
We don't.
That's why I'm here, we don't have one. What I'm running into for problems is it's more neighbors complaining about neighbors not putting the trash in trash barrels, and I don't have anything that says you have to put it in a trash barrel.
Well, the policy does say that.
Yeah,
We
I
don't
thought
have
it-
one now.
I thought
We had one for a while, and it got pulled out for
It got pulled
one of
out
the
because I
contracts.
could find no record that the select board had ever approved it.
So, I mean,
It was definitely there.
I will agree, it used to be there, and I had
Didn't I
Sue
read
go
it
digging
in
for
my
it.
e-packet?
Because that's what he put in there.
That's what we put in.
That's what we
Oh.
put in. I
Oh,
found
okay.
the old policy, updated it with what's currently in the contract and with what Nathan wanted. Because the point of this was so Nathan had something he could hand to people who were fussing, to say, this is the policy, this is what you have to go by.
It used to be you're only allowed two trash
trash
cans,
barrels,
32
right.
gallons, had to have your name on them.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
It's an administrative problem that we don't have a vote that we can find, so we're just,
Right.
Oh,
so that's
Well-
all, so we were just trying to.
So
Just
maybe
trying
we'll
to
go
correct
forward with
it.
this and we can
So
adjust
that we
it
had an
later
enforceable,
on.
an enforceable
Excuse me.
policy.
Thank you. So, in that case then, we can have the committee work on that.
Sure,
What
if
they
you- if
did.
you'd like to do that. But I'm not sure it's going to intersect with, you know, the mission that was originally discussed for this committee, but it's, how big a problem is this for you, Nathan?
Well, it's starting to get we're starting to run into some bumps. I've got one individual that is willing to go tangle with his neighbors, I guess. And it is a problem in his area. They're putting trash bags out on the side of the road, the animals are getting into it, and so on and so forth.
All I gotta do is drive to work and I see it everywhere.
Right.
Everywhere.
Correct. And the trash guys are starting to wonder how many trash barrels they're supposed to be picking up. So it's slowly starting to become a problem.
Yeah, this is more of a hygiene and sanitation problem than a recycling problem, but anyhow.
It really exploded over this last year. We've had a lot of people that never were here in the winter that are staying here in the winter, and they're throwing their trash bags on top of snowbanks, and the plow trucks are hitting them. And I've got nowhere I can't force them to do anything.
Well, what I would suggest then is we table it for the time being. Let the recycling committee at least have a initial meeting.
Okay.
Kind of set out some timelines in that, and then see if we need to do an interim approach to get something done there, or depending on what the timeline's going to be on that, then we can have more of a consolidated approach.
I know we used to have a policy because we used to have to put
Right.
orange stickers on the trash barrels.
Yeah.
Just can't find the
It's
vote.
in the contract, and there was a policy written, I just couldn't find any record that the select board had ever approved the policy.
Wow.
All right, so we need a motion to,
I'll make a motion to table.
Second.
okay. All in favor? All
Thank
right, so then Rolf is gonna be the chair of that committee?
No. not
Or on that
necessarily.
board to get everybody there?
I'll be on that committee. I will not necessarily be the chair.
No, but I mean as far as organizing them to get them together, and then they can pick chair from there. We'll send out an email.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so Kathy, Goslin, and Susan and Grace and stuff, you'll get an email. Okay, great, thanks. Thank you, Joe. All right, the comprehensive plan. All right. So, this was asked to be put on a thing, which I think is a good idea. I think that we need to, who's got the history? I just lost everything.
I got it right here. You can look at mine.
Well, you can get on a guest Wi-Fi
Go-
and get it
go.
back from your link.
Right, go back to the RSU guest, and that gets you in, versus the town one that doesn't
I'm-
work.
Right.
Yeah, wow, something
I mean,
just.
it works, but.
All right, I'm sorry.
You need
All right,
grids.
so the comprehensive plan committee, who's got some history on that one from 2003? And I feel we need to start talking about getting a committee together to look at doing it again.
So you've got a couple issues here. The first thing you would need to do would be to form a comprehensive plan committee. And so, similar to what we've been doing tonight, we need to put the call out there, get applications, and then the next meeting start to form that. But if we look at when the last time it was done, obviously a lot of people that worked on that are either no longer in town or no longer around. So it's going to require some work there, but it'd be a good idea. I do believe the comprehensive plan is on the website, so it would be a good idea for people that have an interest on it to take a look at that to get somewhat of a grounding in what was done there, so they can kind of see what the total impact or what the total requirement's going to be, because this is not, when it was done the last time, it was not a quick thing. It was a very methodical and very well put together plan, and the same approach would have to get done. At the same time, we'd have to look a little bit and see what resources are going to be available to us from the state, because there was a lot of assistance we had from the state when that was done the last time, from the planning commission and things like that. So we can kind of gel together an overall plan there. But the big thing is, yep.
Ralph, I don't think there is a state planning office anymore. I think it's been abolished.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and that's the question is what assistance is going to be available from the state as far as So that's some work that we can have Don look into and things like that. But it's one of those that it's gonna require a lot of hands.
Yeah.
I mean, is this something that Sebago Technics can help us with?
I'm sure they probably can.
Well, I'm sure there are people at Sebago Technics that can provide assistance. There are probably, planning consultants available. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna have to be an appropriation of funds to do this, which is probably not gonna happen until the next town meeting, I would guess.
Start putting money.
Right, but
for
there's,
it.
you're familiar with my term, all deliberate municipal speed. There's time to get the committee up and running. There's time to, I guess, to get established and develop a plan. Probably by the time you do all of that, you'll be at town meeting.
So when do you
I'm
think
sorry.
we start to ask for applicants?
Well, I think, maybe the first step would be to contact the state, see what the present state of comprehensive planning is, come back with a plan maybe in a meeting or two, and then, we could talk about soliciting applications if you decide you want to move forward. And it is a thing, it's still a thing, it's whether the state requires it or not, it's something that towns still do, and, if you want to, have a chance of ending up, someplace that you think the town ought to be in the future, to have a plan to get there is the key. And so, I think it's a very good, exercise for us to undertake. And so you want to analyze. I think one of the first things you're going to do is analyze the last plan and see how that worked out. See what we accomplished, what we didn't accomplish, and so I think there's a lot of merit in this whole thing. And so maybe maybe it's check with the state, see the state of where comprehensive planning is these days, get some feedback on that, have a discussion, decide to form a committee, take a look at the last plan, and come up with a program and plan to move forward on the new one. And then it's going to be months probably before you'd maybe even need a consultant. So
Yeah.
maybe you don't need an appropriation for a while.
Yeah, probably need one at next town meeting. But,
Yeah, maybe.
But I mean, I look at this the same as a strategic plan for a business. Where do you want to go? What are your goals?
That's what it
are?
is. Yeah, exactly.
Yep, please, thanks.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I happen to know that Joe is right. There is no state planning anymore. That fell through the cracks a while ago with a change in government in Augusta. But anyway, the situation is such that, if I'm not mistaken, with a comprehensive plan, that's tied to so many things, like Zoning Board of Appeals, the Planning Board, revaluation. Where are we going? What are we doing as far as expanding broadband or telephone access? I remember that we went through something a few years back where the town decided at town meeting to go for a cell tower because there was some financial advantages to the town to doing that and collaborating or partnering with a for-profit entity. And then shortly after that, the protected elevations in the town of Raymond that had been specified in the 2003 comprehensive plan were voted no longer to be protected because that cell tower had to go up on top of those high spots. As I recall, the town never, the third-party entity, the for-profit entity, never fulfilled their obligation to build it. They backed out and decided not to do it, so the town really didn't get anything. Unfortunately, the comprehensive plan ordinance was changed such that those vista views were no longer protected in the town. And through the effort of some citizens, we brought it back to the town and got those vista views protections reinstated. So there's a lot of implications for a comprehensive plan, and looking at, I agree with Joe, as far as the business plan for the town, it affects so many other things. And so the funding I don't know that you're going to find a whole lot in the state right now for the funding of it. So we should be prepared to make some expenditures in that area. And I don't think it would be too soon to start looking for forming a committee on this. Thanks.
Anybody else? Thoughts? All right. Do you want to have, how do you want to move with this?
I think we have Sue post the openings. You know, come back at the next, I'd even give it a month and a half and come back in September with, say if we have any applicants.
Okay.
In the meantime, we can look and see what resources there might be available.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we don't need a motion on that, do we?
No.
All right. Okay. Thank you, guys. All right, next one up, recreational marijuana. Hold on a second. Consideration of ordinance change to allow recreational marijuana. Is Sean Brody here?
Good evening, Sean Brody, CEO of B&B Cultivation. How you guys doing today?
Good, how are you?
Good, good.
What's your address?
277 Burnham Road.
Okay. In Raymond?
No, that's where we live. 1259 Roosevelt Trail would be
Okay.
the address for the business.
Okay. All right, so you sent a letter in, we didn't get it Monday morning. So you're looking for?
So basically, we're looking to open up a recreational store next to the current medical storefront that you guys are aware of. We're looking to open up a very friendly, very professional, safe recreational store, which sells recreational cannabis to people over the age of 21.
Okay.
Does there need to be an ordinance change?
There actually needs to be an ordinance.
Yes.
Because you have to opt in, and we have not opted in.
Okay.
So right now,
So you have to have a public hearing.
yes,
That's right.
and it also has to,
You'd have to go through a couple steps. We'd first have to go to planning board to look at ordinances.
Right.
Ordinances would have to get drafted. Those would then have to go to public hearings. And then ultimately, it would have to go to, because it's an ordinance, it would have to go to town meeting.
Right.
so there's so many different questions too as to what do we want in the town of Raymond.
Right. At the end of the day, we're basically looking for pre-approval. Basically, the approval from the town of Raymond to give us the go-ahead to really start getting the licensing and to open up the storefront. Ultimately, it comes down to getting the approval of the town, which is kind of why we're here today. Is we're looking for pre-approval. Obviously, there's a process, planning board changing the ordinance, but we're looking to work with the town. I've been open for almost 4 years, as you guys know. Very clean, very professional storefront, no issues with the town. We follow all rules and regulations. As you guys know, recreational was approved right next door in Wyndham. There's probably about a dozen shops. It's approved in Bridgeton and Freiburg. Raymond has not opted in yet. If you guys recall, we were here, I believe it was March last year, and we basically said you guys wanted to table it for 90 days until after recreational was approved. So basically it was approved in, I believe, January of this year. It was approved by the state. It's everywhere. It's not going away. It brings tremendous value to patients, healthcare, not to mention revenue and resources into the town. So I think Raymond has really missed out on that, and we're looking to be the first recreational storefront to open up in Raymond with the town's approval.
I know Wyndham only has 2 because they had a lottery. So
Sure.
I think you just said that there was 6, and I don't think there's, I think there's only 2 for recreational.
There's a lot in
Yeah.
the stages of being open, but they've
Exactly.
approved it, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
We can't give pre-approval because there's a process.
Sure,
and-
right,
Right,
right.
and if we give you pre-approval, then everybody else that wants to come in and do it, we've got to give them pre-approval also.
Of course, of course.
So like Rolf says it is a process that we have to do. And we have to decide as a board, do we want to opt in?
Right.
Or do we want to continue to not opt in? Or what do we want to do as a
And
board?
one thing I would mention too is, you know, if you guys decide to opt in, you don't have to just opt in and then allow it to be the Wild West, right? Obviously, Raymond's a very small community. You guys see how many of these cannabis shops, whether it be medical or recreational, they're everywhere. You know, in Wyndham, there's probably over a dozen medical cannabis shops, right? There's a couple of recreational stores with, I'm sure, a bunch more pending there. So I could see how Raymond wouldn't want it to be overcrowded. So we could allow basically, you know, 1 or 2 shops to open up, as an example, right?
Well, and that's what we would have to consider is do we want to do a lottery like Wyndham did? How many do we want in the town? We haven't really even discussed it yet and thought about it. Because there is a lot of options.
Right.
You know, and I agree, Raymond is small, but it depends you want to do. Do you guys want to think about this and figure out how we want to proceed?
I'm willing to go down the road of send it to the planning board and have them start writing ordinances, and eventually the town's gonna have to vote on it.
Mhm.
But I mean, yeah, look.
It's not going away.
And
It's
right,
the way,
it's not going
it's
away.
the way of life to some degree.
I mean, there was just a bill introduced in the Senate to make it legal nationally.
So you let it roll away.
Look, as a pharmacist, I've studied a lot of pharmacology, kind of know about this stuff.
Sure.
People want to use it. I don't have a problem with it. You know, and if we're gonna do it, there ought to be competition. I don't think you go, you're the winner, and you clean up. I don't like that at all. I think you make it competitive, and you know, and whoever wins, you know, as far as being the best customer service, that's who's gonna succeed. You know, that's the way it goes.
Right.
But I'm not willing to say you are the chosen one.
Of course, right.
Yeah.
Ditto.
Yep.
Makes total sense.
I will go on the record to saying I don't want recreational in town, but I'm one person. So I'm
Right. And there's one thing I also want to say too, guys. When it comes to recreational and medical cannabis, obviously there's very different laws, rules and regulations, but at the end of the day, it's the exact same product. Right next door, you know, when we open up the rec store, hopefully, we'd be selling cannabis, and we're already selling cannabis. And it's everywhere around us. At this point, Raymond is just way behind the power curve. It would bring an enormous amount of business to the town, economic value, tax revenue back into the towns. And I can say personally, I'd love to get back to the town of Raymond directly. Take some of those profits. I'm not sure how that works, but we'd love to give back to the town in a big way. I hope the town can opt to do this quickly. I don't want this really, I hope it cannot be a thing that's really drawn out, because at the end of the day, federal legalization could happen this year. So I just don't want Raymond to miss out on everything that it can be.
There is no speed here. This is going to take a while. This is not like next week. This is going to be months in the making.
Right. Doesn't have to take that long though, if that's what we want, right?
Well, I mean.
Oh, it does, because it has to go to the town meeting.
Sure,
If
right.
it's done
Well,
by
that's
the
got
planning.
a planning board,
Yeah.
write an ordinance.
Of course.
That's going to take legal to get involved. This is a long process, so.
I'm aware with the administrative.
And, and we are way behind.
Way behind.
We tabled it, and I was outvoted the last time this came up because again, it's here.
Right.
Jump on the curve,
Yep.
or watch it go by, and we watched it go by.
Right.
You know, so
I'd like to watch it go by again.
So
your 2 eyes and my 2 eyes see it differently.
I mean,
no, I'm that way too.
and I
but,
respect yours too.
but-
so
and you respect mine too, right?
of course I do.
just Sam's.
No. So no, and I guess my question would be, I have a daycare, and I know all the time people are driving by, and the kids would go, "Oh, there's a skunk smell." Yeah, there's a skunk smell. Is what we say, is what it is. But is there regulation as far as, and excuse my ignorance on this, is just people driving and smoking, and if they get stopped or they cause an accident, that type of stuff.
Yeah, that'd be the same as a DUI if you're caught.
So
They're not allowed to be smoking in their car, but they do.
Right, and the skunk
Right,
smell,
just like
ma'am,
you're
I
not
can tell you
supposed
that.
I use that because I'm talking to 2, 3, and
Sure,
4.
sure.
You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah,
So yeah.
I mean, I can tell you, like our storefront, you walk in, you literally can't even smell cannabis.
That is not
Right.
meant to be an insult. I swear to God it wasn't. But when they're outside, they're
Right.
saying, "Oh yeah, so
Sure.
sorry."
Right.
Yeah.
Well, as you guys know, medical cannabis, recreational cannabis in general has saved so many lives and helped so many people. We personally, my wife and I personally see on a daily basis, patients come in, try the stuff, and it changes their whole lives. And there's a lot of people that they don't want to get their med card for various reasons. I know a lot of veterans don't want to get the medical card, so the recreational market really just opens it up to anybody who just wants to try it. It's a lot easier to get it, more expensive, but at the end of the day, it's all the same thing, and we're really just trying to help people, and that's really what cannabis does, and I don't think anybody can argue that benefits of the medicinal values.
And I don't argue against this again. So that's just my one opinion. So
As opposed to pharmaceuticals, right? That you take and you get symptoms upon symptoms, and you get sick from that, and
Okay.
take more stuff, right?
As I said, I'm a pharmacist.
Right. So
I've got lots of education behind me.
ouch.
Don't
Right.
go down that road, because if we're going to argue medical cannabis,
Sure.
it's easy for me to argue
Right.
that it has no value.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to move this conversation along. So like,
But I have no problem with people using it.
Sure.
Great.
Just so you know. Yeah.
Thank you, Joe.
Peter. To the,
Let's hear it, Peter.
He's on tonight.
he is on today. He misses these meetings. Look at him.
I'm a big market forces guy, and I think I spoke at one of the last meetings about the fact that it's, you can try and regulate or control growth or whatever you want to call it, but generally, in my experience, it comes down to the market. So, once again, I find myself in agreement with Selectman Bruno. If
That's 3 times tonight.
I know it.
Peter.
I know.
That's more than you have done in 15 years.
Yeah, you aren't going to get me to agree on the Yankees. Don't worry about that. But the bottom line is that it's a market forces. So if there's, you can't restrict competition under our system of capitalism, generally speaking, unless it's Central Maine Power or something like that. But the bottom line is, if there's 12 in town this year, I guarantee you there won't be 12 in town the year after. Thanks.
I totally agree with that, and I do think that this is something that is out of the ordinary, and it is something that we, for whatever reason, neglected to jump on when the ride came by us. And I think that whatever we can do to speed it up, I think that that's valuable. I think it's something that we should be looking at. We shouldn't be doing it at the typical municipal speed. It needs to be done and done as quick as it can, but as thorough as it can as well, because I'm not into it being just a free-for-all neither. But I do believe in capitalism, and if the business doesn't have good quality, if the business doesn't have good customer service, if the business doesn't have the availability per se, then they'll go out of business, and that's the way I believe in business, and that's the way it should be. So on a lottery piece, I understand the reasoning, because we don't want it'll be
corner,
every right. We
Kind of
don't
like
want
a
that.
CVS and a Walgreens in Florida.
Yeah, absolutely, just like that. But on the same token, we do need to do it, quicker than just letting it go.
Well, I mean, there's only so much speed you can move along.
I agree with you there too. And again, I don't want speed to shadow thorough.
Right.
Want it to be done right, and maybe we were behind, but when we got into the game, it was done correctly. As correctly as we can see it, as the town people, because the town is the people that should be making that
Making the
decision, not
final
me,
decision.
not any of
Yeah,
us.
absolutely.
Right.
We're one
Again,
of
we're
6
one.
or 7.
We're one vote.
Exactly.
Exactly. Who regulates the stores?
State.
The state does?
State.
Okay.
They have a whole office
Just for
regulate.
that? And do you know who it is? It's DHS. Did you know that? It's DHS, isn't it? Department of Human Services?
No.
Somebody had told me that.
No, it's out of the Department of Administrative Financial Services.
Really?
There's a whole marijuana office.
Okay. No, somebody called me and told me someone had a complaint to call. That's why I was surprised. Like DHS has their fingers in everything there. So. All right.
I'll make a motion to send recreational marijuana to the planning board.
Second.
With what
With the aim
With what guidance?
setting ordinances, getting it ready for how many stores to allow or have no limit, whether, and then eventually getting to town meeting for a vote.
Second.
Do we keep it, those stores in a, I'm really sounding stupid on these things tonight. In the commercial district? Or can someone have like
That could be part of the
That's
ordinance.
part of
Right.
what, that's part of what.
That's part of
the-
what the planning
that's
board
part of
needs
what they
to
have to look.
decide.
Yep, okay. Where? All
But
right.
they're, you know, I would think they're going to look for some guidance from us as to what are we thinking? Are we thinking it should be just in the commercial zone? It should be, you know, because.
I
well,
want to see people selling it out of their garage.
And they will if we don't do that.
Right.
Well, and they mentioned something like off their back deck or whatever, and have people, yeah, so.
If I would, I mean, you have home-based and, you know, it'd be a retail store. It'd be a retail store. There's one comment I could make. You wouldn't want to have it be unlimited. Perfect example, Wyndham did that with the medical, and there's like over 12 different shops there. I don't think Raymond needs, you know, over 12 different rec stores. It's very small.
If they're surviving as a business, I don't think we have a say in whether they survive or not.
I agree.
Yeah, you want to
Peter just
invest
said, yeah.
whatever amount of money to open a store, and it fails, that's on you, it's not on the town.
Sure.
Peter just said we can't limit them. So, and I know
no, but
Wyndham
what you
did,
can,
yeah.
what you can limit is what zones.
Where it's
Where- yeah,
allowed.
right.
What
Right.
zones, which then gets into.
Small school necessarily, but that would be
Well,
a
I
zoning
think,
ordinance.
I think the
Right.
state doesn't allow that anyway, so.
So do we want to say as a board that we want to keep it in the commercial zone? And not in the rural,
Yeah.
rural residential, not in the village, not in,
Shouldn't we leave, I mean, and I understand that piece, and I do agree with that piece, but I almost think we shouldn't give them any guidelines. Let them be creative and let
That's what I
them,
think.
let them do their job without their hands tied.
Well,
And then from
other than
there.
the fact that they have on other things, they've come back and asked.
Well, I think you
asked
give
for
them some
guidance.
guidance.
Asked for some guidance, you know, I
Yes.
mean.
Not that we don't want to give it to them, but not that they
but I
want
mean,
their
you know,
hands tied. either.
I mean, I would, you know, I mean, if it did go forward, I would not want to see it in the residential zone.
No,
I would
I
want,
agree.
I would,
Just
you know, and I would
commercial
think
only.
if we're going to say, if we're going to send it to them to look at, we would say that,
Just go
you know,
through the process,
one of
that's
the, one
all.
of the
Whatever has
provisos
to
is
be
it would be in
done.
the commercial
Commercial
zone.
zone.
Yeah, I don't think we need to approve anything today.
Another comment
I mean,
I'll
they
make.
just
To go to,
do.
to go to the board.
No, it has to start.
Has to start here.
Yeah, you have to send it to the planning board and start writing an ordinance.
And it's been seconded.
Yeah.
So
I know it's
now
still
we're
in discussion, yeah, so.
And she's stalling the inevitable.
No, there's still comments and questions.
I was just going to say, what it comes down to is each town can elect to do retail. There's one front of it. Like we're trying to get a retail-only store, no cultivation. So there's like 4 different categories. It's retail, cultivation, and then I think it's manufacturing. I believe there's one more, I can't think of it, but there's different categories a town can opt in on. What we're trying to do is just a recreational retail-only store, no cultivation. So a town can allow just retail, they can do just cultivation, they can do everything. Wyndham did everything, I believe.
Don't we
so-
have cultivation in Raymond right now?
Medical,
Right.
medical. I'm actually not sure about that in Raymond. I'm not sure if there's
I
any
think we
Yeah,
ordinance
we do.
for medical. Okay.
Yeah, we
Right.
do.
So, that's something that we can put to the planning board to say, take a look at all 4 of them, see what's best in the overall plan for Raymond.
We appreciate the consideration.
Was there an amendment to the motion or?
No, we're still on that motion that he says I'm stalling on.
No, the motion was to send it to the planning board.
Right, the motion was to send to the planning board. The other stuff is just
All
guidance.
discussion.
Put that into the comprehensive plan.
Yeah, see? That'll take a while.
That'll take 5 years.
No, after.
All right, so are we all in agreement if we send it to the planning board as far as commercial only? And they're gonna figure out how many stores?
I think you send it to them. Here's what we want. We want a retail
Well, that's what I'm saying.
marijuana
Yep.
ordinance. We would like you to look at
You
whether
write
it's
this down.
solely in the commercial zone, whether we allow cultivation, whether we allow, what's the other one? Oh,
I believe manufacturing.
And there's one more you said.
I believe so.
Yeah, I think there's 4 of them also, I can't remember.
Yeah, it might be in social clubs maybe.
What is it? I'm sorry.
Silviculture?
What was it?
Silviculture?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
That's a growing.
I mean, I know the main 3 is retail, cultivation, and manufacturing.
So once they do their homework, they bring it back to us and ask us more questions.
No, it's theirs at that point.
All right. I don't want it in residential. That's just me.
Well, no, but yeah.
And just if we do.
I don't think
Okay.
most
So
people
we
would
can add that
not
in.
want it in residential.
Okay, so we can put it in the
Would be
commercial.
my guess. That's just a guess.
So
on my
retail
part.
marijuana ordinance in the commercial district. Anything else you want to add on that?
No, it's gonna, I mean, it's gonna have to go through public hearings and whatnot.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you're gonna get feedback from the community on
Right.
what additional they
What
want.
it goes to a public hearing
Okay.
after they write the ordinance.
I expect they'll look at ordinances from other towns
other
and so
towns.
forth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so there's motion, all in favor? Against? Sorry, I'm gonna stick to my guns, take 3-2, it goes, the ordinance, all right?
Thank you very much.
All right. The American Rescue Plan Act, I think it's Kathy. Make sure I get everything, there's a lot covered in
I
there.
believe you've skipped H, Madam Chair.
Which one is H? Because-
Update on auto mill recyclers.
Oh, that wasn't on, oh, sorry, that wasn't on this big one. All right, so wait a minute, we did that one, we did recycling, comprehensive plan. All right,
American Rescue Plan is not.
and now it's
That's
a,
in the e-packet, but it's, the agenda has.
yep, sorry,
update on it.
Kathy, I'm sorry, I'm gonna kick you back out of here a second. Alex, is update on auto mill recyclers? It's not on this one, that's why I was looking at the big one.
Well, it's 'cause it's just an
Yeah.
update. It's an update, so it wouldn't be in the e-packet.
Okay,
Good evening.
hi.
Alex, code officer for the town. At the last meeting, you guys approved the auto mill recycler's license, and there was some question on the number of cars they were allowed to have on the lot. So you wanted me to do a little bit of research on what that number was, because they believed it was 20 cars for recycling, salvage, and 10 cars for retail, for sale on the property. So it took a little bit of work. I thought it was actually a condition from the ZBA, but it actually wasn't. It actually came about when they applied for the recycler's license with you guys in, I believe, August of 2019. On the application, they actually asked for, well, I'll read it. They said, "We would like to have up to 20 vehicles at our location. That includes vehicles for sale and vehicles waiting to be looked at." So the number came from them. So there was no 20 plus 10, it was 20. That was approved by the select board in August of 2019, I believe. So I did stop by this afternoon or this evening before the meeting, and they have about 40 cars there right now. So that's where we're at.
Did we just
Um,
speak to them last week?
Somebody gave them a warning that said, we won't be so nice to you next time if you're over, and this is the second time that you have stopped down there, that they have been over on it, and we made sure that we had told her on
Yep.
the thing to stay within your numbers. Maybe, I think it was you, Lonnie, that says, we won't be so nice next time, stay within your numbers.
Right.
So now they're really over.
Yeah, they've gone up.
And that's not, that's on, the 20 numbers is on what we approved, but they're thinking that they're supposed to have 30, and we're still over.
They're still at 40.
And this is the second or third time?
It's every time I've been down there, they've been well over
'Cause the-
20. Yeah. Except for the first time this past winter in January when I went down and there was probably 10, but since then it's been over 20.
What options do we have now?
Well, the approval from you guys was up to 20 cars. So technically they're in violation of the recycler's license from the town. So we could send them a notice of violation, let them know that they have to stay under that 20. and see where that goes. If they respond to that, then the situation's resolved. If they don't, then, you know, we can try and go further with enforcement action.
You already told them publicly when you went down before the last meeting that they were over, so that's kind of like, to me, you've already been on notice.
Yeah.
And I know that you
Couple of
mentioned
times.
it another time that you told them to get it down. So this is like number 3.
But we have not,
Yep, no, I
we have
understand.
not
Yep.
issued a written
Notice,
notice.
right.
Correct.
So I would say that is the first order of
Yep.
business, is issue the written notice of violation. Because otherwise, you're into, it's he said, she said.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, we can
So
go ahead and do that.
that's- So we
Will,
do.
will you hand deliver that to them?
I can, if you'd
I
like.
think,
Yeah, that would be.
I think that
We're
would,
required to
Good
send
idea.
it, you know,
Registered
through
mail.
certified mail in
Yeah.
first class.
Yeah.
Yes.
but
Then we
can
have
do
a
that as
record
well.
of it.
Because ultimately, the only stick that exists is pulling the license.
right.
I
Absolutely.
would prefer to
Keep the business
see
going.
if we can keep the business going, but make sure they're adhering to what they're supposed to. So, the written notice is the first order of business.
Yep, sounds good to me. We do that.
I don't think you need a motion. No.
Is there any fines with it, or you just pull their license?
Well, if we send them a notice of violation, there's standard fine language that goes along with that, written by statute. So if it were to go beyond just a standard notice of violation and you guys decide to actually take action against them, if we bring that to court, then there would be fines we could assess to them. But I don't really see that being the outcome here.
No.
I think there's other avenues we could go before court.
No, I don't want to go to court either. I just, yeah,
Yeah.
but. Okay, nope, thanks. All right. Update on the Shaker Woods project.
Yeah, while I'm here. I did meet with Jared a couple of weeks ago. He's very busy right now working, so he works nights. He did tell me that he's spent a significant amount of his summer so far cleaning up his yard. Where we've left it is Kathy, Wayne, and myself will go down and do a inspection again with him like we had been doing before he went back to work. And we'll take a look and see where he's at. He had made good progress on the inside of the house, but wasn't really 100% there. So we're hoping he's made a little bit more progress there. And we tasked him initially with focusing on basically the perimeter of the house, getting that cleaned up. We're getting pretty close to the deadline that you guys had set for the junkyard. So obviously we're hoping for, I don't want to say a miracle, but last time we were down there, which was probably spring, I'd say April or probably May, we weren't close anywhere near where we need to be. So
Is the house habitable?
it's a significant improvement from where it was when we first
Is it a
went.
health hazard? I mean, there are neighbors there.
It was.
Yep.
Neighbors?
Not anymore. Oh.
So where it is currently, we've allowed them to stay in the house because they spent a significant amount of time and money cleaning up and repairing the garage to live in, to the point of where we were comfortable with them continuing to stay there while they fixed everything else.
Joe wasn't on the board at the time. I mean, you guys had a list of electrical
I know who it is.
and stuff like that. So they've gave them this. We want it safe for them.
And there's still 4 people living there? Just
And then there was other residents that were living in the mobile homes that were on. One's a mobile home, one's a trailer, I believe, right?
Trailer's not habitable, there's one person that lives in the trailer,
Right.
and that's in okay shape.
They also make sure that the road's clear so they can get something
Yeah.
up there. Yep.
The order, I believe, gave them until October to clean up the junkyard.
So you guys don't know right now what the outside or anything looks like. Okay.
yeah, I mean, we don't know for sure. I have a good idea of probably what it looks like, but we'll set up a time in the next couple of weeks to go out and look at that and see where we're at, and probably take some pictures for the August meeting, so we can give you a visual of where we're at a couple months out.
Yeah, if we can get an update on August, just so you can put that on there, thanks.
Yeah.
And then that way, because if it's been since like April, May, we've got, yeah. Okay. All right, thanks, Alex.
Yep.
All right, now, Kathy.
No, carry forward amount.
Why? I
Because
quit.
it's not-
I'm done. I'm
It's
out here.
because it's not in the e-packet.
All right. All right. Alex Aponte. Sorry, Kathy. Sorry, sit back.
I'm not really Alex, but it's my account, and he told me to do it. I do what I'm told. I'm asking to carry forward some money from my operating budget and put it into CIP paving. We had a really light winter, as we all know, and I'm looking to be about 161,000 under budget. And I'd like to carry 100,000 over to my CIP paving account out of that.
So all the bills are paid right through the end
That'll
of
leave
June?
61,000 left in my account to
Nice.
carry us through, and I'm way under that. I think I approved of a couple of $1,000s today of last year's budget.
I'll make a motion to carry forward funds.
Last time you guys got together, you and Rolf bought him a couple new trucks at one of our budget meetings.
I remember that.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we have a motion on the table and second. Any discussion? All in favor? Thanks, Alex.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for hanging around, Alex. Nice job.
Thank you.
Now you can get.
All right, Kathy's not gonna stand up on this one, 'cause she's gonna, no, I'm gonna say, sit down again. Go ahead, Kathy. My two things are really.
Look over your shoulder here.
Kathy Goslin, 11 Eagles View Drive, also the Deputy Chief of the Fire Rescue Department. Here to talk about ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act. This has come out of monies from the federal government. The town of Raymond is going to be eligible for about $500,000 from the state of Maine in the ARPA plan. We're also going to be eligible for some grant monies for Cumberland County. That amount will be determined. Cumberland County has about $770,000 that they will give out to the local towns. The dates of the grant, and Alex just left. I was going to ask, Dawn, do you know if we've seen any of this money come in yet?
The county has seen their money come in, some of it, I think about half, and they're going to get the second piece of it shortly, I believe.
Okay. Because according to the federal mandates that they wrote, that they were going to give the money to the state of Maine in May, and then the state had 30 days to get it out to the communities. The dates of the grant was 7/31/21, and it's now been extended, so it's going to go till December 2026. So they've extended the time frame that we can use this. The eligible categories for the grant uses, and they've been very specific on this. You can use it for infrastructure, water, sewage, or high-speed internet. You can use it to aid to impacted industries due to the pandemic. Tourism, travel, hospitality, and reopening those businesses are in there. There's also, you can help your small community businesses in that. Premium pay for workers performing essential work during COVID. They've put that in there. They can do it as an hourly increase, or you can do it as a bonus. Can't be used for any pension plans. They've been very specific on that. So initially I got together with Kevin Woodbury, and we looked at the broadband internet to see if that fit. And it doesn't, because Raymond's internet already exceeds the level of the internet speed and connections that the grant allowed. So we really can't do that. So our recommendation is, and the committee right now is Joe Crocker from REC, Nate White, and myself. We're going to head the facilities team. And we're looking at going in the direction of upgrading the town's recreational facilities under the area of travel and tourism, because the grant is very specific that travel and tourism was one of the affected areas. And with the emphasis on the water and sewer needs. You know, Raymond doesn't have a sewer system. We do have some public water, but it's very narrow where we do have it. And that $500,000, if we wanted to expand our water lines, would be eaten up fairly quickly. So looking at that, I've met with Nate and Joe a couple of times, and we're looking at some priorities that fit into the ARPA plan. Nothing's written in stone yet. We want your approval to go forward. Number one priority is the current snack shack at Tasseltop is failing. We're proposing to build a new facility which would include a snack shack area. In the front of the building would be the snack shack. Have a covered eating area with 4 picnic tables with bathrooms and changing rooms on the back. This would include putting in a septic field, a new septic field, and it would need a grease trap because it has a commercial kitchen, and it would probably have to be pumped up. Facility, we would air condition it with heat pumps. So that would be the first plan. So we have $500,000. Looking in that number one priority also, would look at upgrades to property signage for Tasseltop and promotion of tourism. Now I'm going to take a step back and say we looked at all the facilities that Raymond has. We looked at Crescent Beach, we looked at the Raymond Beach, we looked at Mill Street thing, and we're trying to see where tourism fits best and where the septic and water sewers fits into it. And we really thought that Tasseltop kind of fit that bill. The second priority would be to build a second large septic field in the upper area where the parking lot is in that part of Tasseltop to serve the future 3 proposed rental cabins and a planned covered pavilion that would have a couple of bathrooms in it. The pavilion could be used to support classroom use, schools, rec programs coming into it, farmers markets, movie nights, wedding and facilities rentals, those type of things that Joe is working on for that. Final determination, we'd take it as far as the projects went. I can tell you in working with Nate, priority number one is going to take probably just over $200,000. With this, the grant monies can be used for the construction costs, our engineering fees, all our permits, administration time, advertising, all of that. So all of the costs with this project could be tied into the ARPA funds. If we look at the 3 new rental cabins, Joe is proposing that we add 3 more rentals. The 2 that he has now rent very quickly. That would be extra income to the town and extra income into Tasseltop. He talked about just trying to put 1 bathroom, a central bathroom in that all 3 cabins use. And we kind of said, no.
I wouldn't rent that.
I wouldn't either, Joe. I agree with you on that. If I'm going to rent a cabin, I want my own bathroom.
Yeah.
But hopefully tie them into 1 larger septic system. Under his proposed master plans would be the 3 proposed rental cabins and a 2-bay garage to use as a maintenance building. The current maintenance building is right next to one of the rental cabins, and he really needs another bigger place. So, I did find out some good news though, is we're a non-entitlement community. Originally, they said the first reports were going to be due by August 31st of this year. But because we're a non-entitlement community, which means we serve less than 50,000 people, population, first report's going to be due 10/31/21 to the Treasury for the state of Maine. And then we'll have to do quarterly project and expenditure reports. The reports are going to need copies of any contracts of over $50,000, which septic systems and that are going to be. The types of projects, all of our financial data, all of that have to go from there. So from here, if you guys agree, I do need the first report by 10/31/21, which is only 3 months from now. I think we look at the septic pit testing, the design of the septic field, where it's going to go, and plans for the bathroom and snack shack. Get those ready so then if once we approve this, we can put those out to bid. Or go in a totally different direction. It's up to you guys. But the premium pay is in there. which I think should be a big not a big portion, but a portion of this, or maybe use the Cumberland County monies for that. But those are the two areas that I'm recommending.
Have you looked at the road load?
The road load?
Yeah, are we gonna have to do anything with the drive and that? Because now, I mean, everything you're talking about here is gonna increase use there. And that's not a real big road right now. So what are we gonna have to do on that side? And is that allowable under this?
No. I don't believe it is, Joe.
The
Sorry,
road,
Rolf.
even though it's infrastructure?
It says, well, they're very careful on the infrastructure. It says if you had planned projects that were delayed for the pandemic, because usually grants won't give you money for infrastructure in general, FEMA grants and those.
Done.
The
But we
other
can look
thing
at
I
that.
wanted to comment on, Rolf had written solar on his paper there, but what happened was, those folks who've been on the board for a while will remember we put together a huge package of sustainability projects. Those are all off the table. Those were not included in the American Rescue Plan at all. You know, we looked at solar projects, we looked at, you know, various energy envelope projects. Those are all gone. So
The only infrastructure they're saying is water speed and
Right.
water sewage and high speed.
And my
internet.
personal favorite, of course, is the broadband, you know, internet, and I will have an update on that, but later. But anyway, so that's all gone too in a substantive way. But so you remember, you probably saw the packet that we put a great deal of effort into earlier in the spring, under the direction of the state and GPCOG, and that's all gone.
Yep.
So that was disappointing. And anyway, I wanted to comment on that piece. And as far as the premium pay, that's just public safety and public works from this funding.
Yes.
So,
Because they were the only essential employees?
Yes.
Is that what?
well.
As defined by the federal government, yeah.
Yes. So the property, as I don't know if you guys all know, Tasseltop is owned by the state, and they lease it to Raymond. Have we gotten permission to do this kind of
That's
stuff?
what Joe is looking at right now.
Okay.
So he's put a request in for them,
And
for the
it's-
state of Maine Parks and Rec.
And it's 100 years.
The
Well,
lease
but it
100
is,
years.
but one
Yeah,
of
I'm
the
just
things.
saying, it's a 100-year lease.
Yeah,
in
and one of
four-
the
in
things,
four
we
increments.
met with them, Doug Beck and them, several of us did, and they want to see the land used. They want to see it, they said it's very underutilized. And that's when we were talking about putting that playground down there and stuff like that. So, and I know he's got something on that, and I also know that the Department of Inland and Fisheries or whatever has big grants too, that they'll do, like some matching grants too, that we can do. So as long as they have permission, I don't have a problem with that.
What I'd like to do, though, is even though it's 100 years, we've clicked off 25 already, so I'd like to not only get their permission, but, you know, get an extra 25 years tagged on there as well. You can't plan too early, right?
No? Yeah. So, yeah, so, and I know Joe knows, he said the Doug back that does the guy that's,
Yeah.
does the
Yeah,
land.
Joe and I have talked about that, and I've tasked him to
Okay,
go forward to Parks and Recs and see, get their permission. So he has sent some documents into
Yeah.
them.
okay.
And one
I
thing,
think
I'd also
it's
like to
good.
say, if you haven't been down there lately, you should go down and take a look at what's happened already. And you should also, I know that you've been getting the reports, and for the public, you know, under the new Recreation Department management and the work that the Public Works has done, and the help that we've gotten from Kathy as, you know, project manager on some of the grants that we've already received, the place has been really transformed, and it was popular to begin with, and it's really, revenues are, you know, coming in
He told me that they're passing 2019's totals already.
right now.
And then he's extended the cabins, you know, early and late, and he's taken out some of the greenery down there and opened up more parking spots for people. He's made more beach space by taking away the picnic tables and moving them up. He's made a lot of money from down at Tasseltop. He's done good.
I mean, I think it's a good investment on our part.
I do. Because we're
But-
utilizing something we
But
didn't utilize.
I'm just worried about, you know, it's only $500,000 now.
Yes, it is.
Right, right, we
In the
gotta be
scheme
very
of
careful.
things,
Gonna go
It's a
fast.
$500,000. For most of us, that's a lot of money.
But not with the
But,
cost
right,
of things.
but once you start building stuff and
It sounds like a lot of money, you're absolutely right. It's not a lot of money today, and so we gotta be very careful not to bite off more than we can chew with that amount of money, I agree.
Right.
So,
Nathan wants to say something.
I think that one of the important things that we got to pay attention to is forward planning. And the biggest thing is the septic system. In my proposal to her and Joe was to pump, it's gonna have to be pumped from the lower parking lot up. And at that point, you should design the system to do the 2 or 3 cabinets. So it'd be one system, it'd be in the parking lot. But that all has to be, there's a lot of moving pieces here.
And then once you start putting pumps to pump up,
That's
you'll be
expensive.
replacing them every 10 years.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, get some maintenance here, because those are all commercial equipment. And
Right.
It's quite a system.
So that's something that should be budgeted in the Tasseltop
Yes, that,
budget.
into this.
Okay, all right, so,
Well, for 10 years down the road, no, we can't.
And
No,
And
but
it's-
you,
But
you
you
would,
go to
but it would go in, it would go in the
okay,
CIP.
yes.
And the other thing too that you need to know is that this is a proposal, it's subject to federal review and approval.
Right.
It may not pass,
Well, no, and that's fine.
yeah,
I mean, then we'll come up with something else, but,
right.
so, with the snack shack, the bathrooms, and the cabins, and everything else, does that all fit in that 500,000?
That's hard to say yet, Teresa.
Because the
You know,
prices
we
of
really
everything
need a
right now.
price on the septic system. Nate estimated 100,000 for the septic system, 30,000 for a well and all of that, 30,000 because we gotta bring some of the electrical stuff down. You know, so when you start adding all
Maybe
of
it's
that
just
stuff.
taking that money
you
off
know,
that pile
no.
there.
We'll run through 400,000 per
Yeah.
If
Okay.
we're-
You know, the cabin would be about 80 square feet and $140 a foot for building costs. So we're starting to add up.
Okay.
Okay, on the, because we're now dealing federal grant funds, are we under, yeah, it's not Robbins-Patman, it's Davis-Bacon rules?
Say that again, Ralph?
Are we
Davis
under
Bacon.
Davis-Bacon rules?
I would assume so. If we get into this, you're gonna fall into Davis-Bacon rules.
Which makes it even more expensive.
Correct.
Yeah.
What is Davis Bacon?
I haven't heard a thing about that.
It hasn't mentioned
hasn't
it
come
at
up
all
under
in the
anything.
ARPA
Yeah, but
stuff.
it's federal money, and that's usually in the boilerplate
Some of the
someplace.
stuff that, with the federal money that I found that if the
It's
town
giving them jobs.
opts in to do the like-kind work, so if we brought our crew in to do the construction work, we could, I wouldn't wanna call it skirt around that, but there's a workaround on that.
Oh, yeah, we ought to check, just make sure, because that,
It's a good-
that
it's a
can,
good-
that can come back and bite you quick.
Yeah, it's a good question, an excellent question, but there hasn't been a mention of it
Hasn't
yet.
been mentioned in it at all. But what they haven't done is they haven't given us the forms yet either.
Right,
All they've said is you've got a report due on this date, it will contain this information.
and this is being treated, so far this is being treated as like a grant award.
A grant award.
Different than some of their federally administered programs, so I
Right.
don't know, you should ask the question for sure, but.
But it doesn't sound like when you read it, it's a competition. So it's like Raymond will get $500,000.
Right.
But we've got to make sure that we spend it according to the grant rules, and then just justify it after.
Right, but it doesn't sound like it's like their transportation projects and some of the other things that are Davis-Bacon, but we'll check that for sure.
We literally just got it for the daycares. The same thing, and I'm surprised to see that. And so they're doing it, it hasn't come out yet, it won't come out till like September, they said, but they're doing the same kind of thing, and they're also doing the same kind of, like certain regulations, like you can do the pay increases if you wanna, build up your structure more, but
Yep.
it's the same thing, showing everything.
Yeah, this, the American Rescue Plan, what we're getting is only a very small portion. They dishing it out for all different
Oh, yeah.
types of things.
So,
Okay.
So direction to go in, or are you guys comfortable with this so
I mean,
far?
I'm comfortable with Tasseltop and looking
Yeah.
at it. As far as the premium pay, I would recommend a one-time bonus and not a
That's what we're
bump in
proposing.
hourly pay. and-
That's what we're proposing.
Yeah.
Yeah, one-time bonus, and we're gonna look at the model that other towns are following. We're not gonna reinvent the wheel on this,
And the chief and I looked at the premium pay, and we, I don't think it's been submitted yet to Dawn or to Alex, 4 different levels. Those that, and I'm talking about fire rescue only at this point. Those that did something, those that, went above and beyond, but 4 different levels, so it's not, everybody just gets the same.
It should be based on how many hours you
Hours
actually
you work,
work.
yeah.
Absolutely.
That's how we, well, in my company. that's how
And
we
that's
do it.
how we're looking at
Yeah,
it.
ours as well.
So we've done that, but we haven't put any amounts, that's not what we're going to do.
Right.
And then we'll work with Cumberland County. You know, from what I've been told, they're just saying be patient at this point because they don't know everything. But we do know 770,000 for the, I think the 13 towns. So I think if
Yeah,
we-
that's just the intergovernmental pool. They got millions.
right,
like
but that's
57
what they're
million or
doing
something.
to the towns for use, and that will be more of a competition.
But
So
that's
I
only
would
for
say-
small towns, is that correct?
Correct. South Portland and Bridgeton already get their portion.
Right.
So I would propose that we look at a project that's gonna be 50 to 75,000 to put in for that and hopefully be successful with getting, we'll get something from them. But
Right.
All right, I say we, go with the tassel top and the pay. Good, thank you. All right, let's see, road names.
Road names.
Hopefully Sue's got that.
Yep. There's two. There's Knot 9 Road and Macy Drive.
Which one?
Macy Drive, they put not 9 twice.
Oh, they put not 9 twice, I'm going, okay. That's why I wondered why it was on there twice.
Oh.
Now I know.
I move, accept Not 9 Road.
Second.
All in favor? Okay,
Move we accept Macy Drive.
Where is Macy Drive?
It's off Pipeline Drive.
Oh, okay.
can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor? All right, good. All right, consideration of awarding Boston Post cane.
Unfortunately, we lost our previous Boston Post cane recipient, Tess Ingraham. She passed toward the end of June, if I remember correctly. And in looking at the voter list, we have one individual that is still living, that Kathy Goslin has met with multiple times. Dawn has met with her and her wife, or her and her husband rather, and it's Ethel Lawrence.
Yeah, right.
So I put her name forward as for consideration for the Boston Post cane.
All right,
Make a motion to award the Boston Post cane to Ethel Lawrence.
Second.
now read it.
Yep.
And
Okay,
I
proclamation.
know her birth, there's a proclamation.
Yes.
I know her birthday was sometime this month, where she turns
July
turns
13th,
100.
she
Was it
turned
13th?
Oh my gosh,
Awesome.
happy birthday, because just this week, last week. All right, proclamation, be it known that as of this date, July 20th, 2021, Ethel P. Lawrence is the holder of the Town of Raymond's Boston Post cane. In 1909, the Boston Post cane was donated by the Boston, Massachusetts newspaper, Boston Post, to any New England town that qualified for and requested a cane to be held by the town's oldest citizen. Originally, there were 431 canes throughout New England. The cane is African ebony with a 14-karat gold head, inscribed thus, presented by the Boston Post to the oldest citizen of Raymond, Maine, to be transmitted. The original cane is displayed at the Raymond Town Office.
And I'll get Public Works to take the cane out for us. That will be presented to her ceremonially. She'll be able to hold it and take pictures. Sue Carr made some really neat pins that say Boston Post cane on them, that have a little miniature cane on them.
Oh, thank you.
And that we give them that and give them the certificate. And I believe Kathy Goslin and Dawn are going to do that because
Okay, thank you.
they're familiar with her, but neither she or her husband are really ambulatory enough to attend a meeting like this.
100, wow. You've seen it.
Move in second, we didn't vote it.
Okay, all in favor? All right, thank you for that. Okay, public comment. I think I covered everything. Yes? Hi.
Hi, Mike Richmond, 15 Cedar Lane. I'm not exactly sure what the public comment entails. We're new to town, so I have kind of a newbie question regarding short-term rentals. And I guess my question on behalf of a large group of neighbors is, does anybody, or can anybody explain sort of the status of the discussion of short-term rentals in Raymond?
I don't even think there is there?
I don't think we have an
No.
ordinance.
We don't have an ordinance
Yeah.
at this time. There has been some
Discussion.
in-office discussion,
Right,
but
we've heard of it.
at this point, there hasn't been any kind of, as far as I know, formal board discussion.
Okay. And I've spoken to Alex about this and somewhat aware of what would the process be?
To request, you could request an agenda item to present that before the Board of Selectmen.
To have an ordinance in favor of it or against it, or
To regulate it.
to regulate it?
To
Okay.
limit it, yeah. South Portland has one.
Yeah, it's something that's, you know,
Short-term
an issue
rentals.
in resort communities throughout Maine, and it's increasingly becoming an issue in those communities. And, you know, I have a number of colleagues who have faced that issue, and so I'm somewhat familiar with it. And, you know, I have discussed it within the office, and, you know, gotten some feedback from staff members. So it's not totally unfamiliar to me, but I have not received any concerns from any residents till now.
He was just bringing me up as to what exactly that is. Yes.
I mean, there's a lot of investment people now who are buying houses and just renting them out.
It's going to hit hard.
Yeah, in this
And-
area, yeah.
And you'll be behind the 8 ball like a lot of other communities, like where I came from. So, thank you. Process would be to,
Send me an
Would you like to
email.
come to our August meeting and
I would love to if that's okay.
Okay.
Sue, put it on August 10th meeting, please?
Yeah, you should send
And then
an
we can-
email or,
Just
you
a
know,
request,
a request, yeah.
a written request.
And then what happens is, it does have to go through a process. It'll go to our planning board, and it'll get voted, if it gets done, everything by June town meeting. Great,
Excellent.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else public comment?
Why not?
You're not gonna go for 4 and agree with Joe, are you?
Yeah, come on, Peter. So much for dinner.
No, just a point of information, because there was some discussion on the board about the comprehensive plan and information and the like. And if you didn't have an opportunity to look at it in your e-packet, there's a very comprehensive review of the 2003 plan, including demographics and maps and all sorts of good things there. So it just might be a good place for reference, but I
Good.
found it very enlightening.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
Good.
you.
Thanks. Good idea.
All right, no more public comment? Okay, selectmen comment. Nope. Okay, nothing. Town managers report.
Okay, I guess I'll start with confirming the dates for the next upcoming regular meetings. We have August 10th and September 14th. Is that going to be good for folks?
And
July
June-
30th.
July 30th.
July 30th, yes, July 30th is.
Oh, right, that's right, I don't
Yeah,
have that
that's-
one
that's
on
when
here.
we
The
threw in.
special, we have a special meeting, that's right.
August 10th, I'm
Or
unavailable.
emergency meeting, rather.
You're unavailable?
Yeah. Out of town.
All right, do you want to move that? August 10th, Sam's not available.
No motion required.
So, and I have,
No, I said, do you want to move it? Sam,
Oh.
yeah, not motion.
He wants to move the meeting.
Oh, okay. Which
Not
one?
move the motion.
Wants-
August 10th.
To what
Move it to
date?
where?
Ugh. Can we?
The 17th, possibly.
That doesn't work.
All right, Joe's not on that 17th. Is there any other?
I mean, I feel bad because we just told the gentleman to come
know.
August 10th, and then now we're talking about moving it.
oh, we can inform him when he writes to me and Sue, or whoever he writes to. Yeah.
I mean, the 24th can work for me.
We're also running under, I know, a timeline as far as the liquor license goes too, that might
Oh,
be
right.
expiring.
That's the other thing.
Yeah.
You got Kyle.
Okay, what other dates?
We got either the 17th or the...
Or the 3rd,
The 3rd can work.
but that's like 2 days after you meet on the 30th.
Yeah.
Right.
Can you do the 11th?
How about the 11th?
The 11th?
No, you're out that whole week.
You're gone the whole
Can't
week.
do-
I'm gone that whole week.
No, I can't do Wednesdays.
Look at the look.
I can't do Wednesdays.
Okay, can't do Wednesdays. All right. Oh, all right.
Is you gonna be here, Lonnie? I just wondering if we make sure we have a quorum
For which?
for the 10th.
I
If we
can do the 10th or the 17th, or, you know.
The 24th is too far out, especially when we get do that.
Yeah.
We told them for the liquor license. We can keep the 10th. And Sam can zoom in or call us. No, let's not do the 10th.
You gonna be okay
No.
missing the 10th?
My plane lands on the 10th. I may be able to get here, actually.
Lonnie
But
will
I
pick you
just-
up on the way, or Nathan will pick you up on the way. He lives at the
Well,
airport.
yeah, but is he gonna be here
Well,
next week?
I'll
The
try.
17th?
Kathy will have her flashing
kidding.
lights on and you can just lie down on the stretcher in the back.
That'll be easy for you to play dead.
Can't do it. Joe.
Oh, sorry,
You
buddy.
can't do the 17th.
You won't be playing.
I'm sorry. Nice. I like
My
your attitude.
granddaughter's up for the week.
Oh, no, yeah.
So what stopped us from doing it on the 11th?
Rolf
Wednesday.
can't
I
do
can't
it.
do Wednesdays.
What about that Monday? The 9th?
Well, if
Oh, you're out that whole week.
Sam says he may be able to make it.
I think my plane lands about 4 o'clock on,
It's only a half hour.
it takes me forever
Oh,
to
yeah,
get
that's
back
right.
here.
The way you drive, an
Yeah.
hour and a half, but,
Yeah.
you know, you're still here by 6:30.
I could be, I might be a little late.
I'd say you leave it at 10.
All right, leave it to 10th. All right, go ahead. Sorry, all that.
So we're leaving it the 10th?
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
The-
All right.
September 1?
September is the.
September what?
14th.
14th?
14th.
Okay, so we got the 30th,
September
the 10th, and the 14th. The 30th of July, the 14th of August, and September 14th. Is that it?
Mhm.
Okay.
14th is.
Okay, so I have, good with that?
Yep.
Okay, so a couple of updates. I'll do the broadband one. So we had our first town manager meeting that we've had since the in-person one, since the onset of the pandemic. And so I took that opportunity to speak with the county manager, the managers of Wyndham and Standish and Gray. And we have a whole bunch of new town managers actually at our meeting, so about half the town managers were new actually. And so I said, let's start to monitor this, because we do have this expectation, hope and expectation that we're going to see federal, state, and some county monies. They've got some significant monies. And so everybody agreed that let's get positioned in the event that we can get some funding together for something substantive with respect to the broadband trunk lines. That's really, half the battle, getting the lines on the major roadways. The 3-ring binder, of course, was the major project of its time. Unfortunately, it was on the wrong side of the lake for us. It's on the back side of the lake, and it's in Standish, and we've got to get it over on our side onto 302. And so if we get it up 302, get it up 85, that's a big thing. And so that's the goal. And then there's talk about maybe we should reach out again to the private sector, talk to the various providers and see if there's some way to, using some of the public monies to leverage private sector investment, particularly for the last mile investment. It's an immense problem. I mean, the cost is extremely high, but and as Kathy pointed out, I mean, we already, quote unquote, have by some measures good internet. I guess it's good internet. Maybe if you live in, I don't know where, but it's certainly not high-speed internet. It's certainly not broadband internet. And so we're talking about it at least, and everybody seems, interested in trying to at least position ourselves. So I did that much since the last time we talked, and everybody's on board. But as I said, it's just a very difficult problem, and it's not one that's going to be solved even with all deliberate municipal speed. This is going to take real money, and it's going to come from the federal government if it's going to happen at a public sector level.
So when you talk broadband, are you also talking cell service or just internet?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, maybe we should have at some point a dissertation by Kevin Woodbury here to tell us about I think those things actually meld. They come together. I mean, the internet, those technologies are one in my mind these days.
They're not.
I think, but that's a Kevin Woodbury question.
Yeah, I mean, my internet speed is fine at my house, but I don't have I have zero.
I know.
Yeah,
I know. And trying to talk to you, yeah. But I mean, when you say your internet's fine, it really isn't when you've seen, 100 times fine.
Well, I mean, we get 400 megabytes per second.
Yeah.
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 It's quick for what I use it for.
Yeah.
Just a comment that the
Sorry.
Give him a microphone.
estimates are about 10% per year with what's coming online. So it's not really looking now, but it's looking at 10 years down the road as far as the new devices, the new demands and requirements for broadband that are going to be available. We may be, not, podunk USA right now to meet the Fed's definition of slow, but the bottom line is, if you think of it, 10% per year. In 10 years, we will need 100% more broadband than we have now.
And then there's the other issue, but that's a good point. The other issue is you got download and upload. What's the upload? It's not very good.
No.
And that's the problem the town has is, the upload problem.
Absolutely.
So anyway, other update I have for you is the Main Street sidewalk. So finally, we've gotten the MDOT notice to proceed bid. That's great news, except look at the bidding environment for, for asphalt. So Owens and Nathan have looked at that, and they're saying one problem is that, asphalt's 30-80%, coming in 30-80% over bid estimates right now. Second problem is we're already into the bid season. So the project that is the forever project, I guess, they're saying bad idea to bid it right now because the bids are going to come in high. It's too late in the season. Contractors have the projects lined up they're going to do. They're saying let's bid it in the fall with a 22 spring start date. And I think he said something about 36 months to complete. I'm saying that's what we do. So the sidewalk project is going to, push off till the spring.
Have you notified the people on Main Street?
We're doing that. I think we should send out something, yes.
Yeah.
But so far what we've done is just to post it and to publish it and to announce it through social media. But I think to send out a notice would be a good idea as well. Yes, we'll do that.
Good.
And that's what I have.
All right.
Yeah.
So that is it. I need a motion to go in executive session, please, on the consideration of town manager's annual review.
Move to go into an executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA 405, Section 6A.
All in favor? Okay. And a motion to come out of executive session, please?
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
All in favor? All right.
I'll make a motion to increase the town manager's salary to $115,000, extend the contract to a 4-year contract with a 3% escalation in the outgoing years.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
There we
Thank
go.
Meeting adjourned.
Good.
Meeting is adjourned.
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship in any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. Their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, our store donations, rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through, we'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're senior or non-senior. And they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form in to me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I am a Lion. This is, the food pantry supported as a project by the Lions, so we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
Welcome to the July 30th, 2021 Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. This is an emergency meeting. The board does have a quorum, and for the audio, we could do a roll call, please, starting with Kyle.
Al Bancroft. Kevin Woodbury. Ed Kranich.
Greg Foster.
The board does have a quorum. So our proceedings today, our agenda item today is simply to determine how we want to conduct meetings going forward in view of the state's new guidance. I appreciate all you guys making time in the middle of a Friday, and I'm sorry for the short fuse notice. I got a little bit behind the issue because I was out of town. But so what we need to just either adopt, I know that you've all seen the proposed procedures that Sue's put out for us actually about almost 3 weeks ago, based upon the state's requirements. And then we have some options concerning how we want to conduct the physical meetings. What has gone away is the hybrid meeting, unless there's some specific requirements or conditions that are met, and those were addressed in Sue's addendum or attachment that we can choose to adopt. And then we can also then set additional requirements going forward concerning the restrictions for the actual conduct of the meeting. So with that, I think that Sue and I have talked, and Sue, jump in if I'm misstating this, that it's probably best to move forward with adopting the requirements that Sue has put out in that addendum, and then looking at whether or not we want to have specific mask and requirements, anything that goes along with those mask requirements, or a request for a venue change, and whether or not that's even possible, Kevin, to do as far as the recording goes, and then go from there. Anybody have any questions? So I guess the easiest thing to do would be to first open the discussion on whether or not we're comfortable with with what Sue put out as far as the conduct of the meetings going forward, the non-hybrid meetings, or how somebody could indeed participate remotely if certain conditions were met. Is anybody not happy with that?
May I make a statement, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, certainly, Sue.
I didn't come up with the policy. That is something that MMA put out as their recommendation for wording for this, trying to jump in and make the emergency measure that the legislature adopted have a form, or have some way for people to adopt a policy. So that's the origin of this, is MMA. I just modified it to say Raymond on it.
Thanks, Sue. Does anyone have any comments, concerns, or questions on that? Everybody feel comfortable adopting it, or not, or you don't want to adopt it?
I don't think we have much choice. It follows exactly what the legislature put out, so it's pretty straightforward.
Well, we don't have to adopt it. We can, just have no. It'd be silly not to, in my opinion, but.
Yeah.
So we all okay with that? So, so I would then, Ed?
Could you quickly summarize that, from the MMA? It's basically that we need to return to in-person meetings, and unless someone has a special situation where they have to do remote, but primarily the meetings will be in person.
Correct. Sue, do you want to add anything to that? Expand.
That really sums it up. It is very specific, though. You have to be outside of the what's practicable to get back to the meeting. How far away that is up to interpretation, or you have to be ill, or the way MMA interpreted it is if you had a doctor's note that said that you were more susceptible than others to COVID or whatever, then that would be permissible. But the other piece of this is it's so new, there has been no legislation, no litigation. So there's no casework to look back on to see what judges have said of it now that it's in law.
Can we require the public and, everyone actually at the meeting to wear a mask? I think that's not a concern.
You can, but that's kind of a separate piece. This is talking about whether you want to have the remote.
Okay.
Yep. Any other questions on the MMA guidance there that Sue's put out? Okay, then I would just move that we accept the proposed MMA guidance as modified by Sue for the town of Raymond for the conducting the planning board meetings for the town of Raymond. Is there a second?
Yeah, second.
Ed seconds. Any discussion? Greg, you okay?
I'm okay, yes.
Okay, you're frozen. I just want to make sure you're still with us. Okay, all those.
Yeah, it's cold.
I'm sorry?
I said it's pretty cold where I am.
Oh. All right.
I get internet issues here, so.
Okay, as long as we've got your audio, that's fine.
Yeah.
All right, then. We have vote. Start with you, Kyle, please. It has to be by voice.
Yep.
Kyle votes yes. Ed?
Yes.
Ed's voting yes. Greg?
Yes.
And Kevin?
Yes.
Okay, so that's officially adopted, and that will be going forward. That will conduct our meetings. Okay, so now the next, and I guess really more important questions going forward is how we're going to conduct those meetings in person. And that addresses, Ed, what you were talking about was whether or not we're going to require masks. I would say that probably there's a series, right? We would go with no masks, or we would go with masks, or we would go with requesting a venue change to allow for social distancing. that would be, that was kind of the three things that I was thinking of as far as steps go. I certainly would like to listen to your views on what you're thinking is appropriate going forward.
I can address the venue change, and that's really no way, because we don't have high-speed fiber connection, so we can't really broadcast from other locations other than the gym, which is not practical either. Because it takes a long setup time to move stuff over there and prepare for a meeting. It takes 4 or 5 hours usually.
Okay, so that takes that takes care of that one. So now, how are we going to what will we do going forward? And I guess the first question would be then masks. Do we want to require all participants to wear a mask, vaccinated or unvaccinated?
Yeah, I would be in favor of that. I think it's a minor inconvenience. I don't see why anyone should have too big of a problem with that.
Yeah. Greg?
I'd be opposed to that. I think people know what to do at this point, and we should just leave it up to them if they come to the meeting to social distance or wear a mask.
There's a lot of dumbasses out there in the world, though, so you can't really rely on them. If you look at the statistics of the current cases of the epidemic, it demonstrates that.
Well, the problem is there's no social distancing in the portable.
It's possible.
It's not possible. There is no filtering of the air at that, at the micron, 3 micron, 1 micron level. There's very little outside air makeup into that. So you're just sitting in a stew that keeps, the longer you sit there, if somebody has COVID and it's coming out, your parts per million are going to increase to the point where it's really dangerous. So, the venue is terrible.
Yeah. And I think also I mean, there's growing evidence that even if you're vaccinated and you do contract the Delta, you can still spread it. So, I mean, and the masks are good for only work if everybody is wearing them, especially the person that's sick. At least that's my understanding.
Right, and they also have to be an N95 mask to be that effective.
Right.
Even a 2-layer cloth mask is only good for coughing. Just regular breathing, the fine aerosol mist goes right through those.
Kyle, what are your thoughts?
I'm going to probably oppose the masks. I think that we're at a point, in my opinion, that we've gone through it. I think we've seen the complications of trying to get people to follow that. And I think that we just need to, from my opinion, try to get back to normal, the way we do business. At some point, we're going to have to realize that this is what it is. So I'm going to be opposed to, having people wear masks in there, and that's my personal opinion on it. And across the board, I think it just needs to come down to personal opinion. If you feel you need to wear a mask, whether you're on the board or you're participating, then I think everybody has the right to do that. And I don't think anybody's looking at anybody any different, but to require people continuously this far into it, I'm going to be opposed to that.
Okay. Probably the same topic. I don't think that probably we're going to change anybody's mind along those lines.
Well, and I think, I don't think it's going to make any difference anyway, because people will not wear N95 good fitting masks where it would really make a difference. Masks are great, like I said, for coughing, but not just normal breathing, unless you have an N95 well-fit mask.
Yeah, but I agree that the N95 is the ultimate, but I think that the research at least does show that even the double cloth masks work.
Yeah, I agree with you, Bob. I think you're right.
Okay, so do we want to beat it around the bush a little more? I think that I would say that right now it's looking 3-2. Anybody else want to weigh in? I as you probably gathered, I am more on the mask side as well. My concern is that, I have the vaccine, but my concern is that even I can in fact become infected and drag it home to my grandkids that are not vaccinated. that do not have the vaccine. And that's my concern. I'm sure that Kevin shares that same concern with his kids. And I'm guessing Ed, I'm not sure your family situation, but
Yeah, grandkids.
yeah, exactly. So I would move that we adopt a policy that all those present at the meetings wear a face mask.
Second the motion.
Is there, and then I guess we'll go through. Kyle, you want to take the vote, first vote?
Yeah, I'm gonna say no.
Yep. Ged?
Yes.
Ed, Greg?
No.
And Kevin?
Yes.
And I go yes, so 3-2, so the motion passed. So we will require a mask. Now, my other concern on the mask requirement is, and I think kind of, Kevin, where'd you go?
I'm here.
Okay, your picture left.
Greg dropped out. I don't see Greg anymore.
Yeah, I don't see Greg, I don't see Kevin. Oh, there you are, Kevin, I see you now. You just moved. Okay, I got you. Greg just, my other question is that, and I think that I talked to this issue, is that I don't want to be in the position, and I don't think anybody on the board wants to be in the bouncer position of ensuring that masks are worn. Sue and I have talked to Don about that, and he's willing to ensure that a deputy is present for those meetings that the public is really expected at, those public meetings. And so I would, unless there's objections, I would kind of like to put that forward as a requirement during our public hearings, that we have a deputy in the enforcement role, so that that does not fall into the board, and also that it does not impact the board's work, because I can see that as a means of kind of stopping the meetings and getting what you want if you don't want a project to go through. Does that sound acceptable to everybody?
Yes. Yeah, I'll second that as a motion.
Okay. Kevin, is that all right with you?
It's awful heavy-handed, but it's sad. It's really sad that people can't follow even if you set the rules and they don't agree with it, they can't follow the rules that you've set up for your meetings. So it's, I have a hard time with having somebody there to try to enforce it, especially, the law. It's just,
well, how would you propose handling somebody that would not want to wear a mask?
well, personally, I would say if you're going to come in here and do that, we'd stop the meeting and have it some other time.
Right, and that's exactly.
I'd rather do that than have somebody there to try to enforce it.
Okay, and that's exactly what I would think that would have to happen and what I would wind up doing. And the problem is that the applicant then loses a month or a number of time that.
Well, that puts the pressure back on the public for doing something that it's not our fault.
Well, yeah, but Kevin, if you are opposed to a project and you show up without a mask and refuse to wear a mask and we have to suspend the meeting, then they get exactly what they want without having to do anything, and we don't get and the applicant suffers the process.
Well, then they could take that up in a court of law to say, this person did this and caused me to have this. I just think it's really heavy-handed for the town to try to enforce that.
Okay. Kyle?
I agree. I think that, I'm not sure exactly what the deputy could do with that. I mean, say that somebody comes in, they're not wearing a mask. I mean, back when there was an emergency declaration, they had a little bite, they could do something. But at this stage in the game, is it going to be a trespassing thing? I mean, what's the bite to it? Or just ask them to leave? Either way, I think I'm going to agree with Kevin. I think that having a deputy there is really heavy-handed for this issue.
Okay.
I'd probably be opposed to that.
Okay. Greg, are you still with us? No. Greg left. All right. Venue change is not an option. So in which case social distancing is not an option. So I guess what we've come down to is we've adopted the MMA guidance. We're going to require all to wear a mask, and those show up and refuse to wear a mask, we'll just suspend the meeting. Is that, here comes Greg. I'm sure Greg will follow. Greg, are you back with us? Greg, are you with us again?
Yes.
All right.
Something went wrong. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I think I could probably vote for you. But so the question is, we've decided that we're going to wear masks.
So
do we need a deputy present to enforce that, or will we just suspend the meeting if someone chooses not to wear a mask? Thoughts? Or do you want to be bouncer?
Well, I can start taking steroids.
What do you think?
Who could potentially be the person to enforce it?
Sheriff deputy.
It would have to be a sheriff's deputy.
Yes.
I would.
I'm sorry.
I would think try not doing that, and if we have an issue, maybe invite the sheriff at another meeting. Or it seems to me people will probably comply, but
Yeah, if there's someone that's not complying, we could, really put them on the spot, I think, and just say, hey,
yeah,
hold up the meeting, we're not gonna proceed. You want to do this, put on a mask, and hopefully, it would be rare that someone would be that disagreeable, they wouldn't follow on. Maybe it's best not to have the deputy to start off with. I mean,
just see how it goes.
Yeah.
All right, is there anything else that we need to address? I don't want to drag this on too much longer. I appreciate all you guys taking time in the middle of your day.
So what
Sue, is there anything that we need to cover that I didn't?
well, I was going to ask if you would like me to write up a policy and put a few statute references in there that gives you the authority to do that. And I'll have the policy out by the back door for signature, if that's okay. For mask wearing.
That sounds perfect.
We should also get a sign printed up, informational that to put on the door.
Yes, I've already got some pictures, unless Kevin would like to play, or someone else would like to, but I can make one that says no admittance without a mask. You will need to put that up for your meetings, because the select board don't require that, and each committee is able to get their own, or set their own. Sorry, I'm hearing so much in my ears that it's hard to think. But each committee can decide this on their own. So you will be different. I believe the selectmen are still going to go with if you're not vaccinated, please wear a mask, which is what we have up there now.
So Sandy, if you could just ensure our future notices that go out in the paper that state that masks are required for the meetings, that would be good. Are you there, Sandy?
I am.
Okay, excellent.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, so the other thing, and the last thing, I guess, on one of us is, Kevin, I know this does not meet what your
We can chat with them.
No, so I would, I can resign, I can send my resignation now, so you can find another person as soon as possible if you want. I think that, or I could miss the next meeting and see what the legislature does if they may change their mind.
That's what I would, that would be my preference, Kevin, because I mean, you are, according to our bylaws, you actually can miss 3 meetings before, you get a knock on the door and you have to state your intentions. There certainly is nobody, we certainly don't have a long list of applicants knocking at the door that we can join. So I would like, personally, I would like you to stay on the board. I know that you will miss the next meeting. And see if anything else
let's talk to them today to see what.
And it's just, I'm amazed that, like we had talked before, that in this day and age, that the legislature wouldn't allow hybrid, irrelevant of any pandemic, it just makes sense now to give more access to meetings versus less.
Yep.
It opens it up for people that can't make meetings, and people that want to go can go. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me, but that's politics.
Doesn't to me either, Kevin.
So anyway, so I guess just for the rest of the board knows, what I'm asking, Kevin would not like to be present for any meeting due to lots of other reasons. But I would prefer that he stay on the member. We will acknowledge that he's not going to be either the next meeting or the meeting after. Is anybody like opposed to that?
Absolutely not.
No.
I think you got the unanimous wishes of the board.
Okay. Well, I really enjoy doing this, and to me, it's a civic duty, and I just hope that the legislature can come around.
Yep. Okay, so if there's nothing else, I'm going to wish everybody a happy Friday. Any other concerns or interests? Once again, thank you very much. I move that we close the July 30th meeting of the planning board.
Second.
There's been a second, and all those in
Aye.
favor?
Aye.
Aye, everybody says aye. Unanimous. Thanks again, guys. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
Have a good day, guys.
You too.
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship in any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. Their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, our store donations, rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, they've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through, we'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're senior or non-senior, and they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form into me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I Am a Lion. This is, the food pantry supported as a project by the Lions, so we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in or prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
Hi there, welcome to an emergency Board of Selectmen meeting. We are going to, can I get a motion to open for public hearings, please?
So moved.
Second.
All right, so we have, all in favor, raise your hand. I can't see all you guys, so that's gonna show kind of weird. So sorry. Yeah, no, wait a minute, I just screwed that up even more. All right, so we have a couple businesses that we wanted to get in and get them up and running for the town of Raymond, which is great. We have Sebago Outfitters, we have the Print House, we have Dirty Paul Dog Wash, we have Maine Vibes Tie Dyes, and the Bibliophile Bookshop and Coffee House. Again, I cannot see on my phone as to who all is there, but if anybody is out there that would like to speak up to any of these, that'd be great.
I am Leah, I'm from Sebago Outfitters.
Hi.
Hi.
Teresa, you have to do a public hearing one at a time.
Oh, I can't do them all at once?
No,
Oh, I thought we did it once before like this.
you may have. I probably wasn't on the board.
That's when I was the parliamentarian, do you know what I mean? So, all right. So wait a minute, so Leah, you're the Sebago Outfitters? All right, so we're gonna do request for a new business license for Sebago Outfitters. We'll start with Leah Drinkwater. Do I need to do the motion all over again?
No.
Okay, all right, I'm sorry, go ahead, Leah.
Hi, I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to say, but my name's Leah Drinkwater, and I'm here for my business license to start Sebago Outfitters, formerly Gulf Maine Gunsmithing. It is a gun shop and also a retail outfitter.
Okay. Does anybody who we have for participants, as far as anybody has any questions for Leah?
You need to ask for public comment.
That's what I mean. I can't see who's there. That's not you guys. We're not doing the board comment yet for public. I can't see on mine. Rolf, you have, Rolf, can you see who's all there?
Yep. Yeah,
All
there's no hands raised. There's actually, at this point, there's no,
There are no members of the public that are in
no members of the
attendance.
public that are.
Okay. Yeah, on my phone, I'm sorry. I cannot see. All right. So you know what, Rolf, because I can't see it, I'm just gonna pass the meeting to have you run it. It's
Okay,
easier.
that's fine. All right, so there's, seeing
Mr. Willard has a question.
No request from the public for comment on Sebago Outfitters. We'll move on to the Print House.
Well, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
I believe Town Manager Willard had some comments he wanted to make.
Yeah, that we can pick his up under the, when we do the considerations. It's been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. All those in favor? Public meeting is closed. We'll go into new business. First is consideration of the new business license for Sebago Outfitters. Don, did you want to speak on that?
Well, I just had a general question, and it was about the sign. I was wondering, although the messaging has been, within the bounds of, constitutionally protected speech, I get a number of comments about it on a regular basis. I had heard some, I guess from the code officer, that you were going to use that for business messaging. Is that correct?
So actually the whole sign is coming down completely, and I'm having a new sign put up with a new letterboard. Yes, correct. But there's not going to be anything like that. I have a marketing background. I'm a business entrepreneur, so I could drive business to me, not away from me. So no, there will not be any such signage that there was in the past.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much, and welcome to Raymond, and I hope you do really well with your new business.
I am a local too. I live in Raymond, so.
Yeah, we had talked about years ago. I was talking with our former code officer actually this morning, and years ago we had tried to lure a sporting goods store, something that was a little broader in its spectrum to the town for the shopping plaza. So I think you have a winning formula there, as I understand it.
Thank you.
You're talking about having other things besides the guns. I think the guns are important, but fishing, sporting goods, other things. So I think that's a great idea, and best of success to you.
Thank you so much. And the retail side will actually be where the old gun shop used to be. So that's actually going to be the larger portion of the shop is going to be retail next spring.
Very good.
One comment I'll make before we go any further. Wayne wasn't going to be able to be here, but he did call in and did say that all the applicants have gone through their fire inspections and whatnot and have passed on all those. So just so that when we start looking at that side of the thing is all ticked off. So. Yeah, Joe.
My only question, Leah, you're going into the current gun shop, Bill Darling's place?
I am, but it's actually where the gunsmithing used to be.
Okay.
It's not the big building in the front. I actually put a door into where the gunsmithing side is, and it's roughly 400 square feet, where the gun shop used to be is about 1,400 square feet.
Okay.
So it's going to be much smaller in size. It has its own entrance, and it's 18 and older on this side. And I'm actually going to, when I open the outfitter next spring, there's going to be another door. So you have to be 18. I want it to be family friendly. So the front door is going to be a glass front door, and it's going to be very welcoming for families. So I have a 17-month-old son, so it's important.
Great. Well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Definitely good luck.
Any other questions on Spago Outfitters? In case, I'll take a motion to grant the license for Spago Outfitters.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion is carried. Next is consideration of new business license for the Print House. Amy Abelgard. Amy?
Hi. Doesn't she have to have the motion for hearing, public hearing?
No, we've already closed. We've closed the public hearings. We're getting to.
Joe just got done saying we have to do individual ones.
Yeah, but he did a universal close of the public hearing because there was no public here. So
Okay.
now into the consideration.
Okay, works. Sorry.
Amy Abelgard. I own the Print House and Dirty Paw Dog Wash. We've been in business in Wyndham for 15 years and really looking to reopen as soon as we can.
Where in Raymond are you going?
Right in the shopping center between Beacon Pizza and 302 Nutrition.
Right next to
the old community pharmacy. I know
Yep.
it well.
Yep. That's it.
So are you closing the Wyndham one down, or are you going to run both?
No, that's closed. We've moved everything. Yep.
The reason I asked that is so at some point you'll have to update your mailing address to Sue because you still have the 9 Storm.
Yep, my mailing address is staying the same. I'm keeping my mailbox there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What did you run into for problems in Wyndham that we can hopefully help you with in Raymond?
I didn't run into any issues in Wyndham.
No, didn't like the storefront or something?
No, I had this same spot for 15 years. The marijuana store next to me wants to open their retail recreational use store right next to their medicinal store. So they offered me a nice pile of cash to move. So, marijuana is good for everybody sometimes, I guess. So that was it. I didn't need to go. I could have said no, but this is a nice change. It's 3 times bigger than where I was, so it's going to be great. Good.
Absolutely. Good luck.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? I'll take a motion to grant the business license for the Print House.
Second.
I knew that.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Because it's running as 2 businesses, we got to do it for both. So the next is consideration of new business license for Dirty Paws Dog Wash. And
Motion to approve it?
Second.
moved and seconded. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Next item is consideration of new business license for Maine Vibes Tie-Dyes. Lauren, is she still here? Oh, there she is.
I am here.
You just want to tell us a little bit about what you're going to do there and whatnot?
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, by the way. Maine Vibe Tie-Dyes. I make my own tie-dyes all by my own hands, and now right in the back of the 1252 Roosevelt Trail. I am going to try to do some local art. Any type of canvas paint or anything like that would be a nice add-on, just some local artists in there like myself. And yeah, I mean, I've been doing business for 3 years now. A lot of it has been at festivals, music festivals, cannabis festivals, you name it. Anyone that loves tie-dyes, any town events, excuse me, the craft fairs that they have, I do all of those. However, now it's taken to a place where the demand is very high for my art, and I'm very thankful. So my next step was getting a location, and here we are, beautiful 302.
Excellent.
That's the places in the old ice cream place there.
Correct, yes.
Mosquito?
No, not the Mosquito. The one that was
Haley's Kitchen too.
Yeah, it was. I think it was top of chair on top. I think it was.
Oh,
Was
okay.
the ice cream? Yep. Yeah.
Great. Excellent. Have you ran
Super
into any
fun in there.
variables? Have you ran into any variables, Lauren, that you need any help with right off the bat, or?
No, and not that comes to mind. Everything's done pretty smoothly. Wayne came in. That was about that. Yeah, no, I mean, everything's there, but it's finally not yellow and pink anymore.
Excellent. Good to hear. Well, we definitely want all of you on today to succeed, you know, just like we want every business in Raymond to succeed. So if we can ever help with, this goes for everyone, that we can help, please bring it to our attention. You know, of course, there'll be some things that we can only help you a little bit, but hopefully we can, you know, assist and just make you profitable. Make it so you enjoy having a business in Raymond. We definitely enjoy having businesses in Raymond. So, you know, definitely good luck. You have a community to fall back on, so please use us.
So thanks.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve license.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Next is consideration of new business license for the Bibliophile Bookshop and Coffee House. Jessica, you want to give us a little brief on what you're doing there?
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning. My name is Jessica, and we're opening the Bibliophile Bookshop and Coffee House. We're going to serve coffee by design. It'll have espresso drinks. We'll have smoothies, different teas, a lot of kid-friendly drinks as well, and of course, nitro cold brew. We have a children's section. I have a degree in children's literature, so I wanted that to be the kind of focus in the back, make sure we have a really healthy amount of books for kids, and ranging, you know, from the chapter books down to the board books for little ones. We're focusing a large section on Maine authors, and we also have all the New York Times bestsellers and all of that from all over the world. But we're really hoping to bring in the community with some children's events. We have writing workshops on the weekends. We have different book clubs we're planning. And yeah, it should be really great to bring the community in for it.
And where's your location?
We're actually 2 doors down from Amy. We're on the other side of the Beacon.
Okay.
Excellent.
Terrific. Wish you the best.
Thank you.
Lauren, you had, I don't know, you put a logo up there with a hand. Were you asking a question, or was that just a waving hand? I'll take that was just a, other questions? Take a motion?
Make a motion to grant the license.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Next item would be motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So, second.
All those in favor?
Good luck, everyone.
Yes, good luck, everyone.
Thank you.
Work hard, succeed.
Thank you.
We'll be in for your services.
Okay, meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship in any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. Their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, our store donations rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through, we'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're senior or non-senior, and they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form in to me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I am a Lion. This is, the food pantry supported as a project by the Lions, so we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
Welcome to the May 11th Board of Selectmen meeting. First order of business is call meeting to order. Next item of business is approve the minutes of the April 13th meeting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second by Marshall. All those in favor?
Aye.
Seeing all hands raised and hearing Marshall, Meeting minutes are approved. Next is approve the minutes from the April 28th meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Seeing all hands raised and hearing from Marshall, in the affirmative, all the minutes are approved. Next item of business, the presentation of the Spirit of America Award. It's been recommended and Select Board has approved the following resolution. The 2021 Raymond Maine Spirit of America Foundation Tribute Honors Gary Bebo for commendable community service.
Of course you do.
Obviously.
I know, this whole thing is a learning curve for me.
Yep.
But like I say, we'll get through it, you know, you guys have all been great. And see, not publishing an agenda and notice every time, that's new for me. I like it.
Oh.
Hi, Ed.
Hello.
Hey, Bob.
I brought, in case anybody does come in. That I was
It's gonna be
concerned
cool
about.
tomorrow.
Supposed to be a rough one tomorrow, Friday.
I am not a heat person, so I'm really not happy.
No,
I'm
not
a
either.
little cranky.
If it never goes over 70, I'm okay.
Yeah, that's about as much as I can take, and low, low or no humidity, please. I gotta get out my notes, so I know what I'm doing. Also need.
Check 1, 2.
He's gonna be out there now, he's gonna get out of these basements.